Okay. Welcome, everyone. I am pleased to call to order the 278th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Spokane, Washington. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the September council meeting webpage. After the public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. I'd also like to welcome the Indonesian fishing contingent who's with us this morning. They're here to learn about fisheries management in the West Coast, and just reach out to them and give them a hearty Northwest Spokane welcome. And I would also like to point out that the Anderson rule is still in effect, and if your cell phones do go off during the council meetings, there's donuts to be supplied to the following day or later in the week if we get jammed up with overabundance. So with that, we're going to go to our new council member swearing in. And so we have Assistant Administrator of NOAA Fisheries, Janet Queets, with us. And we're going to swear in Rebecca Lent, Nasia Sumelo, and David Scones. So with that, we'll go over and do that. So
Wonderful. I'm so honored to be here to swear in the new Pacific Fishery Management Council members. I'm going to read a sentence. David, you don't have it. Maybe I'll read part of the sentence.
I wasn't sure.
We haven't memorized it yet. Excellent. I'm going to read a sentence and then ask each of you in unison to read it. Then do the next sentence for the next through the oath. I, as a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
I, Nasia Sumelo, and as a duly appointed member of the Regional Fishery Management Council, established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation.
I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fisheries resources, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fisheries resources, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests and always aware and protective of the public interest in those resources.
I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce.
This oath is given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
This oath is given freely and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Hereby.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Just get to work.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll turn to Executive Director Burden for the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. I will take the role of the September 2024 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Corey Niles. Here. Michael Clark.
Here.
Brett Edinger.
Here.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Mark Gorelnik.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Present.
David Hogan. David Hogan is not present. Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Rebecca Lent.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Here.
Chris Oliver.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
David Sones.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Asia Shumalo.
Present.
Frank Lockhart.
Here.
And Marcy Remco.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you do have a quorum.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. We do have a detailed agenda before you and looking for approval of the agenda. Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. God, this mic's loud. I move that the council adopt the detailed agenda for September 2024 as written in agenda item A4.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second by Mark Relnick. Thank you, Mark. All right. Any further discussion on this? So I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those no? Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. Wonderful. All right. With that, I'll turn to Executive Director Burton for his ED report. Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item A5, which is the Executive Director's report. The executive director's report to the council typically provides information on informational reports, changes to council membership, advisory body and committee alternates that are in place for the current meeting, and some select activities that have occurred since the last meeting, in addition to other updates that are not announced elsewhere that may warrant summarization. So starting from the top of the report, as we now know, we do have several new council members, also several reappointments. Congratulations to you all. In addition, we have a couple of additional designees. You'll note that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Regional Director, Robin Thorson, retired, and Mr. Hugh Morrison has assumed that position. We also have Lieutenant Sky Marie Williams, who has been named a United States Coast Guard designee. There's several informational reports as noted in my written report. One I'd call out to you in particular is informational report 1, which outlines some proposed modifications to our research and data needs process. I'd encourage you to take a look at that in anticipation of our workload planning discussion later this meeting. There's also one supplemental informational report that was provided to us by our esteemed chairman regarding a recent trip he took looking at wind energy in Scotland, and it may have some bearing to what we are discussing here and what we have discussed here regarding wind energy development off the West Coast. The Council Coordination Committee, there have been several activities. So following the May meeting, the executive directors have worked together to continue advancing their important dialogue regarding professionalism, regarding our anti-harassment policies and their implementation. We now have 3 parallel efforts that are ongoing. One is in the form of training for executive directors in terms of how to best conduct investigations, in particular around harassment and also bullying and other forms of non-professionalism. There's also a second effort that several executive directors and deputy directors are taking that is an examination of council policies and personnel rules and looking for gaps in those in regards to harassment and professionalism. And then the third part is a investigation into the next phase of the training that we all took a little over 1.5 years ago now on harassment, and training that would expand this into professionalism. We're going to be discussing these matters in more detail at the October meeting. There are several advisory body alternates as noted in the table in my report. We also have, I'm excited to announce a new staff member. We recently hired Ms. Katrina Bernaus. Unfortunately, she can't be here this morning. She is engaged with the SSC. She is already making waves, doing a great job. I encourage you to help me welcome her to the council process. We'll soon be advertising and are already trying to advertise for a new staff officer in anticipation of Dr. Dahl's retirement, which will be early January. There's some additional activities since the June meeting. Top of the list is the 8th Scientific Coordination Subcommittee. We do not have a report on that just yet, but we do anticipate one in November. Let's see, in July, we had the CCC's Communications Subcommittee that met at the Pacific Council offices. There are some ongoing discussions of that committee regarding communication strategies of the council's outreach efforts. And something that's front of our mind now is the upcoming 50th year anniversary of the Magnuson Act. We have a couple of meetings in regards to international HMS work, the IATTC, the WCPFC's Northern Committee, and the ISC. And then we also had a Pacific Hake Joint Management Committee meeting on August 21st. Let's see, moving down the list, I'm happy to announce that we have received Inflation Reduction Act funding after waiting eagerly. So we do have some polishing of that grant funding that we've recently received to be done, but we are excited to get started on that work. Then lastly, and per usual, we do have just some announcements in my ED report regarding the COVID issue and just general matters of health. Encourage you, if you're feeling unwell, to take the meeting from your room. We do have excellent remote capabilities at this point. So that concludes my ED report, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions on the ED report? All right. Corey Ridings? Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Director, for that update. This is really a couple comments. Is now an okay time? Okay, thanks. I just wanted to thank Director Burden and council staff for participating in the CCC work around professionalism and anti-harassment. That is something that this council has been really proactive in addressing, and just really appreciate that work and how that's being translated to the CCC. So thank you for that work and continuing to provide leadership in that space. And just a quick second comment was just regarding the Science and Coordination Subcommittee committee meeting that happened earlier in the year. Thank you for that update. It sounds like we may have an opportunity to discuss that further down the road. I just wanted to flag, I heard from a number of folks who attended that meeting virtually that it was largely not open to the public. And I see that as a pretty problematic. Science into management translation and the participation of the public is really important for that. So just flagging that for the council, noting that, and hopefully that won't happen in the future. Thanks.
Hey, Corey? Hey, Corey, anyone else? Okay. Well, takes care of the ED report. Takes us to open comment. So with that, this morning, I believe we have Assistant Administrator of NOAA Fisheries, Janet Queets, to come up and talk with us. Welcome, Janet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Thank you for having me here today. It's wonderful to have the opportunity to be with the Pacific Fishery Management Council for your late summer meeting here in Spokane. So I'm going to acknowledge the chair and the vice chair, Pete Hassemer, and the executive director, Merrick Burden, for inviting me to address the council. You all play such an important role, and I hope everyone was paying attention during the oath, because it's a good reminder that your work is for the benefit of the nation, and the serious and consequential and difficult job you have upholding all of the national standards and the Magnuson-Stevens Act and other applicable laws. So thank you. I know you're grappling with difficult issues. We all know that they affect not just our living marine resources and the health of the ocean, but people's lives, people's subsistence, jobs, quality of life, and are critical to the economy of this region and the nation. So again, thank you. In my role as the assistant administrator, and I'll acknowledge the previous AA who is sitting up at the front of the room, Chris Oliver. In my role, we depend on the regional leaders and work very closely with them. So I want to introduce our West Coast Regional Administrator, Jennifer Kwan, who I'm spending the week with, and leaders of our science centers. Behind me is Nicole Hill. I think Kevin Werner from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center is about to walk in the room. And Kristen Cook will be here from our Southwest Fisheries Science Center for the bulk of the meeting. Again, welcome and congratulations to the new council members. They bring new expertise, new energy, and new experience, and I'm sure you all will welcome and orient them. David, this isn't your first rodeo. But let me just say a minute for the public, and I think it's important, as mentioned, as Corey mentioned, the role the public plays both in having accessibility to these meetings, the opportunity to testify, the transparency with which you do your work is so important to the Magnuson-Stevens Act and to the confidence that we have in our fisheries management. So I want to just say a couple words about the new members so that members of the public that might be listening would know who they are. So alphabetically, I'll start with Rebecca Lent, who's representing or is on the council in a California seat, and who is an economist, a skill set that I know we value at Fisheries. She was the executive director for the International Whaling Commission, and Ryan Wolf, who you usually have here, is in Peru for a really important meeting of the IWC, and the Makah tribe has representatives there because it's a critical time in regard to the opportunity for Indigenous communities to whale. But I digress. Rebecca was the head of the IWC, and that's a job which entailed working with over 80 member countries. So she should be able to handle the council constituencies. Rebecca was the executive director of the Marine Mammal Commission, and she worked at NOAA for many years, very familiar with our regulatory programs, and was the Southwest Regional Administrator. She has extensive background in fisheries management and highly migratory species. So welcome, Rebecca. David Sones, who's in the tribal seat, is again no stranger to this council, having served 3 prior terms as a tribal representative on the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. And also 2 terms as the designated alternate to the tribal representative. David's been an active participant with the Pacific Salmon Commission, the International Pacific Halibut Commission, as well as the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary. He's a lifelong fisherman and a member of the Makah tribe, where he's participated in many treaty fisheries, salmon, troll, longline trawl fisheries, and worked his way up to be the natural resource director of the Makah tribe. So welcome back, David. Asia Shumalo is in the Washington seat. Asia recently became the executive director of the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative, following a 15-year career at NOAA. Asia has extensive experience with the federal fisheries management process. She's worked with the Pacific Council and 3 other councils on management plans affecting close to 150 managed species. And now Asia represents the commercial catcher processor vessels that harvest Pacific whiting within the jurisdiction of the PFMC. So welcome, Asia. This meeting comes at a difficult time for many reasons. Coastal communities and the fishing industry are grappling with closures. Have hit hard here. There's still some COVID-related hangovers. There's concerns about bycatch that are affecting our fisheries. There's new ocean uses like offshore wind. And of course, we have climate change and the ecosystem changes associated with that. Our chief scientist, Cisco Werner, frequently talks about non-stationarity, and that is that the systems that we have responsibility as stewards for are no longer behaving in the same patterns that we expect. This is a relatively recent phenomena. It's taxing our laws and our systems. And a lot of my focus in my time as the AA has been looking at how we reviewing national standards, guidance, governance, and looking how we might need to update those in light of climate change. So we will work together with this council, the recreational and commercial fishing sectors, states, tribes, and all of our partners to address these tough issues, to ensure sustainability, to increase the resilience of our fisheries, and to help the struggling communities. We know we need to tackle short and long-term issues, and in some cases, as mentioned, modernize our rules or innovate, update systems that were not set up for challenges posed by climate change. We are interested in focusing on social sciences and economics to better understand how the impacts of our decisions affect people, families, communities, and we're working to build capacity to better predict climate impacts to come. Again, a core tenet of the MSA is sustainability. So I know you're focused on that as you look to restore, adapt, and innovate to address the challenges in front of you now. And I want to touch just briefly on a few of the issues that I know are on the forefront of your minds. I'm not going to get in the weeds, but in terms of keeping track of all the councils, Merrick regularly interacts with his counterparts, as do Brad and Pete. All of the councils are grappling with similar issues. And so one I wanted to just start with is the current conversation around best available scientific information. I know you're discussing that. I know you're confronting challenges, including the need for additional data collection to support the West Coast fisheries. So I just want to acknowledge those needs and those challenges. We have them in every region. And the need to make decisions on the information we have when we wish we could collect and analyze more data. As you know, BASI is a cornerstone of our fisheries management and our protected resource mandates. So we at NOAA, and I know you are too, are constantly working to prioritize the limited resources that we have for data collection and to complement those by working with the states, with the commercial and recreational fishing sectors. We strive to fund our highest priority surveys and data needs, and then identify the gaps and the funding needs. That's an iterative process. We all know that the confidence our stakeholders and our constituents have in the decisions we make requires that they have confidence that they're based on the best available scientific information. So I know you're confronting issues involving data that we have, that the state has in areas where we are relatively data poor. And I just want to thank you for doing that. I hope you can work together to find an appropriate path forward. As mentioned, other councils grapple with these issues too. It's something at a recent meeting of the Marine Fisheries Advisory Committee in Kodiak, Alaska last week that was raised by Southern California recreational fishing representatives. And I appreciate you taking it on. Obviously, everything we do involves collaboration, and I want to acknowledge the partnerships that are critical to our efforts to collect data. And there's been a lot of innovation. A year ago in San Diego, I was out with Charter Boat Association collecting data on vermilion rockfish as you deal with the quillback rockfish. There's been a lot of partnerships and efforts to provide additional sampling with the recreational sector, the California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program, Cal Poly Humboldt, UC Davis, Bodega Marine Lab, to name a few. So we are open to continuing to collaborate and to look for ways to expand data collection. And I know that's on your agenda and our agenda. Second, a big focus of this administration has been seeking to restore salmon and looking at the connections between the rivers and the ocean and the full life cycle science and management for salmon. And that is increasingly, work of our science centers. And I know the closures in the fisheries were a disaster for folks, extreme economic hardship, and just came from Alaska, where salmon aren't returning to many rivers that are critical for the culture and subsistence of some of the Native Alaskan communities. So I want to acknowledge how difficult this is and that it's a priority focus for all of us. We want to take a holistic approach. We are taking a holistic approach. And the team in the West Coast region has been working nonstop is it nose to the grindstone? I don't think that's right, on the Central Valley work. The biological opinion on the long-term operation of the Central Valley. I know we've received several letters and important expert input from the council on improving water quality. Mark Gorelnik has talked to me about this many times and others at NOAA Fisheries. And we appreciate the recommendations and the urgency. I know your letters have articulated specific concerns in the regard to the interim operation plan. And I know that that the Bureau of Reclamation has reinitiated consultation. And that's what we're working on now, together with the state, on the new proposed actions for the CEVP operations and the SWP that the state oversees. We've taken a lot of your recommendations, technical assistance in regard to the Shasta operations, drought resilience, climate change impacts, and know you're very focused on essential fish habitat and water quality issues affecting salmon in the Central Valley and elsewhere. Going to hit on just a couple more issues. I'm not sure our time constraints. I just wanted to, Merrick mentioned offshore wind. That's something that's been very consuming for NOAA Fisheries, particularly with all the projects along the Atlantic coast. 10 projects have gone through the full regulatory process and been approved so far. So that is on your mind. I hope that this council and the West Coast can benefit from some of the lessons learned on the East Coast. And that's something we've been very focused on in NOAA Fisheries, and making sure the expertise and the experience that we've gained as we have navigated these first projects can be put to the benefit of the Pacific Coast. Our role in offshore wind is technically a consulting and a cooperating agency. The lead agency, as you all know, is the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and DOI, and I know they've presented to you many times. There's a lot still to learn as we look at how our marine stewardship and our responsibility and the impacts on tribes and other stakeholders are affected by offshore wind. We are releasing any day now a new strategic science plan that will guide our research and our investments. We don't necessarily have all the funding to do every element of this plan, but we wanted to put out there what we think the science needs are in terms of better understanding the impacts of offshore winds and how we mitigate those. So that will be coming out soon for folks to see, and hopefully by having a plan is often the first stage in securing more funding to implement that plan. As always, our collaborations and partnerships are critical. Probably goes without saying that offshore wind development and expansion is a primary strategy for mitigating greenhouse gas emissions from the electric sector. I think it's here, governors are embracing it. So how we do our work is critical to the impacts that offshore wind may have on our marine resources. I thought I'd end a little bit more upbeat. We have so many challenges and it's exciting and anxiety producing to be in your position and my position at this time. But we also have successes. So I wanted to just mention a couple before I close. One is the recovery of the Pacific bluefin tuna. That species has achieved a major milestone. It's exceeded the targets a decade ahead of schedule. The rebuilding of the Pacific bluefin tuna is a fisheries management success, and we should remember to celebrate our successes. The international organizations that cooperated across the whole Pacific reversed decades of overfishing for what is a prized and majestic species. The International Science Committee for Tuna and Tuna-like Species in the North Pacific Ocean, known as the ISC, which included many NOAA researchers and folks around this table, provided scientific expertise and finalized the new stock assessment in 2024. That assessment confirmed that the stock had reached its rebuilding target in 2021. So therefore, the stock is not subject to overfishing. It is now rebuilt. And again, it's something I think we should celebrate. And the important role of science and the important role of close collaboration in achieving that success. Another success in this region is the historic removal of the dams in the Klamath River. That is incredible. These 4 dams have come down this year after decades of work and advocacy by the tribes in that area and by NOAA scientists. It gives the Klamath River the opportunity to restore and become what it once was, the 3rd largest salmon producing river in the nation, and where nothing happens immediately when it comes to habitat restoration. And I think that's the timescales in the work that we are all engaged in can be difficult because everybody wants instant gratification. So we're seeing sedimentation and some impacts that we expected after those dams come down, but we're truly opening up spawning opportunities and new connections that will allow the salmon in that river to rebound. Again, we should celebrate that. It is huge, historic, and the best restoration project when it comes to taking dams out that we've ever seen in the world. And then lastly, I wanted to emphasize that under this administration and working with Congress, we've had the opportunity to have significant new resources through the bipartisan infrastructure law. and the Inflation Reduction Act. And yes, Merrick, we finally got the money for the councils to do additional work on climate change out the door. A lot of that funding has gone in grant programs for West Coast salmon, tribal treaty fishing rights, transformational habitat restoration, coastal resilience projects. And we've also had the opportunity to use it to fill gaps in our surveys and to work to modernize our data collection efforts. We have funded over 200 grants to date, including $223 million to tribal nations and indigenous communities. And there's more to come. We have 4 grant programs under those statutes that are rolling out this fall and winter. So I just want to commend those programs to all of the constituencies that are listening, because there's more opportunities to restore habitat, to build capacity in underserved communities, and to reconnect our rivers for the fish. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, it's wonderful that I get a chance to be here in Spokane. We've been doing a number of field trips and meeting with tribes in this beautiful area. And I'm sure every region thinks they're the best, but you've got a terrific region here in the Pacific.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Questions for Janet? Corey Writings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Janet, for being here and providing us with that update. I had a question about the social sciences and economics that you mentioned. Traditionally, the social sciences, including economics, has played a smaller role in your agency. And it's nice to hear you recognize them. I personally think we need more of that to help us address the deeply complex challenges that are coming our way and we're grappling with right now. Could you talk a little bit more about your vision for what that looks like moving forward?
Thank you. Yes, and I want to start by saying I was recently in Boston at the SCS 8 meeting. So that is the heads of all the science and statistical committees. And there was a full day with economic presentations and a lot of discussion, which I want to engage further with the councils about how economics and social data and analyses fit into the work you're doing and the requests they get for information on stocks and science from the councils. So I think there's a lot of work to do to figure out, and that was a big discussion about specifically under MSA, the weight you give and the regard for social sciences and economic information. So my vision is to invest more in, when we did our equity and environmental justice strategy, one of the conclusions was that we were under represented in the social sciences. So we're using some of our IRA money to invest further in the social sciences, whether that's staff, collecting more data or working with partners. And I think we need to work together to figure out how, as we look at all of the national standards, National Standard 8 about coastal communities, National Standard 4 about allocation, how we build in the social sciences and the economic information into the work of the council. So I think that's something we need to do together, but we need to start by having better information. And we went over a draft economic snapshot for the state of Alaska that we've been working on that we're going to release soon. And a lot of the economic factors that are depressing the seafood sector are global in nature. So we had a lot of discussion at the MAFAC meeting about how NOAA Fisheries really needs to work with other federal agencies as well as we look at issues like trade and imports that affect the economics of our fisheries.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? All right. Well, Janet, you're going to be here tonight at the chairman's introduction, so we have time to interact with you there. But we just really appreciate having you come and speak for us and meet with us. And it's always good to see your face. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. It's great, or Mr. Chairman. It's great to be here. I look forward to seeing you more.
Thank you. So this is public comment, open public comment. I believe we had Teresa Labriola, I believe, is We have one speaker, right? Or one commenter? Yeah. So Teresa, are you there?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Pettinger, members of the
Welcome.
council. Thank
Welcome.
you so much. Yeah, and welcome to our new council members. I look forward to working with you in the future. I am Teresa Labriola. I'm speaking this morning on behalf of the Nature Conservancy, providing the council with a brief update on some work that we've been doing. We want to continue to express our appreciation to the council for your work to advance ecosystem-based fisheries management. As most of you know, we've been working in cooperation with the council to develop a workshop to advance the council's work on Initiative 4, bringing ecosystem and climate information into harvest setting and to help ensure sustainable fisheries in coastal communities for generations to come. We have scheduled a workshop called Climate Resilient Fisheries Management, Risks and Rewards for October 16th and 17th in Portland, Oregon. And in late June, I sent invitations to members of the council, stakeholders, other management teams and advisory bodies, with an open invitation for those who are interested in participating in this cooperative discussion to attend. In service of that today, I've attached to these public comments. So in the briefing book, there will be our current draft agenda. And just want to again extend an invitation for participants who want to, people who would like to learn about and reflect on the council's work to develop risk tables for connecting ecosystem and climate science to the harvest setting process, and to explore opportunities to expand ecosystem tables and discuss other tools for building climate resilient fisheries. The best way, if anyone is interested, is to contact me directly. My email will be in the public comment submitted in the briefing book. So thank you so much. And I look forward to hearing your discussions this week on Initiative 4 and the IRA projects. And we are continuing to take your thoughts and discussions into account when planning, final preparations for this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? All right. I'm not seeing any. Okay. I think that takes care of public comment. And so with that, I think we're going to go to C1 and a question. Sharon Keever.
Mr. Chairman, not a comment to Teresa's testimony, but letting the council know that I have signed up for that workshop.
Very good. Thank you, Sharon. Anyone else? All right. Okay. And with that, I'm going to pass the gavel to our vice chair, and Vice Chair Hassman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all. We're going to shift topics here and move into our first cross-fishery management plan item, marine planning. I see Kerry Griffin is quickly organizing his papers and microphone. So Kerry, when you're ready, why don't you start your overview?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Council members, good morning. This is agenda item C1, marine planning. I'll give a overview of the agenda item, and then we'll move into several reports we have and presentations. The Pacific Council's Ad Hoc Marine Planning Committee met online on August 12th of this year to consider current issues and activities related to offshore wind energy development and fisheries issues on the Pacific Coast, and to produce a report that's in the advanced briefing book, that's C1A MPC Report 1 for the Council's consideration, not at the June meeting, at the September meeting. All of the MPC meetings are recorded and available for viewing. That was at the Council's request. So if you wanted to go back and listen to part or all of that meeting, it's available on our website. real quick, some of the major topics that were covered were a presentation from representatives from the U.S. Department of Energy and the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory on offshore wind energy transmission planning across the West Coast. You'll hear more about that under the MPC report. We also got a presentation from a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service representative on the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. That was at the council's request from last June, I think. And then we also got a presentation from the Oregon Sea Grant on data gaps related to long-term cumulative effects analysis relative to offshore wind. There's been a lot of discussion on that topic, you know, the long-term coast-wide cumulative effects type of approach or analysis and the data necessary to inform that. You'll hear more about that as well. And then, as with all of our MPC meetings, we have updates from the states, the tribal update, and the National Marine Fisheries Service as well. Your action today is to consider the Marine Planning Committee report and provide guidance as appropriate. A little more specifically, there's a couple of recommendations in the MPC report about staying engaged, especially on fisheries issues in offshore wind transmission planning and in general, as well as to consider writing and submitting a comment letter in response to the Department of Energy's request for information. For reference materials, there are 4 attachments. Attachment 1 is a letter from the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission to Washington Governor Inslee. Attachment 2 is also from the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Attachment 3 is the Department of Energy's request for information on offshore wind energy transmission planning. Attachment 4 is an outline of the key points this was put together by the MPC and the Habitat Committee. We weren't able to put together a full letter, just there wasn't enough time to make that happen, but we did put in this this outline that hits the high points and would serve as the basis of a letter if the council chooses to move forward with that. There's supplemental reports from 3 advisory bodies, CPSAS, the Habitat Committee, and the GAP. There's also a slide, NIMF's PowerPoint slide that I think NIMFS will speak to. There's at least 1 written public comment and 1 or 2, last I saw, signups for oral public comment. And then one thing I also want to note is that while we don't have any presentations from the DOE or the PNNL, those representatives are online today. So if any questions come up from the council that we or Mike Conroy can't answer, then we'll have those people available online. And then as far as order of events, we'll start with after this overview, we have Rick Yard from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to give just a verbal overview of what's happening and what's coming in the offshore wind world. And then we'll go to the C1A, the MPC Report 1, and Mike Conroy will deliver that. He has a slideshow. And then again, we have the 2 attachments, which were tribal report, if Mr. Sones wants to speak to that. And then we'll move to the NIMFS report. And then we have the 3 supplemental advisory body reports. And again, there's some public comment. I already talked about your action today. It's council discussion and guidance as appropriate. And I mentioned the outline of the letter that you could consider. So that concludes my overview. I'd be happy to take any questions about the agenda in general. If not, we could move on to Rick Yard from BOEM.
Thank you, Carrie. Let me pause and see if there are any questions on the overview. A lot of materials there. I'm not seeing any questions. So before we move on, I just want to note we had a change of seats here. Mr. John Ugoritz is in the California Department of Fish and Wildlife seat. Mike Harrington is in the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife seat. For all our virtual participants, I will try to pay attention to my screen here and see when you've raised your hand. So with that, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Rick Yard, who is online. Rick, good morning.
Hi, this is Ingrid Biedron calling with BOEM. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Rick's just having a little bit of trouble connecting his audio right now. So we just wondered if you can circle back to us, maybe let someone else go first and come back to BOEM.
We certainly can do that. So stay online, and I see Mike Conroy is here ready. So Mike, why don't you give us the MPC reports?
Thank you.
Yeah, I can certainly do that. And we do have a PowerPoint that I will wait for. But yeah, the presentation that you're about to receive, it summarizes, as Carrie noted, the August 12th Marine Planning Committee meeting, and also will set up a discussion on a supplemental attachment 4, which is within the briefing book, and it is entitled Outline and Bullet Points in Response to the U.S. Department of Energy Request for Information Regarding Interregional and Offshore Wind Transmission on the U.S. West Coast. As Carrie also noted, the Marine Planning Committee received presentations from the Department of Energy's Grid Deployment Office, not Development Office. We misstated that in our report, so falling on the sword on that one. The Pacific Northwest National Lab, PNNL, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NIMS, a tribal update, as well as updates on activities within California, Oregon, and Washington, including one from Oregon Sea Grant. Next slide, please. So DOE and PNNL presented on offshore wind transmission planning. For anyone who may have an interest in learning more, I would suggest watching the recording of the August 12th meeting. This presentation begins at around the 8-minute mark. And as Carrie noted, I believe that Katie and Travis from PNNL and Katie from DOE are listening, and we may be able to call on them should there be any questions that I'm unable to answer, which will probably be any of them. The presentation focused on 2 efforts which are currently underway. One is efforts to engage with various stakeholders and tribal nations on offshore wind transmission across California, Oregon, and Washington. And the other is on conducting an analytical campaign to develop a West Coast offshore wind transmission study, which will help inform portions of the offshore wind transmission action plan for the West Coast. The presentation was broken down into 3 segments. PNNL provided a high-level overview of the energy transmission infrastructure, process, and planning. Just for clarity, infrastructure associated with offshore wind includes just about everything other than the turbines themselves. So electrical cables, cable corridors, substations, transformers, converters, and the like. It does not include the turbines themselves. Secondly, DOE's Grid Deployment Office and PNNL discussed their convening efforts and how fishing communities can provide feedback to inform the transmission study. And then ultimately, the publication of the aforementioned action plan for the West Coast offshore wind transmission. So just at a high level, this slide shows current methods of getting power generated offshore to the end user. As you will notice, it shows an offshore converter station. Those receive AC power from the turbines and convert it to DC power before transmitting it to shore. Only one has been deployed worldwide a couple of weeks ago off Europe, which isn't expected to be operational until 2026. So, and the Sunrise offshore wind project off the East Coast intends to use an offshore converter as well. Per PNNL, it is unlikely that an offshore converter station will be utilized for any of the 5 current leases off of California. But next slide, please. So this slide depicts DOE's vision for the convening series that are going to be focused on those who could be affected by or interact with offshore wind energy transmission. One day after our MPC meeting on August 13th, DOE's Grid Deployment Office published a request for information seeking input regarding issues related to the planning and development of electric transmission facilities to service offshore wind power generating stations on the U.S. West Coast. Responses for that are due October 3rd. And as Carrie noted, the Marine Planning Committee and Habitat Committees collaborated in developing an outline and bullet points of a potential council response to the RFI. We'll come back to that in a little bit. These efforts will lead, as I mentioned, to publication of the transmission study, which will inform some of the elements of the West Coast Offshore Wind Transmission Action Plan. A similar effort was recently completed for the Atlantic. Next slide, please. So, and I apologize, this slide is difficult to really get down to the nuances are, but I think it will paint an important picture for you all. The transmission study will model power plants and transmission lines across the West, considering realistic scenarios for 15 and 33 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2035 and 2050, respectively. This slide depicts 4 realistic scenarios, which DOE is determined is calling topologies A through D, which will be compared. It portrays a vision of the anticipated scope and scale of offshore wind development off the U.S. West Coast. The 2 scenarios on the left look at the 2035 time horizon, where 15 gigawatts of offshore wind is generated, while the 2 on the right extend out to 2050, where 33 gigawatts is envisioned. If you look closely, 3 out of the 4 contemplate offshore transmission lines running from Northern California to Central California. Next slide, please. So this slide includes the Marine Planning Committee's recommendations related to transmission planning. The first 3 are taken directly from the MPC report. NIMS currently participates in DOE's Fisheries subgroup established for transmission planning. The MPC supports this and recommends the council do so as well. The Fisheries subgroup that has been established does not include any members from the fishing or seafood industry. The MPC believes that the fishing subgroup would benefit from industry participation. The last item arose subsequent to submission of the Marine Planning Committee report to the advanced briefing book. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to steal Rick's thunder with regards to what he intends to speak for BOEM. You can see on the screen here what I envision he will be talking to. I will note that BOEM recently did publish the representative project design envelope for floating offshore wind energy, a focus on the California 2023 federal leases. The assumption is that this will be the foundation of the draft programmatic EIS that we're expecting later this fall for those 5 lease sites. NIMS is still making progress on the Pacific Fishery Effort Mapping Project in collaboration with Pacific states and the states of California, Oregon, and Washington. It is anticipated that the West Coast Offshore Wind Strategic Plan will be released shortly. Additionally, NIMS sent its ESA letter of concurrence and EFH conservation recommendations to BOEM and the Army Corps related to site assessment and characterization activities associated with leasing off of Oregon. Earlier this month, BOEM published a study prepared by NOAA's Fisheries, Northwest Fisheries Science Center and the West Coast region entitled Socioeconomic Characterization of West Coast Fisheries in Relation to Offshore Wind Energy Development. This report aims to provide a general overview of West Coast fisheries and fisheries information relevant to consider in assessing the potential impacts of offshore wind. It is drawn from experiences and methods used in federal fisheries management. I do believe that we're going to have a more detailed conversation about this study during our October 9th MPC meeting upcoming. Since the MPC report was published in the advanced briefing book, we also learned that NIMS has pushed back the timeline on publication of the draft programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas in the Southern California Bight. We are now expecting to see that in late-ish November. We also received a very informative presentation from the Fish and Wildlife Service focusing on the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and offshore wind activities. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act's key function is to prohibit the take at any time, by any means, or in any manner of migratory birds unless otherwise authorized. The regulations include a list of species protected, including many seabird species that may interact with offshore wind farms off the coast of California, in the California ecosystem. What is meant by take is a subject well outside the overview presented in our report, but was addressed admittedly at a very high level during the Fish and Wildlife presentation. I do believe you'll be receiving a tribal update during this agenda item, so I won't speak to what was discussed and what was included in our report on that. Next slide, please. So with regard to state-specific updates in California, the California Energy Commission finalized its draft strategic plan for offshore wind as required by AB 525. The Energy Commission also published a report entitled Draft Wave and Tidal Energy, Evaluation of Feasibility, Costs, and Benefits. In support of this, the Energy Commission held a workshop on August 8th. Two required elements of this feasibility study as outlined in SB 605, identification of suitable sea space in both state and federal waters, and a robust monitoring strategy will be addressed during phase 2 with promised coordination and consultation with state and local agencies, California Native American tribes, fishermen, the wave and tidal energy industry, and stakeholders. With regard to Oregon, we received updates on the PacWave South construction process. The PacWave facility is a grid-connected wave energy test facility developed in partnership with the DOE, State of Oregon, Oregon State University, and local stakeholders. The final phase of construction, which is cable installation, is scheduled to conclude by October 15th of this year. With regard to the Oregon CZMA consistency process, this was issued in response to BOEM's request for a consistency determination related to offshore wind activities allowed under proposed leases off of the Oregon coast. The Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development, or the Coastal Management Program, conditionally concurred on this request from BOEM. A link to their letter is included in our MPC report. I just want to make note of a report that was uploaded recently. Supplemental Information Report 5 is from an Oregon delegation that went to Scotland on a study tour to learn about challenges and opportunities related to offshore wind development off of Scotland. The report summarizes some of the key things heard by Oregon study participants. Chair Pettinger was a member of that delegation, and I will defer to him for any comments that he may wish to make. With regard to Washington, during your June meeting, we highlighted a report submitted to the governor that included a number of recommendations for offshore wind planning and stakeholder engagement should the state consider adding offshore wind to its energy portfolio. The Washington Coast Marine Advisory Committee, WCMAC, held a special meeting on July 10th to consider this report, which resulted in an August 1st letter to the governor providing its comments and recommendations on the GridWorks report. There is a link to this letter in the MPC report as well. The WCMAC also met last week where initial discussion on a regional research consortium on offshore wind took place, and I will defer to Corey Niles if he wishes to provide additional comments on these. Next slide, please. So we also wanted to provide a brief update on an idea we presented to you last November. We are continuing to work on developing a high-level framework document for identifying key issues, data gaps, and potential impacts of offshore wind on tribal, commercial, and recreational fisheries, fishing communities, and the marine environment. This document is also intended to describe an approach to address information gaps needed to inform council comments and recommendations around offshore wind developments and potential cumulative impacts to the resources and communities under the council's purview. In May of this year, a number of West Coast universities announced the formation of a Pacific Offshore Wind Collaborative, which is intended to enable the universities, host communities, and tribal nations to share resources, co-develop best practices, and design comprehensive research programs that reflect the dynamic nature of the ocean environment and the diversity of community perspectives. As mentioned, the WCMAC discussed a regional research consortium on offshore wind. Within California, the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation is working on an offshore wind environmental monitoring guidance. The goal being to provide essential reference and guidance for regulators, developers, and stakeholders involved in offshore wind projects in California, ensuring effective monitoring of environmental impacts. Similarly, Dr. Karina Nielsen from Oregon Sea Grant, provided the Marine Planning Committee with a roundup of offshore wind energy research activities in Oregon. Dr. Nielsen ID'd Active and relevant research is underway in a number of following broad categories, and I'll refer to her slides for a list of what those broad categories are. As I said, I would encourage anyone who has an interest in learning more about this to view the recording on the MPC meeting, and in particular, Dr. Nielsen's report. We assume that the West Coast Oceans Alliance will play a role in coordinating efforts across the states, as they have expressed an interest in the need for a more comprehensive understanding of the impacts of current and emerging issues. I'm almost done. Next slide, please. This is the year at a glance slide that we share with you each meeting. I will note that this differs from the version that you've seen in the report submitted to the briefing book, just to the extent that we move the draft programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas from Q3 to Q4. We do not have an envisioned timeline yet for phase 2 of this SB 605 Wave Entitled Energy Feasibility Study that should include a discussion on suitable sea space and monitoring strategies. We anticipate the council being interested in that process, as it could impact fishing communities. And next slide, please. So this summarizes our request to you during this meeting. Discuss and task the MPC and Habitat Committee to develop a response to the Department of Energy's request for information. This response will be based on supplemental attachment 4. 2 options here for your consideration. Either we can go through the QR process, or as we've done before, bless us to write a letter and work through the chair and the executive director to frame the letter based on the outline and bullet points, and bypass the QR process and submit directly to the Department of Energy on or before 2 p.m. on October 3rd. Next slide, please. And that's it. And I'll be happy to take any questions that you may or may not have.
Thank you, Mike. Lots of information there. I'll look around and see any questions for Mr. Conroy on the MPC report. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm interested in the bird aspect of your presentation, and maybe a little bit more elaboration. Mike, I know if you and I went out and shot some short-tail albatross and some cormorants and like that, we'd end up in jail, probably for a very long time. And so, when these windmills get through pureeing seabirds, what is the conversation about these seabird Cuisinarts? Are there active bird organizations, Audubon Society? It just kind of seems up last time, 8 years ago, when this was in vogue, it kind of got blanketed over and don't talk about it. Nobody said anything. And so I'm just wondering the devastation. I was at a GAP meeting, Mr. Vice Chair, yesterday, about 22 boats that got tickets for not having their bird flags up when they were fishing. That's not the right word for it, but I don't have the right words, so they wouldn't catch seabirds. And now we're going to plunk down these devices that will probably have a devastating effect. So could you elaborate a little bit more on what effort that is, if you can? Maybe that's an unfair question to you. I'm sorry, I apologize, but it always just bewilders me. Out there, it's just not as, I guess, watched as it is if we were to do something inland. So thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, unfairness of the question aside, it's a valid question. And there's a differentiation between what's allowed under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and what would be allowed under the Endangered Species Act. The tenor of the conversation that we got from Fish and Wildlife Service was focused primarily on the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Their ESA specialist from the Fish and Wildlife Service was unavailable. But that was something that was brought up. Another thing that was brought up is let's assume for the sake of argument that there is a take of a short-tailed albatross by the offshore wind industry. How does that in turn then impact fisheries? And that was a question that we asked. That was the question that was unanswered. That was a question that was supposed to be, reported back to us. So to the extent that I don't know the answer to the question that you asked with regard to where are the bird organizations on this, I know that they're engaging on it. Is it the time to do that? Arguably not. We don't know what these projects are going to look like. We don't know how big the rotors are going to be or the turbines are going to be. So it's absent that more definitive ability to picture what they're going to be flying around. It might be premature to go into that, but having said that, it's not premature to get questions or get answers to the questions about how a take of a avian species could impact fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mike, for that really thorough presentation and a lot of information and the report as well. I'm going to follow up here on the seabird Cuisinarts. I also have a question. In your report, I think it's on page 6, it's noted that the MPC is interested in better understanding how U.S. Fish and Wildlife will conduct the MBTA authorization and ESA consultation for offshore wind. But it appears that a detailed analysis will occur at the construction and operation plan phase. So I'm curious if the MPC had any discussion about if and how the timing of that could be potentially problematic.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thanks, Corey, for that question. We didn't discuss that verbatim as you worded, but I think some of the back and forth with Dr. Green sort of hit on that. So I feel somewhat comfortable in talking about this. At some level, waiting for as I mentioned when answering Butch's question, sorry. At some level, waiting for the COP does seem to make sense. We won't know the details of a proposed development, i.e. turbine size, location, how far apart they are, including what the potential mitigation measures are to avoid those impacts onto seabirds. We won't know those until the COPs are released. The Fish and Wildlife Service did acknowledge the different purposes of the two acts. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act is focused on conservation, while the ESA is focused on recovery. Having said that, during the Q&A, concern was raised about the thing I brought up with Butch about how would a take of a albatross by wind impact fisheries, and we weren't given an answer to that. So we sort of touched on it, but not directly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. I do have one question, Mike. I think it was 2 slides before your state activity slides. There was, it talked about, see if I can go backwards here. It was about seafood industry engagement and something. I guess I was under the assumption that there was a lot of seafood industry engagement. What's the gap, or can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I think I can. And I'll assume that I know what you're asking about. So the DOE and PNNL has established a fisheries subgroup to weigh in on fisheries related issues. As we noted, NIMS participates in that. When we asked DOE and PNNL if there was any direct fishing industry involvement in this subgroup, the answer was no. So one of our suggestions and our recommendations to them would be, bring the seafood industry into this so you can hear directly from us.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mike. I have, well, first on the seabird topic, I found the presentation we got from Dr. Green very informative and just maybe a first step, and would recommend folks who want to learn more about the Migratory Bird Treaty Act to watch the recording. It was, a lot of questions remain, and a distinction between, shooting an albatross would be a direct take, which I wouldn't don't do that. But there's also the indirect take is less clear under the regulations and laws, which was a learning experience. But yeah, thanks to Fish and Wildlife for making that happen. I do have, Mike mentioned Washington State updates, I can wait till council discussion, but I do have some somewhat breaking news from Washington that I can give now or wait until after reports and council discussion at your discretion, Mr. Vice Chair.
I think we can wait till council discussion on that. Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you all.
Okay, with that, Rick Yard has had difficulty connecting, but I believe Ingrid Biedron is online to deliver that report. Ingrid, thank you very much for being flexible, being able to do that. Are you ready now?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you for being flexible too.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Ingrid Biedron, a biologist with BOEM's Pacific region. And today I'll be giving the BOEM updates. So first, the California lessee updates. First of all, most communications plans have been submitted and are available. The lessees are conducting and planning geophysical surveys. They're also conducting and planning acoustic bat surveys. They're planning their geotechnical surveys and planning their buoy installations. So those are the updates for the current California lessees. The next update section is on California's future efforts. So California has been listed in BOEM's 5-year leasing schedule for 2028. There is continued consultation with tribal governments. There's continued collaboration with the state of California on the AB 525 strategic plan for 25 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2045. There's continued collection of data and information in partnership with NOAA's NCOS. And BOEM is conducting a programmatic EIS for the existing leased areas to identify potential mitigation measures, and the draft PEIS is expected later this fall. And then the final update is for Oregon and the Oregon Final Sale Notice, the FSN. The FSN was published in the Federal Register on September 3rd. The auction is scheduled for October 15th, 2024, beginning at 7 a.m. Pacific time. And the FSN, or the Final Sale Notice package, describes 2 lease areas, including maps and statistics, the FSN decision memorandum, the leases with stipulations for both Coos Bay and Brookings, talks about bidding credits, includes the bidder's financial form requirements, has the bidder's financial form addendum, and talks about the auction format and procedures, the procedure for lease issuance, and then specifies that the bid deposits are due by September 27th. And then also for Oregon, we wanted to acknowledge that there has been litigation filed for the Oregon lease sale by the, and I might say some of these names wrong, but the litigation has been filed by the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sioux Slaw Indians. And again, we just wanted to acknowledge that that litigation has been filed. So those are the updates, and I'm happy to take questions, and if I need to pass them on to Rick and get back to you, we're happy to do that too. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Biedron on her report, the BOEM report? Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ingrid. Last month, I did attend the Scotland offshore wind study group, and a statement was made by one of the representatives of the wind energy folks that we probably wouldn't see anything off of Oregon really in the water for 15 years. And I'm just kind of curious if that's really, I don't know why they would lie, but if that's really the case, why are we auctioning lease spaces off of Oregon in this year?
I mean, I would just say that BOEM is just going through the process that we go through. You know, we've gone through for wind lease areas in the past. So we go through the process and, you know, and then see what happens. We can't predict exactly how things will work out. So I don't think it's possible to put a number on how long it will take at this time. So I guess that's my answer is we go through the process and then we see how things work out. But we're just trying to step through the process as required by the law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any hands here. Thank you very much, Ingrid.
Thank you for the time.
All right, that will take us to our reports. And first, as Carrie had mentioned, there were 2 tribal reports there. I'll turn to David Sones and see if he wants to address those. David.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm going to have Steve Joner come up and give the reports. He's been working on this with the tribes.
Thank you. Good morning, Steve. And just turn on that microphone and
There we go. Okay,
Great.
good morning. So, yes, as was mentioned, there are 2 letters. They're both in the briefing book, so I'll briefly describe those. But before, I just want to acknowledge the effort of the National Marine Fisheries Service for sending a group of 21 folks to Nia Bay to meet with us, to meet with the tribe on this in June. That is a response to the Makah tribe's letter to the agency in October last year, requesting their assistance in addressing the very daunting task before us of trying to determine and understand the impacts to the California current ecosystem by the development of offshore wind energy. So they came to Nia Bay. Frank was one of the group, and the director, folks from the Science Center and others. We had a very productive time of discussing this and moving forward in our collaborative work in doing this research. And we very much look forward to the final draft of the strategic science plan that was mentioned this morning. And you've heard for 3 years my voicing the concerns to the ecosystem and the tribe's fisheries and their resources and their existence. And so we're very much appreciative of this and look forward to working with them on that. And though it is a daunting task, the tribes are undaunted in assuring that this work is done before any structures go in the water. So there were 2 letters sent this summer from the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, which represents the 20 Western Washington tribes. In June, the commission sent a letter to the governor in response to the GridWorks report stating that while it was a good start, it was not sufficient in the tribe's concerns, and that it was not appropriate for a consultant to carry out the work that state must do themselves and must work directly with the tribes as co-managers and co-sovereigns, and asked the governor to not support any development of offshore wind until we were able to reach consensus on this. And so there was a response from this yesterday, and that's the late breaking news that Corey has. So I'll leave it to him to give that report. And so I'll hold you in suspense till then. And then in July, there was a letter sent from the commission to BOEM stating that all 20 member tribes are now opposed to further development of offshore wind energy development, and that a request that BOEM cease all current activities until the agency can fulfill its trust responsibility in having meaningful consultation and reaching consensus with the tribes on this. So nothing really new there, other than now that's been formally announced that the tribes are now in opposition to this until these very serious concerns on impacts to the ecosystem and the tribe's fisheries are addressed. And then also, you're probably all aware that the Confederated Tribes filed a lawsuit. I was going to give a brief report on that, but their attorney, Mr. Rick Eichstead, is here. So I'll let him do that. I think he's prepared to speak on that. That's all I have. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you for the report and all of the documentation that was provided in the briefing book. I'm curious because we had the request for information that came out really quite late in terms of getting input in. Are there additional bullet points or comments you think that would be beneficial from a tribal viewpoint that have not been heard yet? Or do you think that that has been encompassed through things like the MPC and Habitat Committee reports and elsewhere in our process?
Yeah, through the chair, Krista, are you referring to the DOE? Yes, yes. I think they're adequately addressed in there. And but as we all know from this process, we don't know what all the questions are until it gets started, and then the questions come out. So I'm sure there'll be more as we move forward.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Steve, did you say there's another report from the tribal attorney that we would get, or?
Yes.
Okay. And who will give that?
Their attorney, Rick.
Okay. Then I'll welcome him up to the table. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and get started.
Good morning. My name is Rick Eichstead. I'm tribal attorney for the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Loramqua, and Siuslaw Indians. And I appreciate the time to provide an update. I actually signed up for public comment, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak now. As was mentioned by the BOEM representative, on Friday, the tribe filed suit in federal district court against BOEM for its environmental assessment, its finding of no significant impacts, and its final sale notice. That was not an action the tribe took lightly. Initially, the tribe supported offshore wind development off the Oregon coast with caution. And those cautions were BOEM needed to address upfront, what are the impacts going to be on fisheries, commercial and tribal fishing opportunities, and other habitat impacts. Throughout the process, the tribes submitted hundreds and hundreds of pages of comments. The tribe joined a delegation of, I believe, 13 tribes from Southern California all the way to Washington to go to DC to meet with BOEM, NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and others to express concern. The tribe's concerns throughout the process fell on deaf ears. BOEM repeatedly indicated, we don't know the answer. We'll get to that later. And unfortunately, the tribes heard many promises about big federally approved projects throughout its history and can't wait till virtually the end to understand what are the impacts going to be on the ocean, its habitat, and its fishing opportunities, as well as cultural resources. So that support resolution went to a neutral position and eventually to opposition and now to litigation. The tribe's not alone in its concern. We just heard about the concerns of the Washington tribes, affiliated tribes of Northwest Indians, the National Congress of American Indians have all expressed concern with offshore wind development. And generally the tribe's position, I can't speak for all of them, but certainly my client and others, is we don't oppose green energy development. We just need to know what the impacts are up front. It's got to be the right project in the right place with the right mitigation. And we can't wait till after there are vested financial interests in a project to determine what those are. And we believe not only does that make sense, but it also is the requirement of our bedrock federal environmental laws like NEPA. And so what does the tribe raise in its claims? It's classic NEPA claims, but we think it's very important to understand this, a project of this scope. BOEM analyzed two alternatives, their proposal and no action. And this body, NOAA Fisheries, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, all urged that BOEM do more than that, that they exclude important fish habitat and ocean habitat areas from its analysis. And that was reflected by tribal comments as well. And those comments, again, fell on deaf ears. The other comment, and it's one of the council members raised this question, is it okay to just analyze things later? And again, I mentioned this, the tribe doesn't think so. We think the public, the tribe, the state, commercial fishing, and coastal communities deserve to understand what is the impact early of a project of this scope, and including what are the cumulative impacts associated with offshore wind development in Oregon, along with development in California. And again, that's a request that was made, and BOEM said, don't worry about it. We may get to that later. So we remain open. On Friday, before the lawsuit was sent, the tribal chair sent a letter to the Oregon governor's office as well as BOEM, indicating a desire to continue to have discussions, to participate in the Oregon roadmap process, and a willingness to withdraw the lawsuit if BOEM is willing to meet its federal trust and consultation obligations to discuss these issues and try to reach resolution in a meaningful way. The tribe is also joined with a coalition of tribes and sent a letter recently to the White House calling for the creation of a White House Council on Native American Affairs work group that would consist of White House decision makers as well as top agency representatives to discuss offshore wind, to try to come up with a better path forward to address tribal concerns. Because I can tell you, I know of no West Coast tribe that supports these kinds of projects, from Southern California to Washington. And many of the concerns are identical. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or pass it on to the next point on the agenda.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Eichstadt on his report? And I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I believe that completes the tribal reports. I'll just confirm with Mr. Sones.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We have several reports to go. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back, and we will convene then with start with the NIMS report. So 10 minutes. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, if we can make some movement back to our seats. Our meeting. All right, thank you. Looks like we're all gathered around the table here, so we will commence with our management and advisory body reports. I will first turn to Frank Lockhart for the NIMS report. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And just a very short report, kind of updating the council on something that we first brought to the council family's attention last year. And so the slide is up there now. Thank you. And I won't read the slide. I'll just give you an update. And last summer, we shared for awareness with the MPC about the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 23, section 11319, requires the Departments of Homeland Security, Interior, and Commerce to enter in an agreement with the National Academy of Sciences to do a study of impacts on shipping and commercial, tribal, and recreational fisheries from development of a renewable energy on the West Coast. The slide shows you the topics that must be covered. Fisheries, the U.S. Coast Guard, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement are the agencies working on this. Our agencies have secured funding and are in the final steps of entering into contracts entering into a contract with the academies. After the contract is awarded, we'll finalize planning details with the academies, and we anticipate that the academies could be ready to solicit nominations for study committee members within the next few months. The study must be completed within a year of commencement and submitted to the Committee on Commerce, Science and Transportation and Energy and Natural Resources of the Senate and the Committees on Transportation and Infrastructure, Natural Resources, and Energy and Commerce of the House of Representatives. And the study will be made publicly available. We will continue to keep you posted on and share the Academy's nomination solicitation once it's announced. In the meantime, we encourage those in the council family to familiarize yourself with the topics to be addressed in the study and consider opportunities to participate in the study process. And that's it. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lockhart on the NIMS report? And carefully looking around, don't see any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we heard several references to activities and, excuse me. Oh, late breaking hand here. Mr. John Ugoritz. John?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and just checking my mic since it's the first time I have spoken.
We hear you just fine.
Thanks. Just quick question for Noah, and thanks, Frank, for the update. Will you be engaging directly with the states on that study? And if so, sort of what timeline should we expect some contact?
It's from my understanding, it kind of depends on the National Academy and how they're going to reach out. But I'm guessing from that question that would be something that you would be interested in and having the Academy reach out to the states on this.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, it seems like, given the desire to analyze impacts on fisheries, that we're going to need to be involved and just kind of looking forward to workload and coordination. Probably be good to get those discussions started early.
All right. I'll pass that up the chain and we might be able to report back on that at a later council meeting.
All right. Thank you. Anything further, John?
No, thank you.
All right. Dr. Len.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lockhart, for that report about the Academy of Sciences study coming up. This just strikes me as one more study that's being done while decisions are being taken. And just reflecting on some of the comments that we heard from our tribal representatives, how is all this timing going to line up? Other studies, we're sending in a letter about data analytical needs. How does all this line up with what's actually happening on the ground, lease sales and siting and so forth? Thank you.
Frank?
I'm not quite prepared to answer that right now, but I agree that it's a good question that we should probably have the answer to. So.
Right. Thank you. Look around again carefully. Any further questions on the NIMS report? Not seeing any. Again, thank you, Frank. Next, we heard these references to updates in Washington. I've asked Corey Niles to insert here a Washington report update on activities. So Corey, please go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And yeah, as Mike went over in the MPC report, the governor's office had a contracted with GridWorks to do a study of basically options for offshore wind planning, and the WICMAC had a special meeting on July 10th, as Mike mentioned, to respond to those recommendations. And then you heard Steve give the tribal report and the tribal input on that. And so yesterday, we got a letter from Governor Inslee sent to the WICMAC, which is the Washington Coastal Marine Advisory Council, and I believe the coastal treaty tribes, if not additional tribes, also got letters with the same message outlining the governor's response to the GridWorks report and offshore wind. And I just got this yesterday and read it this morning, but I'll just read a quick a couple sentences that I believe is the main message that the governor wants to send. It says, it is with this understanding that I have decided not to request a federal offshore wind planning process at this time. Instead, I believe that that Washington State will be best off pursuing additional research and state preparation prior to inviting a formal federal planning and evaluation process. The letter also emphasizes the importance of protecting tribal treaty rights and the marine ecosystem. And there are three main recommendations, I would call them. One is to seek funding for additional research on impacts of offshore wind. And secondly, for the state to study its authorities and options for planning. And then third is speaks to the state's interest in the offshore wind supply chain and in being part of the workforce and workforce planning there. So that's it. I did not think to post this letter when we got it yesterday to the briefing book, but we can do so if desired. And yes, and anyone would like a copy of the letter, please let me know if you haven't received it already.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Corey on the Washington update? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next, we'll move to our advisory body reports. First up, we have the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. Mike Okaneski is here to give that. Good morning, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I actually have two reports here, one for the GAP also. if that's okay. I'll be reading from agenda item C1B, Supplemental CPS AS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning Issues. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel thanks the Marine Planning Committee for another thorough and well thought out report. We remain concerned about the possible habitat effects of numerous industrialized offshore wind energy projects on CPS species across the West Coast. Several published studies emphasize the importance of currents and upwelling to the recruitment and survival of sardines and other CPS. No known studies delineate the effect industrialized offshore wind energy projects will have on these processes. Due to the essential role of CPS in the marine ecosystem and Pacific fisheries, we strongly urge the Pacific Fishery Management Council to press the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management to undertake studies of these potential impacts prior to advancing coastwide development to ensure that environmental costs are not disproportionate to the benefits from that development. And if I may, I'll do the other one.
Mike, let's pause first and see if there's any
Oh, I'm
questions on the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report. Any questions on that report? Take time to make sure everyone has a chance to raise their hand. Seeing no questions, please go ahead then. We'll go to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report.
Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Marine Planning. Regarding the Department of Energy's DOE request for information on supplemental attachment 4, outlined in bullet points, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, the GAP, supports the development of a council letter based on these ideas. We offer additional recommendations for that letter. Number 1, request the study include provisions for complete burial of transmission cables. Fishermen have experienced snagging fiber optic cables, and it can be prohibitively expensive to a fisherman if he is held liable. To that end, several cable committees on the West Coast and Alaska have worked with fiber optic companies to establish funds for repair and to hold fishermen harmless. No such pathway exists for power transmission cabling related to offshore wind, and thus the GAP feels it is imperative that the cables be buried. This would avoid severing any transmission cables, avoid any economic harm to fishermen, prevent the loss of fishing grounds, and prevent the disruption of habitat to some degree. The GAP emphasizes this would not be a panacea for approving offshore wind in its entirety, but is one facet that should be studied further. Number 2, studies regarding electromagnetic fields, EMF, from both AC and DC should be considered. Generally, studies have been done regarding AC current, but some developers may decide to use DC current to utilize offshore wind converters substations to convert to AC current to DC before transmitting ashore. While EMF is included under questions 1 and 2 pertaining to council managed fisheries, the GAP remains concerned both AC and DC current could affect state managed shellfish fisheries and should be included in the study. Number 3, regarding floating offshore converter stations, the GAP cautions these should be studied in more detail before including them as part of industrial offshore wind arrays. No operational offshore converter stations currently exist, and unintended consequences of including these could be problematic for the seafood industry, the marine environment, and or the habitat. With respect to the Marine Planning Committee MPC, summary of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, and DOE presentation on transmission planning, the GAP supports the MPC recommendation to include a seafood industry member or members on the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management / Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I will say that I believe we have that inaccurate. I was told that this morning about Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. That is informing the PNNL Northwest Fisheries Science Center socioeconomic modeling collaboration. We stand ready to work with the council or MPC to provide potential candidates for inclusion in this subgroup. The GAP would like to express our gratitude for keeping offshore wind energy and marine planning items on the council agenda and for the efforts of the MPC. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Lockhart.
On the, thank you for the testimony, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The last part of number 3 for the GAP, it talks about no operational offshore converter substations currently exist and the unintended consequences could be problematic. What about this is of concern? Was it the potential size of this installation, or is it something about DC versus AC, or is it just that you don't know what the potential impacts are and you're looking to have more information?
Well, I did not hear all the conversation from the GAP. And I didn't write this, but I've been around it a little bit. The big one is the electric magnetic fields themselves. If you look at the substations, they produce a high amount of hot water. I think it's something like it depends on the size, but up to 5 million gallons a day. That's one concern. Another is that they use petroleum products in the process, and quite a bit of oil is used for lubricant and stuff. I am not a technical expert at all in this, but this is just stuff I've heard. This is also brand new technology, and at this point, they don't really know how well it would work. The idea is to convert and not use AC for long distance because it has more loss of electricity on the route. So to convert it over to DC is thought to be a better way to go and save more power as you do it. Other than that, I don't have many answers. I hope that helps a little bit.
It did help. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Mike, for the GAP report. And I am out here in virtual world, so I don't hear as well as I would if I was in the room. So I think you got this, but I just wanted to, one point I wanted to clarify was just that ODFW has a member on the DOE Community Values subgroup, but she's not representing fisheries. So we would support the recommendation that DOE invite representation by a fisheries representative. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, that's what I understood this morning. So I didn't remember all the detail, but we did make an error in putting that on paper.
All right, thanks.
Right, thank you. Further questions on the Ground Fish Advisory Subpanel report? And I'm not seeing anything. Mike Harrington, I still see your hand up, I assume.
Yep, I'll lower it.
All right, thank you. That concludes the GAP report. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move to the Habitat Committee report. Mr. Scott Hippel is online to give that. Scott, you can go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I will be reading agenda item C1D, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report number 1. Apologize for the noise in the background. I am in a public space. The Habitat Committee suggests the following 2 additions to the Marine Planning Committee report. Number 1, for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Offshore Wind Leasing and Site Exploration of Oregon Wind Energy Areas section, the Habitat Committee would like to provide a brief summary to the Council on some of the key habitat-specific decision in BOEM's current leasing site characterization and assessment phase for Oregon WIAs. The Council, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the state of Oregon had provided several recommendations to BOEM to locate and protect essential fish habitat during this phase of BOEM's process and beyond. Most importantly, the recommendations were to omit aliquots with sensitive benthic habitats from leasing, conduct and fully process high-resolution mapping where data are lacking, produce fine-scale substrate classification maps and adhere to federal NOAA mapping characterization guidelines, prohibit boomers and sparkers, which are geophysical tools employing active sound source to provide profile seafloor strata, including sediment layers, faults, and rock outcrops, remove mid-ocean buoy anchors and other equipment after use, BOEM deferred to the Corps on that, require sufficiently sized buffers and around habitat areas of particular concern and other sensitive habitats to protect from anchoring and other bottom disturbing equipment and surveys. BOEM only partially accepted this last recommendation, but agreed to a minimum buffer size of only 1,000 feet for anchors and 250 feet for all other bottom disturbing activities. This is far smaller than the 1,000 meter buffer initially recommended by the Council and others in earlier responses to the WIAs. BOEM did agree to future coordination with agencies on some topics. Regarding the California Energy Commission's request for information monitoring marine debris related to floating offshore wind, entanglement, and structural integrity of turbines, we recommend the following. The California Energy Commission released requests for information to gather information on technologies that can monitor floating offshore wind infrastructure for entangled debris and related information and perspectives. Entanglement monitoring in conjunction with environmental and structural integrity monitoring technologies may provide an opportunity to decrease the cost and environmental impacts of floating offshore wind infrastructure. The comment period for this RFI closed on September 13th, 2024. Although Council wasn't able to comment on the RFI, perhaps there may be future opportunities for the Council to comment on the CEC's process to address these structural integrity issues related to floating offshore wind. And that concludes our written report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Happel on the Habitat Committee report? Take my time to look around. I see no hands. So thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you very much for the opportunity on behalf of the Habitat Committee.
That completes all our advisory body reports, takes us to public comment. There were 3, but we actually took one of those up during the tribal reports. So we have Larry Thievik and Heather Mann. Larry, you are first. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Council, my name is Larry Thievik. I am the president of the Washington Dungeness Crab Fishermen's Association, WDCFA, headquartered in Westport, Washington. The Dungeness crab fishery is sustainable and is the most valuable single species fishery on the coast. The role this council provides in communications to BOEM is critically important to all West Coast fisheries, whether federally managed or not. I have appreciated recognition by this council how important state-managed fisheries are, and that in conjunction with council-managed fisheries are necessary and additive to the economic success and resilience of all West Coast fishing activities and fishing communities. I am a member of the Washington Coastal Marine Advisory Council, known as the WCMAC, and although not highlighted in the MPC Washington Update Summary, it is important to note that the WCMAC letter to the governor on the GridWorks offshore wind report included a majority opinion to not initiate a formal engagement with BOEM at this time. It is also worth noting or repeating that BOEM representatives at the MPC reiterated that there are no current lease activities planned in Washington. I also want to acknowledge and respectfully thank the Northwest Indian Fish Commission's willingness and intent to share letters during the MPC meeting and again today that were sent to Governor Inslee and to Bohm. And now, with the new news that Corey Niles presented, we welcome the governor's apparent decision not to engage with Bohm at this time. I attended the August 12th MPC meeting virtually and appreciated that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was invited to speak to the International Migratory Bird Treaty Act and potential interaction with seabirds and offshore wind development activities. I was hoping to hear more than I did relative to the service's concern on potential takes of seabirds generally, and specifically ESA-listed avian species from proposed West Coast offshore wind developments. Short-tailed albatross and the marbled murrelet are the two seabird species listed under the ESA in our ecosystem and are also described in the service's list of bird species of conservation concern. In both 2019 and 23, the service and NMFS reported to this council that bycatch of short-tailed albatross in the West Coast groundfish fishery continues to be, and I quote, a major conservation concern, unquote, and that a biological opinion on recommended takes should not exceed 5 estimated takes in 2 years or 1 observed take in 2 years, and that recommendation presently guides fisheries management expectations and regulations on short-tailed albatross bycatch in the West Coast groundfish fishery. Further, in the June 2023 report to the PFMC from NMFS on a proposed regulatory action on bycatch, its purpose was stated, and I quote, to further reduce interactions between ESA-listed seabirds and groundfish longline gear relative to current levels of take, and was needed to comply with the 2017 Service's biological opinion by minimizing endangered short-tail albatross take to levels judged not to jeopardize the continued existence of the species, unquote. With that level of expressed concern, biological opinion, and regulatory action on fisheries, one might expect a close look at the potential of coastwide buildouts of offshore projects to cause potential negative impacts to ESA-listed short-tailed albatross, and that would prompt a similar or higher level of concern from those impacts on potential displacement, avoidance, and potential harm from blade collisions to the species. The MPC and public comment asked the service, what are expectations of acceptable takes from offshore wind, and how would they relate to the limit on takes in the groundfish fishery? Would they be additive? If offshore wind takes exceeded the biological opinion for fisheries, would fisheries be shut down? Would offshore wind be shut down? Would both be shut down? How many more takes of this endangered ESA-listed species, if any, would be allowed? Little clarity or explanation was offered by the service. The answer that was provided was, we will look at potential takes when we have a COP in hand and then have consultations to consider those potential takes. I ask of all of you, where have we heard that before? In other words, after Bohm sells the lease, after the lease fees and rents are collected, after site assessment and survey activities, and after construction and operation plans, we will look at the takes issue. Again, the ongoing offshore wind lease theme, to lease first and ask questions later, continues to prevail. The contrast between, and I quote, a major conservation concern, unquote, for impacts from one ocean use, in this case fishing, and the expressed impact concern from another ocean use, in this case offshore wind, could hardly be more clear. The service admitted that offshore wind marine avian impact study is nascent and that the science has high uncertainty. That, it would seem, would foster more caution, more research, and once again elevate the need for a programmatic look at offshore wind impacts coastwide prior to lease activities. The amount of takes overall of ESA listed avian species from all potential ocean activity that would not exceed, and I quote again, levels judged not to jeopardize the continued existence of the species, unquote, I argue, should be currently identifiable and a current concern and should be currently described. Excuse me. I offer this discussion because it continues to show by example how selective and flawed this BOEM lease process has been and continues to be. It is backwards and hasty, it is agenda driven, and it is data poor. And that view is commonly shared among stakeholders, conservation groups, fisheries managers, high government officials, and tribal sovereigns. As spoken to earlier, the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians felt compelled, after dealing with BOEM over a considerable time, to file a lawsuit intended to stop the October lease sales and force BOEM to do a comprehensive environmental review process that honestly looks at the impact that wind energy will have on coastal resources. In closing, the Washington Dungeness Crab Fishermen's Association continues to stand with all of those calling for a halt to this process and a halt to the proposed BOEM lease auctions off of Oregon in October. And I thank you for providing me this time to comment.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Thievik on his testimony? Take my time. No hands. Thank you again, Larry. And next we have Heather Mann with us. Good morning, Heather. Go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I'm also the coordinator for the informal coalition Protect U.S. Fishermen, and appreciate the time to speak. I'll be fairly brief. I had 3 or 4 comments that I wanted to make, and I wanted to start off first thanking the tribes, all of them, but in particular the Confederated Tribes, for moving forward with the litigation off the state of Oregon. I'm very hopeful that MTC will, at the very least, be submitting a friend of the court letter, if not being even more helpful as we can be. And I'm encouraging other groups to do that as well in coordination with the tribe. Second, I want to thank the council for their continued willingness to put this on the agenda. I know that there are council members and perhaps council staff that feel maybe too much time is spent on this issue, or that maybe it should be addressed in different places. It really, really needs to stay on the council's agenda. And I think hearing from the tribes and their experiences with BOEM over the last several years, coupled with the experiences that I and other fishermen have had, that marine scientists have had, that environmentalists have had, that county commissioners and community residents have had, we really need someone speaking out on our behalf with the science that we're talking about. And that is this council process. And you've done a really excellent job of doing that. And I implore you to continue to make time to do that. In particular, I was struck listening to the EEJ presentations in the GAP this morning and thinking about a lot of the executive orders that are coming out of President Biden's administration or have come out about lifting up tribal voices, about environmental justice, about serving underserved communities, all those things that are making its way through every action that this council takes. This is a stark example of marginalized communities being steamrolled by a federal agency, and that is BOEM. And so having your voice in this process is critical. And so I want to thank you for that and ask you to continue that. The other point I wanted to make had to do with the exchange that Chair Pettinger had with our BOEM representative on the phone earlier this morning when he asked the question about why lease now. And the response was something along the lines of we're following our process. We'll just see what happens. That is the constant response that we get. I took a delegation of fishermen, including Brad, to Washington, D.C. early this year. We met with Director Klein face to face. She said it's out of her hands. President's driving the process. Everybody passes the buck. Nobody is held accountable. And so we really need you in this process. And finally, I'll close with, I was listening online to Ms. Janet Queets' comments. And when she spoke about offshore wind, she made a comment that West Coast governors are embracing it. While that's certainly true in California, that is not true in Washington and Oregon at a level of just being gung-ho as Governor Newsom is. Both hearing from what Corey just shared with us from Governor Inslee, but having worked closely with Governor Kotek over the last year or two, they're taking a very careful approach in Oregon and Washington. And so I just felt that was a little bit of a mischaracterization of the governor's desire for offshore wind and wanted to correct that. And I'm happy to answer any questions. That's it.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Ms. Mann on her testimony? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for your testimony. I'm in agreement with you in terms of, I think the council needs to be involved in this process, that we provide a vehicle for a variety of stakeholders to engage and get their comments in. Sometimes it feels like letters aren't enough. And I am just curious because you really are the kind of central loci on the West Coast in terms of getting the information out. What, if anything, the council could do in addition to QR letters or letters of support or just, you know, what we have currently been doing, if there's something additional we could do to help really support the engagement that fishermen up and down the coast, but particularly in Oregon, have been involved with for the last however many years it's been more than a couple at this point.
Thank you through the vice chair. Thank you, Krista, for the question. One of the things that the council's been really good at so far, in addition to writing letters, is when you discuss this agenda item and you create a really robust record for those letters. I and others have often used quotes and tapes and videos to share our concerns or share what the Pacific Council is saying with others. That is very helpful. I'd like to brainstorm a little bit more on what is and is not within the council's purview in terms of perhaps, you know, doing a press release, or could a council member do an op-ed that would go to the Oregonian or something along those lines. I think that could be really effective. Right now, what we're focused on in Oregon, frankly, is stopping the lease auction from happening. But at the same time, educating folks about offshore wind. And what I say to folks, and I would encourage you all to say to folks, is, you know, this isn't about denying that the climate is changing. This is not about being anti-renewable, but it's about doing your research and understanding what is unknown and thinking about, and this came up at our discussion in DC with Director Klein, you know, thinking about the situation with the dams and the unintended consequences that came from that. You know, we got inexpensive energy and we got renewable energy, but we put salmon on a path to extinction, and billions of dollars have not been able to fix that. And we don't want to see that in the ocean. So do your homework. And if, as council members individually, you can talk to people about, just do your own research and understand what's going on here, I think that would also be very helpful. But I would welcome brainstorming offline about what the things are the council can and can't do in terms of press or highlighting some of the decisions that were made both on social media and where a lot of people are consuming their information. And and also, potentially being on a radio or on the news, which I am often. So I'd welcome other people to do that. Thank you for the question. I think it's a good one.
Thank you. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I commend you, Heather, and all the work you have done on this issue, and never ever hesitate to bring this before this council. We have new council members on here, some of which are inland council members, and just so you know, this one thing has the ability to change coastal and tribal communities forever, and not in a good way. And so if this put in, there might not be a reason to have this council anymore. And so I think this needs to be kept up front, in our laps, in our faces, on top of our heads, any way you can get it up here. And we need to listen and respond immediately to these. This is not a warning. This is not a drill. This is real life in our coastal communities, and I believe our tribal communities all feel the same. Just a great job on how both communities are working together on this issue, along with a lot of other issues. And so I commend you for bringing it for this council. And once again, I never heard any council negative talking about this being here, but if there was, I just want you to know the importance to our communities where we live, on the coast of Washington, Oregon, and California, how much it could change our lives forever. So thank you, Heather, for what you do. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Butch, thank you for that. And I would just echo the comments made by my friend, the well-respected Phil Anderson, when he said, this is the biggest threat to face our ocean in my lifetime. And when someone like Phil Anderson says that, people should listen, I believe. And I know many of you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Len.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. We also heard from the AA this morning that it might be helpful to reach out to our counterparts on the Atlantic coast who have gone, I think, a few years ahead of us. I'm not really sure. I'm wondering, have you reached out to industry counterparts or other folks on the Atlantic of the U.S. to see how they are faring? Thank you.
Through the Vice Chair, Rebecca, thank you for that question. I'm originally from Massachusetts, and so I have several colleagues there. I'm also on the board of directors for Seafood Harvesters of America. And this is an item that we have been tackling as coast to coast, working together. They are a few years ahead of us, and I think that there are a lot of lessons, as Ms. Queets had mentioned. She stopped short of talking about the blade failure that occurred this year off Nantucket, which is still spreading debris in the water from the Vineyard Wind project. And so I have spent quite a considerable amount of time working together, learning lessons. We're also part of RODA, Responsible Offshore Development Alliance, and just trying to share information and learn together. And I will say that the tribes on the East Coast have started expressing some similar concerns in Massachusetts, particularly after the blade failure that occurred at Vineyard Wind. So yes, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. I do have one more question for you. We have a pretty considerable list in terms of the outline and bullets that came from the MPC and the Habitat Committee. And I know you've been part of the GAP this week, and there are additional bullets there. But again, just with that bigger scope that you have through MTC and the work that you're doing with them, are there other items that we should be aware of or considering in terms of that? I mean, it seems like it's a very comprehensive list, but we don't know what we don't know up here sometimes. So just taking that opportunity to ask you if there's anything you think should be included that isn't currently.
Through the Vice Chair, Krista, thank you for that question. I think it's pretty comprehensive. Trying to think Well, the MPC is generally much more tactful than I am on behalf of MTC, so which I appreciate. And I should also say appreciate you all letting me sit in for Chris Cooper this week on the Groundfish Advisory Panel. It's nice to be back there after several years. It's a good group. I think that there are so many people with eyes on this that are really passionate and dedicated, both on the MPC under the leadership of Susan and Mike Conroy, and Carrie's tutelage, which has been fantastic. That I'm not thinking that we've missed anything. I appreciate the question. Almost wish I had something that we missed so I could give you an answer to that. But I think it's pretty comprehensive, and people have spent considerable time thinking about it. So thanks for the question.
I'll look around and see if there are any further questions here. Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
That completes all of our reports, the public comment. Thank our public commenters for coming forward with that. That will move us into council discussion and action. I'm sure in a few seconds our action will pop up before us, but while we're waiting, there it is. Just consider the report and provide guidance as appropriate. And I will look for any hand to initiate discussion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a motion drafted, but I do have one point that I'm interested in hearing from other council members on. We typically do a QR quick response process. October 3rd is bearing down upon us very quickly, particularly since this is the first day of 5 days of meetings that are going to be probably very busy for all of us. And I'm just wondering if we want to approach a letter in terms of the standard quick response process, we would likely need to have a truncated timeline for council members to review that. Or if we want to, because we've had such a fabulous outline and series of bullet points and feedback through our advisory bodies, if we would want to just have the council draft a response through the executive director and make sure that that gets submitted on the timeline. My primary concern is I think it's critical that we do provide as a regional body a response. And I just want to make sure we don't run afoul of a timeline that we ourselves can't meet if we don't have the ability to respond individually on a shorter time frame. So looking for input from others on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. So before we get to that, let's be clear on that. Well, we haven't agreed that we'll send a letter yet, but regarding the process, let's first think about the letter if it's going to be sent. And if you want to do your motion now, if you're ready.
Well, I have two versions of the motion, which is why I was asking about the QR piece. I would be happy to send the original motion, which includes the QR portion. And if through discussion on the motion, we decide to amend that, I'm fully happy to engage in that route. But that's really why I had that original discussion piece was we're talking about potentially should we be sending a letter, but it's really that it's a very quick time frame. And I think many of us are very interested in having the ability to look over that, but we are also very concerned about the timeline and sensitive to the needs of others.
All right, thank you. And I'm all about efficiency, and it sounds like it would be more efficient to clarify the process first and then decide if we're going to write a letter. I think before we get into that, there are two pieces of that. Writing the letter, you indicated the executive director or staff. I can't remember if I heard the Marine Planning Committee offer to draft that. Regardless of who writes that, it would be reviewed either through a full QR process, an abbreviated QR process, or by the leadership team. I think that was the suggestion. Thoughts on that? No one has a preference? Sharon Kiefer?
I think the fact that we had the outline actually works both ways in regards to if the council decides on a QR process, it's going to be information that is not completely new. We have had and will continue to have the opportunity during this meeting to digest that great outline of information. On the other hand, of course, if folks decide to go the other direction, again, we already have a good sense of what would be in the body of that letter based on both the Habitat Committee, the Marine Planning Committee, the GAP recommendations to integrate into that. So I'm just kind of commenting on that.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Fenson, for bringing this up. And it sounds like preparing a motion that I'll be very excited to look at. In terms of your question and discussion here, I do have an opinion to start us out on, which is that given the short timeline and the excellent outline that was provided in the briefing book, I would say to just go ahead and ask staff to move forward with that and send that, and to not necessarily do a QR process.
All right. We have that suggestion, a disagreement with that. And just a reminder that staff would work to prepare the letter, but there's a set of eyes up here with the deputy director also who review that before it goes out. So agreed with that we will go with that process. Then no QR, it will be, but reviewed by the leadership team before it goes out. Okay. With that, we have a process established for a maybe potential letter. Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I've sent a motion to motions. Hopefully they've received it. And if they haven't, I can send another one.
Does that look like the right one there?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I move the council draft a response and submit it before 2 p.m. Pacific on October 3rd to the Department of Energy for their request for information regarding interregional and offshore wind transmission, including the guidance contained in C1 Supplemental Attachment 4 and applicable recommendations from our advisory bodies and council discussion.
Thank you. That language on the screen appears accurate and complete. You agree?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Okay. Regarding offshore wind, to date, the council has primarily focused on citing issues related to leasing. Currently, the Department of Energy has made efforts to engage with the council as it develops an action plan for West Coast offshore wind transmission through its request for information found in Agenda Item C1, Supplemental Attachment 3. Noteworthy is the deadline of no later than 2 p.m. Pacific or 5 p.m. Eastern Time on October 23rd, which really didn't give us much time for the QR letter process and is what guided my initial thoughts around let's have a discussion on that piece. I agree with other council members around the table that our advisory bodies, including the MPC and Habitat Committee, have given us a really solid outline and bullet points that make this possible to move forward quickly and efficiently through our council staff and our executive director. I also believe it is appropriate for us to add our knowledge and expertise to their process. The council, as a regional body, is best positioned to respond to the Department of Energy's regional request. Advisory bodies, including the supplemental MPC and HC reports, have provided all of us engaged in the council process a carefully considered set of bullet points that can be included. However, the list demonstrates that there's considerable information gaps that must be addressed by the action plan before any offshore wind transmission occurs. Completing this research and processing all necessary information will help avoid or potentially mitigate adverse impacts to our marine ecosystems, our fisheries, and the coastal communities that depend upon them.
Thank you, Krista. Any questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? Mike Harrington?
Yeah, just a quick question, and thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to, well, first of all, thanks for the motion, but I just wanted to clarify that the bullets are going to be fleshed out by the MPC and Habitat Committee.
Thank you for the question. And the answer to that is yes. We've had so much, or at least that would be my intention. We have had so much conversation in this process around, hey, we don't direct staff. I kind of take that to include the advisory bodies in terms of, not specifically directing anyone, but my intention would be that, hey, the folks that have really drafted a lot of the work around this and a lot of the thought around those bullet points and that outline, would be included in that process to make certain that we have what we need included before we submit this request or letter, if a letter is more appropriate.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Not seeing any. Look for any discussion on the motion. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, advisory bodies and everyone who offered comments on this issue today. I plan to vote in support of this. I just wanted to add and highlight that we heard repeatedly from folks that the council provides this incredible forum for bringing together these issues and allowing fishermen to air concerns about how BOEM has handled this process overall. And I know the letter is, the bullet points that we have are just a draft right now, but I'd really, I'd hope that fleshing it out would include in that sixth item, adding some discussion about the recent, the lawsuit, the recent letter from Governor Inslee, some of the things that have come to pass recently to crystallize how dire this issue is for fishermen. And so just going beyond, the request for information is specific to transmission, but I think continuing to use this as an opportunity to build a record and highlight how challenging this issue is for coastal communities is something that's important here too. So yeah, I don't know where that fits into the letter, but I do, and we don't direct staff, but I would like to offer that this is a space to bring in other parts of the record that are really important for making this case. Thank you.
Thank you. That I believe is an addition to what was in some of the bullet points in that. We'll make sure there's agreement around the table that to address that in the letter. Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. wholeheartedly support that. And that really was the intent of adding the council discussion piece to the end of the motion. I realized that wasn't a question, but that is part of the discussion of how do we incorporate what we need to really bring the message home in terms of the desires of this council.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you. Motion passes with one abstention. Mr. Lockhart. So we will have that letter drafted and reviewed by the leadership team and sent by the date and time specified on there. Further discussion on this agenda item. Not seeing any hands shoot up. Chair Pettinger? Oh, Corey Ridings, then the chair. Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Lockhart and NIMS for highlighting the National Academy studies for us. We've heard and read a lot today about making sure the tribes are included in the process and trust obligations are honored around offshore wind. So when it comes to this study, I would just ask or suggest that NIMS carry back a message that when they are recruiting for folks to be the experts as part of this study or this report, that includes tribal scientists and indigenous knowledge holders as part of that.
Frank?
Thank you for the comment, Ms. Ridings, and I'll definitely bring that back to others in NIMS that'll be involved in the contract there.
Now, Chair Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hasselber. I'm kind of wondering if we might want to write a letter maybe to BOEM asking them to delay the Oregon auction. We have tribal litigation occurring right now. There's been a vineyard wind disaster with the blades breaking up and all the debris coming ashore. Oregon has a roadmap in place to move forward with offshore wind. We had a Scotland study group trip that happened this last month. It was very informative. It shows that we're a long ways away from actually having units in the water. I think Scotland's probably way ahead of us in wind energy, and they're a long ways away from that. And so I'm just kind of curious with the appetite for the council maybe to write a letter to BOEM asking to delay that auction until some of these things are resolved. And so I just got to see what gauge where people at. And if you want to go forward with that, I'd make a motion to do that.
Look around, see if there's any follow-up discussion regarding that. The suggestion of a letter to BOEM. Not seeing any hands. Could be done through a motion, which is very specific, or through guidance.
Guidance might be probably fine here, I think.
And this is one that my assumption is there is no timeline regarding it, so it would go through our normal QR process.
We have to the 15th. Auction's the 15th of October, I believe, right? So there's time for a QR, I believe.
Any thoughts on that? Yeah, or do we need to elaborate on that more? Krista?
I guess I'm a little confused about how it would move from guidance as opposed to having a motion where we just said, yes, we were doing it or no, we didn't. I'm not opposed. I think we certainly have heard from Oregon stakeholders fairly extensively that they are interested in having a robust conversation and really understanding more what is going to really be the impact. So I would be supportive, I think. I'm just a little surprised, which is okay. But unclear as to how we would be moving if it was just guidance rather than a full-fledged motion.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and I appreciate the question, Ms. Svensson, about the difference between guidance and a motion. My perspective, just as the executive director, is that if there is easy consensus on something, then guidance is usually fine. But just by the nature of your question, I would propose that we just make a motion if there is any question about how to move forward.
Okay, thank you. And I have Mike Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to just mention that ODFW would abstain from that guidance and a motion. That's all.
All right. Turn back. Oh, Sharon Kiefer.
I'm a little concerned in that, we know the date of the upcoming lease, but we really have not had a conversation around this table in terms of how many others have already asked that question. And essentially, at some point, are we kind of putting the council's reputation and information kind of in a pot of flailing at the wind, so to say, with that coming up so soon? And so I, for one, would want to know, well, who is already asked for? And because I'm assuming probably there has been request to delay, but we haven't had that conversation or gotten that information. And are we just, and has it fallen on deaf ears, all the others who have asked? And that too, we really don't have that knowledge. And so I'm a little uncomfortable about the recommendation.
Chair Pettinger.
I believe that the governor's office of Oregon has asked for to hold off because of the legislation, the House bill that went through. I think across the country, when you've seen wind leases, for the most part, the governors, or the city mayors, whatever, have been in favor of doing that. And I think Oregon really stands out as a state entity saying, hold off. We have a process, a 2-year process roadmap to doing this. And I think we're really an outlier. The fact that they're moving forward with that request really breaks the mold of what we've seen the last few years. And I think that based on what we've learned of what's happening right now with the litigation, what's happened this summer with the vineyard wind, I don't think it hurts, right? I don't think it hurts. When the wind energy representative tells me that it'll be 15 years before we're going to put something in the water, I don't know what the rush is. And given all the other issues, I think it's probably applicable or it's good use of the council's time. And I don't think we're putting to do the request. Thank you.
Corey Niles.
Well, maybe we could get Mike to clarify, but I thought what the Oregon governor requested was that no construction happen until the roadmap process was complete. But either way, I think we, out of respect for the governor's roles in this process, I would also be abstaining from such a motion.
Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Pettinger, for bringing this up. We didn't have a ton exactly in our MPC report to look at this. I'm trying to quickly review what was written here. To me, what you're suggesting does sound consistent with everything that we've talked about today. And if my memory can be trusted, the longer arc of discussions and letters that this council has written on this topic. That being said, if this moves forward, regardless of whether it's a motion or guidance, I guess I would ask that a draft be provided to council members, presumably through some sort of QR process, just so we would have a chance to get into the details a little bit more, understand a little bit more what exactly this is looking like. Our council staff has been really excellent on this topic for several years now. I really trust them, but would want to sort of see a little bit of the background that I think Sharon was talking to there. And just make sure our rationale and logic here was clear. I also share some concerns. I want the council's thinking and reputation to remain strong, and make sure that our voice is one that people are listening to and not sort of chasing random bits. But yeah, that would be my request if this moves forward in whichever manner it moves forward.
All right. Thank you for that. And it's a good time for me to clarify then on the process, since I have the gavel. We will do this one through a motion if there's a desire to do that, putting the process before we have any letter. And if there is that, it would go through a QR process so everyone would see that. So that would be our process. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just as I try to wrap my head around what this sort of letter would look like, it would benefit me to hear a little more discussion, perhaps from you, Mr. Chairman, about what you would envision the letter containing. Would it just be a very simple, short and sweet letter? Would it have some additional rationale? Would it have a subsequent ask if we were to say, please hold off? Would we then follow up by saying, and do something else? Just a little bit more discussion about what you'd envision the letter containing would help me.
Thank you. And before I turn to the chair there, I see Mike Harrington had his hand up. But again, in terms of the process, my expectation would be a motion would include the specificity so it's clear to everyone what we were asking for. But with the chair's permission there, I'll go to Mike Harrington first and then give the chair time to prepare his comments. Mike?
Yes, and I will thank you, Vice Chair, and I'll be really quick here. I was just wanting to confirm that Mr. Maniles clarified the Oregon governor's view correctly, that no construction until the roadmap is complete. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Chair Penninger.
Okay. Well, I think the rationale was there to do it. And I guess thank you for the clarification as far as what the Oregon governor letter was for. But I think given the understanding that with things we've learned here this summer, with the Vineyard Wind disaster, as far as the debris coming ashore, I guess, which is not it's a fairly common thing. Understanding is in the wind farm industry. Given that we have a tribal lawsuit happening currently, and the fact that there isn't an Oregon roadmap to move forward, and I think it's not really an honest discussion, not really honest, I don't think, to lease out land if we haven't said it's okay to do it. And we haven't. I think I think that my request would be to hold off a lease agreement until Oregon completes that roadmap, which is what the legislator and the body of the state of Oregon has asked for. And due to the fact that we're literally over a decade out of having something in the water, it seems kind of ridiculous to move forward so quickly on something that's so far out as far as moving forward with building. So now, if we want to do that, that's fine too, but I'm just going to.
One moment, please. Carrie, did you want to add something there?
Well, I was just looking for clarification. I don't know if this is the right moment. Brad, you said until hold off on a lease agreement. But earlier, I think you said hold off on a lease auction. So I think that's an important detail. Okay, auction is what you mean.
All right. So we're getting ahead of that. Sharon Kiefer.
So just for clarity, I've
I hear Oregon saying that the Oregon governor position is no construction until the roadmap is completed. Does that include no lease? Because you can have a lease and no construction. So I'm just trying to get clarity on that policy position.
Well, no one's agreed to not construct, right? I mean, they've asked, but no one said if the lease winner or the people submitting lease bids have not said they're not going to construct. So, I mean, I think if you don't have an auction, you don't have to worry about a build up or build out. The governor's request has not been answered about the build out.
Right. Krista, did you want to add something?
So I just have a question. I know I'm full of questions this morning on this topic, but I sense some unease, I guess is the word I would use, in terms of moving forward. Not because people aren't interested in the process, but in terms of we don't know what's in the letter. We haven't had necessarily a super robust conversation around the letter. And I'm just wondering, in the QR process, is there an off-ramp? Meaning normally, when I read it, I say, yep, I approve. But if enough of us don't approve of the content of the letter, would that essentially stop the letter from moving forward if we don't have that ability? And I realize October, I think you said 15th there, is bearing down upon us quickly, not quite as quickly as the 3rd, but still rapidly. So just trying to help get all of us to the point where we can feel comfortable with what is in that letter, should we choose to have one, really is my first piece. And then the second piece, in hearing Ms. Kiefer's question about construction, wondering if within that letter, one of the recommendations would be that a term in those leases, should they proceed, be that no construction occurs until the Oregon roadmap is completed. So, and just putting that thought out there, but interested to hear more about the QR process in terms of, is there an off-ramp if this doesn't go the direction that council members who are interested in having a QR letter think it is going.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and appreciate the question, Ms. Svensson. Our QR process, the rules and the way that they're set up, what they would entail would be, if the council directs us to draft a QR letter, the default is that we're going to do this, and that it requires really just a response from one person from each state. In practice, we have pulled back on QR letters, but our rules don't actually contemplate that. They contemplate, if you're going to give us direction to do a QR letter, we're going to do it. I think your point is a good one, and we have in practice, like I said, pulled back if there's a strong objection or a lot of people objecting to the direction of the letter. So be happy to take that under advisement if that addresses your concern.
Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to offer, I did a quick search on how other councils, the Mid-Atlantic and New England Council in particular, have approached similar issues. And I found one example letter where the council or both councils together reached out to BOEM to recommend that they not publish the final sale notice until the outstanding issues identified in this long letter have been resolved. Work with fishing industry to identify, document, and resolve issues related to the lease area and transmission and several other things. So there, to Ms. Kiefer's point, there is record of similar correspondence that hasn't necessarily resulted in any response from BOEM. And then I think to the question of like the standing of the council or the reputation of the council in doing that kind of thing, there is some standing relationship with other councils with BOEM and a stance of asking them to investigate things further. And so again, just back to the critical support that this body has provided industry. I don't think that there's another single venue where that kind of outreach that Mr. Pettinger is suggesting can be passed through. So we potentially play a role that other groups aren't filling to channel this communication to BOEM. It's not saying that will do anything, but it's worth considering.
All right. Thank you. And a bit of a process check here. We've been discussing, almost trying to draft a letter on the floor here. I'm going to turn back to Chair Pettinger, who offered that, and see what direction he prefers to go on this.
Well, I think it would be good if we could, but I think we're getting wrapped around the axle here, and the specificity we're probably looking for might be a little too much in the time frame. So maybe I'll just back off for now, and we'll just move forward in the day with the gun.
Okay, thank you. Excellent discussion we've had around the topic. I'm going to ask Carrie how we have done on this topic. Is there more we should tackle here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have completed your business for this agenda item. If there aren't any other requests or council discussion, it's pretty open-ended, the council action. So, but if there's not more, then you've completed it. So what I've heard, the first motion was to send the letter on in response to the request for information on offshore wind energy transmission based on the outline that was in the briefing book and taking into consideration AB reports and council discussion. And Ms. Schumilo also made a suggestion of adding some of the other concerns that maybe aren't directly related to the energy transmission, but have been voiced by the council in the past. That seems reasonable. I will note that the RFI itself has a page limit and a font size limit and a margin limit and a file size. So we already are in drafting this. And just so you know, especially a member, maybe more of the Habitat Committee have already begun flushing this out into a full letter. So we've been working on it behind the scenes for a while, and we'll keep doing that. But we're already pushing up against the 10-page limit. But that said, I think we can be efficient and capture all the suggestions that were included in the motion and in the discussion. One thing I wanted to check with council leadership is that typically these letters are sent by the council chair. And so I'm assuming that this one would also bear the chair's signature. Okay. Well, I think that was a good, the last thing I wanted to mention is that a couple of years ago, the council did send a letter to the Oregon governor and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management requesting the pause. I think there may be more than one letter. So it was just sort of triggering those memories. You have requested a similar thing in the past. I realized that you didn't move forward with it this time, but it did make me remember that. So anyway, that's the direction I have. We'll finish off that RFI letter. I'll work with members of the MPC and the HC to get a staff letter to council leadership, and we'll take it from there, and we'll get it sent by the deadline.
Thank you, Carrie. Look around, make sure everybody's good with that. Nothing else we need to discuss. And not seeing any hands. That will close out this agenda item. Take us to lunch. Let's be back here at 1:15 to take up our agenda at that time. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
It's hard to see because it's right behind the microphone.
Thank you.
I almost did too, but it didn't work. It just kind of caught my eye.
See you in a little bit.
Send it to the hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take it over to Parkside. Okay. Okay, when I go up to CPR, when we're done with it, take it to Parkside.
Okay, a little more high end. Checky one. More treble, a little more high end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You guys work so hard, I tell you. 1, 2, 1, 2. You guys really are the best staff we work with. There's a fantastic group. Check.
Oh. We recognize the public.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Okay, I think we're ready to begin here on our next agenda item, which is habitat issues. And I will turn the microphone over to Carrie Griffin for an overview. Carrie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D1. It's current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee met online September 5th and 6th, just a couple of weeks ago, to discuss several issues, including marine planning, equity and environmental justice, the gap analysis framework and regional implementation plan, the California Central Valley water operations and habitat issues. That's one topic was effects of fishing gear on marine habitats database, and several other topics, including the Lower Columbia River Dredge Materials Management Plan and draft environmental impact statement. And that's something that you've seen many times in the Habitat Committee report saying, this is coming, we're expecting it, we're expecting it. Well, it was finally issued. And so the Habitat Committee didn't have time to draft up a full comment letter for your consideration, but you'll see in their HC report 1 that there's a bulleted list of sort of important items and issues that they would include in a potential letter. So not unlike the transmission request for information where there wasn't enough time to put a full letter in, but wanted to give the council some idea of what they identified as the major issues. That's in your Habitat Committee report 1. In April, the council gave a suggestion, I would describe it, to the Habitat Committee to look into the California, Central Valley, and the rest of California habitat, water quality issues as they relate to salmon habitat. And that was in recognition of the fact that this spring, the council closed all salmon fishing in California for the second straight year. So the sense was like, okay, we have taken severe, hurtful, harmful measures to socioeconomics and coastal communities and businesses. And we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can on the inland freshwater side of things. So that is a separate summary. It's Habitat Committee Report 2 that gives an overview summary of some activities that are going on in California. As we mentioned in the previous agenda item, the HC has been working very closely with the MPC on that energy transmission request for information. So not part of this agenda item, but it's something that the Habitat Committee has been fully engaged with. Your action today is to consider the comments and recommendations developed by the Habitat Committee. You'll hear the Habitat Committee report by Dr. Corey Green, both reports here in just a moment. Your reference materials include those 2 Habitat Committee reports, and then the notice of the Corps of Engineers Columbia River Dredge Management Plan and DEIS. So after this overview, we can turn to Corey Green. He's online and he will walk through both Habitat Committee reports, if there are no questions about the agenda item in general.
All right. Thank you, Carrie. First, any questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions, then I will turn it over to Dr. Green. Corey, I see there are 2 habitat reports you have. Let's take them one at a time, go through the first, and then we will pause to see if there are any questions on that in the second. So I'm assuming you can hear me. Corey, we are ready to hear from you.
I can hear you. I just want to check you can hear from me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm reading agenda item D1A, Supplemental Habitat Report 1. For starters, the report on current habitat issues. We met on September 5th, 2024 to discuss a range of issues for consideration. So the first one is the California Central Valley Water Operations and Habitat. At its April meeting, the council asked the HC to provide an update on Central Valley water and habitat issues, as Carrie noted. We've summarized this in the supplemental HC report 2, which I'll read after this one. As noted in that report, the HC will be working on a comment letter on the Bureau of Reclamation's draft environmental impact statement for the Central Valley Project's long-term operations plan. As Carrie also mentioned, we also talked about the Lower Columbia River Dredge Materials Management Plan and environmental impact statement. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has released a draft EIS of the Dredge Materials Management Plan with a comment deadline of October 7th. This plan would support continued operation and maintenance of the Lower Columbia River Federal Navigation Channel for the next 20 years. The Corps has determined that in river disposal sites are nearing capacity and is proposing disposal sites they characterize as beneficial use in intertidal and floodplain habitats to create or enhance habitat for fish and wildlife. Some of the proposed in-water shallow placement sites overlap with existing shallow water habitats and will impact existing benthic habitats in these areas. Proposed sites also overlap with popular fishing sites and commercial drift right areas. The plan proposes 2 alternatives in addition to the no action alternative to manage dredge material. First is maximizing placement, and the second, there's a minor correction here, is to minimizing dredging. The Habitat Committee is drafting a comment letter which will raise a number of concerns, see the preliminary list attached, regarding placement of dredge material within the Lower Columbia River estuary. In addition to a number of topics related to impacts to groundfish, salmon, and coastal pelagic species, essential fish habitat, the HC expects to comment on a limited number of alternatives and lack of proposed monitoring to document baseline conditions prior to beneficial use of dredge material placement. The HC proposes a final draft for council review via the quick response process on October 1st, providing sufficient time for comments to be submitted by October 7th. Next up is a report on the Columbia Basin Resiliency Initiative Cold Water Refuge. A collaboration is underway among federal, state, and tribal governments to identify and seek funding to study and implement 5 projects that would begin in fiscal year 2024 to 25 to enhance and protect or provide additional cold water refuge in the Columbia Basin in Oregon and Washington. Collaborators include the U.S. government, Washington, the Oregon states, the Nez Perce tribe, the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation, the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation of Oregon, and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservations. These are known as the 6 sovereigns. This was one of the U.S. government's commitments as part of the historic Memorandum of Understanding with the 6 sovereigns in the Columbia Basin. All 5 identified cold water refuge projects are expected to benefit Upper River, Columbia River, Snake River, and Mid-Columbia River salmon and steelhead populations, with adult migration timing that occurs June to September. The projects are also expected to benefit Mid-Columbia and Lower Columbia salmon and steelhead populations indigenous to the above basins. Efforts to maintain and enhance cold water refuges in the Columbia River Basin will require funding in FY26 and beyond, and increased coordination with other habitat protection and restoration efforts. And then a note of celebration about the completion of the Klamath Dam removals. As you know, as of late August 2024, all 4 Klamath dams slated for removal are now gone, marking the largest dam removal project in history. This caps a dam removal and Salmon River restoration effort that began in 1982, which was strongly supported by the council through numerous comment letters over the years. An interesting story map of this landmark effort is available for viewing. The next 7 years will be devoted to the largest salmon habitat restoration project in history, reconnecting and restoring nearly 420 stream miles of Upper Klamath River above the dams so that salmon and other anadromous species will be able to reoccupy areas blocked for more than 100 years. However, there are still multiple struggles over lack of sufficient water for full salmon recovery in the face of competing water demands in the Klamath River and in the main salmon refuge tributaries, including the Trinity, Scott, and Shasta River subbasins. I just wanted to say, give you an update on the salmon habitat indicator development. The Northwest Fisheries Science Center has been working on refining indicators in order to provide a smaller suite that provides information on current habitat conditions and which are useful for forecasting or for risk tables. The goal is to do this with all 3 Chinook stocks by the end of this year, but as a starting point, we are focusing on Sacramento Fall Run Chinook. Preliminarily, we have found that of the 22 indicators summarized, 4 of them consistently demonstrate predictive power in forecasting returns. While this suite performs slightly worse in predicting the Sacramento fall return than the standard year-ahead forecasting metric using JAX, it provides a prediction 2 years in advance. Therefore, the smaller suite of indicators has the potential to increase the temporal window in which forecasting methods could be used, in addition to the standard 1-year advanced JAC-based forecast, or for that matter, if under methodology review, we turn to a run reconstruction. The Northwest Fisheries Science Center hopes to provide this refined list of indicators and forecasting descriptions in the March ecosystem status report. And now a note on the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. On September 6, 2024, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration announced the release of the final environmental impact statement for designation of the proposed Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. The final preferred alternative boundary covers 4,543 square miles of coastal and ocean waters offshore Central California, stretching out to nearly 60 miles from shore and down to a maximum depth of 11,580 feet. The sanctuary would allow for the protection of nationally significant natural, ecological, historical, and cultural resources along 116 miles of coastline from just south of Diablo Canyon Power Plant in San Luis Obispo County to the Gaviota Coast in Santa Barbara County. The record of decision, final management plan, and final rule will publish approximately 30 days thereafter. Please see the website for details. And a final note, effects of fishing gear on marine habitats database. The HC heard an update on the status of a national effects of fishing gear on marine habitats database by Corey Kentner from the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. The database is being developed by Dr. David Stevenson, retired from NOAA Fisheries, and an associated interactive online application is being developed by Ms. Kentner. The database and app are being developed to compile and share literature on the impacts of fishing gear on marine fish habitats across the United States and U.S. territories. The database builds upon the foundational work of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and the New England Fishery Management Council, which developed a fishing effects model. This model utilizes literature reviews and vulnerability assessments to estimate the effects of fishing gear on essential fish habitat. The model and associated data have been instrumental in understanding gear-specific impacts and habitat recovery rates in both the Northeast and North Pacific regions. Supported by the NOAA Office of Habitat Conservation and the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, with input from regional fishery management councils and NOAA staff, the database aims to serve as a comprehensive and accessible resource for fishery managers, researchers, and stakeholders. Once the database and app are released, relevant council committees will be encouraged to try the app, provide feedback, and submit relevant publications for inclusion. Dr. Stevenson also expressed a willingness to present to the HCR Council once the database and app are publicly available, potentially in November. This database will be a useful resource for essential fish habitat reviews and other council management actions. And with that, that concludes the main habitat report, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Green on the first Habitat Committee report? I have Marcy Remco and then Corey Ridings. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Green. Thank you for the report. I'm looking at this section on salmon habitat indicator development, and you added a footnote, I think, in reading this passage, and you referenced the cohort reconstruction for Sacramento Falls Chinook, and something pertaining to the small suite of indicators and how that work might be perhaps advanced should the cohort reconstruction proceed through methods review. If I'm not sure exactly what, at least I think that's what you were implying, but maybe you can help me understand what you meant in adding that parenthetical.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you for it. What I meant to indicate was that there is a proposed methodology review for a run reconstruction, which could provide a forecast that might be better than a jack-based forecast. And so that this is getting a little ahead of that potential, but that would still be on sort of an annual basis, whereas a habitat indicators approach could be done on a 2-year basis. Did that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, more or less. Thank you. If I may, a follow-up. You mentioned the refined list feeding into the March ecosystem status review, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit on the indicators and how that feeds into future work on the risk tables.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you. So basically, of the 22 indicators, the 4 most important ones were, let me see if I can remember this off the top of my head, the spawning, the number of spawners, temperature, precipitation, and a bird predation index. And so that combination of 4 not only sort of does a good job retrospectively predicting the runs, but also does a good job of doing some real sort of forecasting if you use subsets of the data. So with respect to risk tables, if that kind of idea were adopted, there's been discussion about how you'd sort of formulate a risk table for salmon stocks, which is a little different from the proposal by the EWG and the CCIEA about how you might do it for groundfish. And so there's the potential for using a habitat indicators forecasting method. And then in the risk table, you could sort of talk about the uncertainty in that habitat indicators based forecast. And so you could say, well, there's a lot of uncertainty in this year, and therefore maybe this is suggestive of an unfavorable situation, or in addition to the fact that all indicators are pointing in the right direction, there's low uncertainty, so that might be favorable conditions for fishing.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, Corey Ridings, then Frank Lockhart. Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Green. I also have a question about the salmon habitat indicator development. So Marcy and I are thinking along the same lines, which mine I'm just struggling a little bit. I'm going to probably show my ignorance here, but trying to understand the value of this suite of indicators 2 years in advance when we do annual management. Just trying to understand what additional information having that 2 years in advance might help us as managers be better managers.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, you can still use it as a year in advance as sort of a multi-model indicator context, right? You have your JAC forecast as one indicator, and you have your suite of habitat indicators as another. So you could still do a year in advance. But there might be some situations where you're sort of trying to form an opinion about how fishing conditions are going to be in the longer term future, and especially, for example, if there are stocks in a rebuilding plan. And so this might provide at least some qualitative assessment at minimum, and quantitative assessment if it were used to its best ability in a longer term perspective.
Thank you. Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Corey, for the report. And my question, I actually have a couple related questions on the very last item, the marine habits, effects of fishing gear on marine habits database. In listening to you talk to it and trying to reread it a few times, I'm still a little unclear whether this is a kind of a predictive database or a descriptive database. Meaning, is it going to try to, have a very clear prediction of what's going to happen under the use of certain fishing gears, or is it just going to kind of list them, in a more general way?
Thank you for the question. I would say it's the latter. It basically provides a basis for any risk assessment you might build on fishing impacts to habitat. And so it is summarizing the literature in sort of multiple dimensions. And so it's queryable, so that if you were looking at one gear type, you could query the database and ask what publications have been completed describing this gear type.
And then just on the schedule seems to be getting pretty close. And how is this being peer reviewed? Is it being peer reviewed by all the SSCs, or what's happening with regards to peer review?
So that's a good question. I mean, I think it's been serially reviewed, in the sense that these fishery management councils have been getting updates as it's been developed, particularly the North Pacific one and the Mid-Atlantic one. What they're trying to do is get ahead of review, so to speak, by encouraging people to provide submissions. And so this was one reason why this presentation was made to the HC, so that if there were papers, reports, and so forth based on the Pacific Fisheries Management Council purview, those could be incorporated into the database as best as possible.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Frank. Further questions on the first report? Not seeing any hands here. Corey, why don't you proceed with the second report?
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, I'm reading Agenda Item D1A, Supplemental Habitat Report 2, Habitat Committee Report on Central Valley Water Operations and Habitat Issues. At its April 2024 meeting, the Council asked the Habitat Committee to provide an update on California water and habitat issues. There are several ongoing actions described below that the Council has commented on in the past, as well as habitat restoration activities listed below. The Council may wish to provide further guidance on tracking these issues and potentially providing comments. There's a current opportunity for public comment, and that's the California Central Valley Project Long-Term Operations Plan by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Reclamation has released a draft environmental impact statement to describe and analyze alternatives for operation of the Central Valley Project, alternatives for the California Department of Water Resources operation of the State Water Project, and to address the review of the 2019 biological opinions. The comment period on Reclamation's draft EIS closed on September 9th, 2024. There was not sufficient time for the HC to respond during the public comment period, but the HC is prepared to contribute nonetheless to a draft comment letter for council review. Items HC will continue to follow include the California State Water Resources Control Board update to the Bay Delta Water Control Plan. The Bay Delta Plan establishes water control measures and flow requirements to protect beneficial uses in the watershed. Although the public comment period has already concluded for the Bay Delta Water Control Plan draft staff report, the board plans to issue a draft program of implementation for public comment and will hold a public hearing in fall 2024. There's also the SWRCB's water temperature standards. The council submitted a letter on September 12th, 2022 to the board asking for it to reopen and reevaluate the high water temperature standards under the Water Board's Water Right Order 9D5 in light of best available new science. The HC is not aware of any action taken to date by the Water Board to re-examine Water Rights Order 95 or aware of a response to the council's 2022 letter. There's also the site's reservoir project, which would divert and store up to 1.5 million acre feet of water inflow from the Upper Sacramento, primarily for irrigation releases. That SWRCB water permit application is scheduled for administrative hearings through the end of 2024 and early 2025. And then there's the Delta Conveyance Project, is a plan to directly divert up to 6,000 cubic feet per second of the flow of the Upper Sacramento River into a 36-foot wide, 45-mile long, 150-foot deep concrete tunnel, and to then deliver that water around and south of the current San Francisco Bay Delta for delivery to existing pumps to pump the water further south. The administrative hearings on this water diversion permit application are scheduled to begin in early 2025. And the council submitted a comment letter on this project in October 2020. At the request of Reclamation, the National Academy of Sciences is conducting a review of the monitoring, modeling, and other relevant scientific activities and initiatives that support the long-term operations of the CVP. The operations of these water systems affects species protected under the Endangered Species Act, non-listed species managed under council jurisdiction, and may also impact designated salmon essential fish habitat. The National Academy of Sciences Committee has had 5 meetings since January 2024 and is scheduled to provide a report in 2025. And then we also have a list of habitat restoration fish passage projects in the Central Valley. The list includes the winter run reintroduction into the McCloud River and Battle Creek, development of the Spring Run Conservation Hatchery, Spring Run reintroduction feasibility studies on the North Fork Feather River, removal of Sunset Pumps Weir on the Feather River, new fishway at Daguerre Point Dam on the Yuba River, Spring Run reintroduction production in the North Yuba River, numerous tidal wetland projects in the Delta, increased Central Valley salmonid hatchery production and releases into the Bay, additional barrier improvement projects that are outlined in the California Salmon Strategy and will be completed soon. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have been meeting with the Bridge Group, including Fisheries Interests partnered with influential Sacramento Valley water districts and agricultural entities, and have developed a draft fall run action plan for the main stem Sacramento River above Verona. hope that the plan will be available in the next several months. There are also several habitat restoration projects that have occurred in the Central Valley since 2019 and will occur in the next year or two as part of voluntary agreements submitted by public water agencies. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take questions on this.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Dr. Green on the second Habitat Committee report? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Green. The letter that you reference here from September of 2022, I've reviewed that recently, and I noticed it was sent to NIMS. I think it was sent to NIMS BOR and the State Water Resources Control Board. Do you recall if we got any response to that letter?
I thank you for the question. I do not recall any response. And during the Habitat Committee meeting, we tried to figure out if there was one. We could not find one.
And with regard to the other letter referenced in your report having to do with, I think it was the Delta Conveyance Project, that was a 2020 letter. Do you recall if we got any response to that?
Going back a little while here. I think we did not get a response, but I could be wrong on that one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions on the Habitat Committee report? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Corey.
Thank you.
That completes our reports. I will confirm. It looks like we have no public comment here, but I will check. There is one. All right. We have Joel Kawahara online. Good afternoon, Joel. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Amazing. So for the record, my name is Joel Kawahara. I'm a salmon trawler from Queets, Washington. I would like to comment on agenda item D1A supplemental HC report number 1 and on the Lower Columbia River Dredge Materials Management Plan and Environmental Impact Statement comment letter that the Habitat Committee is proposing to prepare. The Habitat Committee briefing doesn't mention making comments about the release and distribution of toxins that can occur during dredging. I'm pretty sure this is going to be part of the Corps of Engineers plan, but I would hope the Habitat Committee includes that in their comments. And secondly, while creating new bird habitat isn't necessarily a concern of the Habitat Committee, it is a concern of all of the salmon fishermen up and down the river. As it's well known, avian salmon predators are a major issue for salmon, out migrating juveniles. And while the Habitat Committee doesn't necessarily get to comment on such things, I think the council at large can. So when the council receives this letter and puts it on their letterhead, I would recommend including comments regarding looking for ways to not create any more habitat for avian predators. Something we know happened in the past, and we're paying for it pretty much now. That's all I had right now, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, and I'd be glad to hang on the line and answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kawahara on his testimony? Not seeing any hands here. Thanks very much, Joel. Okay, that completes our reports. Public comment takes us to council discussion and action. Considering the Habitat Committee report and recommendations, there were a couple of suggestions, recommendations for letters in there. We'll look around for a hand to initiate discussion on this topic. Mark Relnick.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And I guess I'll kick things off so we don't have to suffer in silence. And I'll refer to the second Habitat Committee report having to do with California salmon, Sacramento River specifically. This council and our stakeholders have been concerned about the decline of the Sacramento fall Chinook and other stocks. And we've sort of sat here around this table trying to deal with the consequences of the collapse. And of course, the only knob we have to turn is to restrict fisheries. And the collapse isn't a consequence of overfishing, really. It's a consequence of the decline of natural production in the river. And the decline of the natural production is a consequence of choices made by federal and state actors. I've said here many times before that all we can really do is write sternly worded letters. And that's true, but it goes a little bit further than that, actually. Congress has decided that when we express concerns about essential fish habitat, that the National Marine Fisheries Service is supposed to go to bat for us as to actions taken by federal or state agencies. And this is codified in Section 305 of Magnuson. We often refer to 305 Section B3 in our letters because that's the portion of Magnuson that gives us the prerogative to weigh in on actions taken by federal state agencies that would affect habitat, including essential fish habitat. But beyond Section B3 is Section B4. And Section B4 provides that if NMFS receives information from us that actions taken by a federal state agency would adversely affect EFH, NMFS shall recommend to such agency measures that can be taken to conserve that habitat. We've written a number of letters, and to my knowledge, the National Marine Fisheries Service has never satisfied its obligation under Section B4. And beyond that, when the concern is addressed to a federal agency, Congress has provided in Magnuson that federal agency shall provide a detailed response in writing to the council. And of course, we don't get that either. So the Habitat Committee report summarizes concerns we have had. It refers to past correspondence that we have sent to which we've not received any response. And so I don't want to cut off discussion here, but I think it's time for us as a council to send a new letter, collecting together our past concerns, perhaps even including our past correspondence. And to, whether that's concerns expressed to BOR or State Water Resources Control Board. And of course, as in our past correspondence has always been sent to NMFS, and we need to remind NMFS of its obligation so that maybe our sternly worded letter, our next sternly worded letter may go further than our past. So I would endorse the council sending a new letter incorporating the recommendations of the Habitat Committee with regard to the Sacramento River habitat, and especially those recapping past concerns we've expressed.
Thank you, Mark. Further discussion? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And using those same sightings that Mark just gave, I could apply those to the Columbia River dredging plan, which has the same potential as adverse effect. One is taking toxic dredging material and placing them in another area of the river, stirring them up and releasing them. The other is taking essential fish habitat for smolt rearing and filling it in. And then thirdly, we all know 10 years ago, maybe more now, the Confederated Tribes of the Columbia River did a most excellent job on avian birds. One island we were losing 25 million smolts a year off of. And now we have the potential of making more of those islands for the same habitat. And so I think those things really have the potential on the Columbia River of doing the same thing, as Mark pointed out, down in the California Sacramento Basin. So I'm not as up on these things, this letter writing stuff that we do, but I certainly would, if we could piggyback and interject on one letter, I hope that would make the same points. I would certainly be for entering at least those things that are glaring. I'm sure there's other things that I've missed, but certainly taking dredge spoils and making more islands, although they describe them as lower islands, but just the same, there still would be dredge spoils out of the water. And that worries me, that there's a lot of area there that we need for smolt rearing, and I'd hate to see that get covered up. So anyway, thank you, Mark, for your lead and those sightings on those sections, but I think those same things that Mark, like I said, would apply to the Columbia River dredging plan. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Further discussion, John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and kind of building, I guess, on where Butch was at, in reference to that Lower Columbia River 20-year dredge disposal plan and the associated EIS. I've actually spent some time reading the Appendix E of the plan, which details the proposed fill sites in the Columbia. And from what I can tell, there's about 94 proposed sites extending over 80 miles downstream of Bonneville. And some of the sites are upland out of the water, but most of them are in water fill of some sort, beach nourishment, confined aquatic sites, or in water shallow sites, which is what Mr. Smith was referring to, not elevated islands, but fill nonetheless. The combined capacity of these sites is 64 million cubic yards, and the proposal includes placement of over 13,000 feet of new pile dikes. Other than the obvious impacts to the benthic communities and filling in popular fishing sites, it's challenging when you look at the document to evaluate the cumulative effects, but I think any plan that is going to direct more water down the channel is going to result in less flow into the large estuary, leading to sedimentation and shallower depth and more invasive plant growth. And considering that all the smolts in the Columbia River pass through the estuary, I think there's pretty good concern about the effects of this plan, given its magnitude. So I just wanted to share that and kind of reinforce, our speaking to the issue.
Thank you, John. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to note my appreciation for Mr. Grelnick's recommendation that we forward our past letters and highlight some of our concerns to NIMS, and especially highlight why we should expect responses from those, as he highlighted. I also just wanted to, I guess, ask a clarifying question from what Mr. Smith said. Mr. Smith, you used the word piggyback, but I understand the letter that Mr. Grelnick is proposing would be to NIMS, whereas I think the one you were talking about would be to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So I just wanted to clarify that to make sure I understood what you were talking about.
Okay, Butch.
Thank you. I know when I'm called Mr. Smith, I'm always in trouble. So, anyway, well, Corey, I think it may be both for the Columbia River because NIMS. So I think maybe it's one is a piggyback on the Mark's letter, if that's okay, but it's not. We got to it separately on the NOAA side, but also maybe if we could send a letter to Army Corps stating the same concerns we have. I think both are applicable in this case, certainly on the Columbia River, not because of the two agencies that have to recognize ESA and on the river there. So I hope I didn't confuse you more. So you can call me Butch. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey, a follow-up, and then Mark had his hand, Sharon, Kiefer also. Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Butch. I think we're on the same page. I just want to be crystal clear. Just knowing what the letter that the Habitat Committee around the Lower Columbia dredge was specifically going to be sent to the Army Corps of Engineers. So I'm hearing you say, yes, let's do that one, as well as if we were to do the letter Mr. Grelnick proposed, just highlighting also the concerns that we are potentially going to put in this letter to the Army Corps as part of that letter as well. Is that accurate?
Spot on.
All right. Thank you. And just for clarification, we're back into writing letters or drafting letters here. That I appreciate your clarity. The Habitat Committee had one specific that they would draft a letter regarding the dredge. Now I'm going to turn to Mark. Clarification on.
This is a clarification. The council writes to the agencies that are taking the action, right? Army Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Reclamation, State Water Resources Control Board. It's not a letter per se to NIMS, but NIMS is included in it so that there's no doubt that they're aware of the council's concerns, and therefore it triggers obligations under Section 305.
And the letter you suggested would be gathering up others, or describe what your intent.
Well, the letter from September of 2022 was addressed to both BOR and State Water Resources Control Board, because State Water Resources Control Board has the prerogative to set standards, but it's the Bureau of Reclamation that's taking the actions. And so independent of whatever the State Water Resources Control Board would order, BOR has an independent obligation, I believe, to safeguard essential fish habitat. So even if the State Water Resources Control Board wasn't even around, we would still be expressing concern to BOR about water flows and temperature. Now, there's also an issue of trying to get the State Water Resources Control Board to put teeth behind what it's supposed to do. So it's really, that issue was addressed to both. And, I don't have, we can go through that list, those lists of concerns. I would sort of defer to council staff as to how to formulate the letter, whether they should do one to a federal agency and one to a state agency, or whether they're susceptible of being combined. It makes sense for Sacramento River stuff, which is, of course, is different than the Columbia River concerns. I don't want to get into the mechanics of how those letters get written, but they do need to be addressed to the agencies that are taking action, the agencies whose decisions are affecting essential fish habitat. And then NIMS is not actually taking those actions. It's the other agencies.
Right. Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So going back to the Lower Columbia River Dredge Material Management Plan and Environmental Impact Statement, the Habitat Committee has made a very specific proposal, even though for the quick response process to provide a draft letter for council review. We have, once again, a very quick turnaround. But Mr. Chairman, again, checking in on process, can we just provide guidance with a head nod around the council, or do we need a motion?
We can go either way on that. And we have in the past that it's the council's desire here. I will look around on the dredge material one. I think it's fairly clear. Again, it would be the Habitat Committee drafting. If everyone is comfortable with that, that would still come back to the council for the quick review. So is that process okay? Just guidance that, yes, the Habitat Committee would take up writing that, drafting that letter, and then put it through our normal process. That's what we would do there. John North.
Mr. Vice Chair, just checking, but if I recall, we've already directed the Habitat Committee to do that in previous meetings.
See Kerry shaking his head affirmatively. Can you add something to that?
Well, I'm trying to remember if the direction was to go ahead and draft the letter and send it, or if it was continue to track this issue and be prepared to draft a letter. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly, but yeah, the council has given strong guidance that when this comes out for comment, we intend to submit a letter.
Yes, and with that, then I think we're confirming that we should send the letter. Okay. Good on the dredge material now. And then another letter regarding Sacramento River issues that would go to, I'm assuming, well, I shouldn't put words in your mouth, Mark.
Yes, the past correspondence was driven to the two agencies I've mentioned. I imagine a future letter will also go to those agencies identifying our concerns and the actions that are being contemplated or are being taken. That has to do with Habitat Report 2. And then there's also this draft EIS to which we need to respond as well. And the Habitat Committee has indicated it's prepared to prepare a draft.
And let me look back. The draft EIS was in report 2 also. Okay. Marcy, were you raising your hand? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It was on that point about the comment period having already closed on September 9th. It was my understanding per reports from our Habitat Committee member that the crafting of that letter was already underway in hopes that we could get that letter submitted to them soon. And again, it's narrowly on this particular point about the draft EIS, which is kind of a separate topic from the recommendation from Mr. Grelnick. So I just want to be clear that that work is underway, and maybe if someone can update us on when we expect that draft to come to us, recognizing that maybe we want to act quickly on that, given that we're outside the comment window.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just on this point on the Central Valley EIS, I did take a page out of our colleague, Mr. Virgil Moore's playbook, and I sent a letter to them saying, please be on the lookout for a letter from us a few days after the close of the comment period. So they are expecting that from us. In terms of when we would have a letter together, I'd have to defer to Mr. Griffin.
Carrie?
As soon as possible, recognizing that the comment period has closed. And I think in good faith, we should not let it linger for weeks and weeks and weeks. So this will be a priority for the Habitat Committee and staff to get something ready for council review as soon as possible.
Thank you, Carrie, and recognizing that there's a date for the quick review on the dredge material. And this one is also in our hurry mode. The Habitat Committee will be drafting both of those. So their agreement, then the guidance that Habitat Committee prepare the letter on the draft EIS, and that will ASAP, whatever that means, but that will go through our quick review process also. And that's 2 letters and a 3rd letter to the Bureau of Reclamation as described by Mr. Gorelnik and outlined in Habitat Committee Report 2. Is it clear what that would be for everyone here? Mark?
You mentioned the Bureau of Reclamation, but I think there's also tasks that it also needs to be addressed. Same or parallel letter to State Water Resources Control Board.
Yes, I'm sorry. The 2 agencies there, but pulling from prior letters we have written. And that is could be on a longer time frame, realizing there are a lot of letters to write here, but would still be done before our November meeting. So it would be a quick review process somewhere between now and then. Is that agreed? Not seeing any disagreement here. So, Carrie, how many letters are you going to have people prepare?
I think we're up to 4 or 5 so far for today on day 1 of your council meeting. I do want to clarify one thing with regard to the Mark Gorelnik letter. We'll call it that, Mark. He made the point of referring to the Magnuson Act and the implementing regs that talk about a requirement to respond in detail. In our prior letter from 2 years ago, and I don't know about the other ones, we didn't specifically cite that or call it out. But I think what I'm hearing is you would like that element incorporated into this letter. So listing, capturing previous comments and concerns and recommendations and saying you need to respond to us in writing in detail, correct? Okay.
Yeah, I think that with regard to the council's authority under 305 B3, that's usually what I think what we cite when we say we have an obligation under Magnuson to address threats to essential fish habitat, or there's some language that often appears in letters. As far as reciting B4, which refers to NIMS's obligation, I don't think it's appropriate, but that in that letter, I think that has been made very clear here in our meeting, and maybe would be the subject of maybe a conversation or a note from the executive director to NIMS when those letters get transmitted.
Eric?
I don't want to get too far diverted, but I think that the implementing regulations are where a federal action agency or state action agency that receives recommendations from the council is obligated to also respond. So there's parallel, NIMS comment and response requirements, but I might need to go dust off the regs. But I think that there's a requirement for non-NIMS agencies to respond to our letters.
I'd have to take another look at Magnuson, but my read is that at least as far as federal agencies are concerned, their obligation to respond is triggered by NIMS's correspondence to them following the council letter. And I don't think that the Magnuson puts that obligation on state agencies. I don't think, but I'm not an expert.
Yeah, I'm gathering there will be a strongly worded letter. I believe NIMS is in the room listening to this discussion. Further comment, Corey Niles?
Well, it's on a different, it's back on the dredge thing, and Butch might have the same, but it does say in the Magnuson Act that they have to respond if they receive letter from the council in 30 days. Federal agencies, other federal agencies, but I have another point that I can hold off on the, if we're still.
Go ahead. I think we're ready.
Well, I think John and Butch brought up a couple, and Joel in public testimony on just the content of the letter. There was at least some perception that the Habitat Committee couldn't comment on cumulative impacts such as creating new bird habitats. But I think Butch and others would be suggesting that's included. And it would be, you would think that falls on the umbrella of cumulative impacts if you're going to create new habitat for species that are predators on smolts. I don't see why that would be out of bounds, but I just wanted to make, I think there was some question about whether that could be included. And to me, it fits, but I just wanted to vocalize that.
Okay, thank you. And I think Carrie has that note.
Yes, thank you. We did confer with our salmon staff officers, noting that there's a couple of impacts here that are not directly related to habitat, like increased predation and things like that. So our intent is to develop the draft letter, consult with people who live in the salmon world, and incorporate that into what would be, a council letter. It's not just a habitat letter; it's a council comment letter. So, which I think is where you're going with this, right? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So I think I don't want to close off discussion, but not seeing any hands. I think Carrie captured, or maybe you should summarize for us again, just so we remember, please.
I believe that you have directed 3 letters to be written. One is a comment letter on the Corps of Engineers Dredge Materials Management Plan for the placement of dredge material. One is in response to the Bureau of Reclamation Central Valley Project Operations draft EIS. That comment period just closed, but Mr. Burden sent a letter before the comment period closed and said, we're going to send you something. And then the third letter is the one that Mark Grelnick suggested that would go to the Bureau of Reclamation, and he'd left a little latitude, but and to the State Water Resources Control Board that reiterates our concerns and requests a response, and probably will quote the appropriate Magnuson Act section. So 3 letters. And they're in priority order. I'd say the Central Valley project is the first priority. The Dredge Material Management Plan comment period ends October 7th. So we're on a timeline there. And then the other one is not on quite as, it doesn't have a deadline, but we don't want it to linger. You want it to be done before the November council meeting. This is what I heard. Did that sound right, Mr. Vice Chair?
Sounds right to me, but I'm going to look around to the deciding body here and make sure everyone is comfortable with that. Let's see, agreement, Executive Director Burden.
Not to cut off the head nods here, and I do see a hand to my left, but I would just add that I think, given the discussion here, what I would intend to do is work with Carrie to make sure that the strongly worded letter language that we referred to in the Mark Grelnick letter, that there's something similar in all 3 letters, that we're very clear on the ask these agencies respond. So I don't think there would be objection to that, but I just want to be clear.
All right. John North?
Sorry, I just wanted to check. Were all three of the letters? I was trying to compare the Habitat Committee reports, and in one of the Central Valley ones, it says the Habitat Committee will contribute to a letter, and another one, it says it'll draft the letter. So are all three of these letters coming from the committee, or are any of them from council staff, or maybe the third one? But
Sure.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. North. Per usual practice, we tend to have a good partnership, and depending on the letter, sometimes a committee will take more of a lead than staff. Other times the staff will take more of a lead. So we just figure that out. And jury, sometimes we'll take the lead, and other times the committee will take the lead, and they'll get done. But if you do have a specific request that one entity take the lead on it, I'd be interested to hear that. But otherwise, we work it out, and it seems to work okay.
Hey,
I'm good. Thank you.
okay. Any further discussion on this agenda item? Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to take a minute to thank the Habitat Committee request that we made to them in April. I know these reports have been quite a while in the making. I saw many communications cross my desk looking for information, looking for confirmation of activities. The format that they use, particularly in report 2, to give us a status of things they're tracking versus the action items they're putting forward to us at the moment, I think will serve well for future reports to us on the topic of Central Valley water ops. Then looking to report 1, quite a variety of topics, and Dr. Green, just a shout out to you for the work on the habitat indicators and the refinements and keeping the Habitat Committee active in those discussions. I know that's where they started some years ago, and it's just great to see how the work's progressed, and we look forward to what we'll be seeing in the March ecosystem status review. So I just want to sing out a lot of praise to the Habitat Committee. They've been very busy and done really great work.
Yes, thanks to the committee for the past work that led up to all this discussion, and some pre-thanks for the work they'll do in the next week, drafting some letters. Appreciate their attention to it. So any other comments, discussion? Looking around, not seeing any. I think that completes this agenda item, so we will close it out. And there will be a change of seats here. We will stay in place and just give people a few minutes, a minute or two to get organized before we move on to the next agenda item, which is under salmon management. All right, looking around the table here, I have a pretty good idea who's going to be in the seats. I failed to welcome John North to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Chair on the last agenda item, but he'll be sitting in on salmon also. Mr. Kyle Addix is in the Washington seat. He is participating virtually. Susan Bishop has joined us in the NIMS seat. Welcome to all of you. And Angela Forstall is in the staff seat, who will be, I believe, giving us an overview here and leading us through this agenda item. So Angela, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. We'll be starting salmon with agenda item E1. This is the NMFS National Marine Fisheries Service report that you receive a few times a year. You'll be briefed on some recent developments in salmon fisheries management and issues of interest. You do have two items for reference materials, a letter that the council received from the agency regarding stock status determination changes, and a report from the National Marine Fisheries Service. There's no real council action required under this item, just discussion and comments as appropriate, and no public comments signed up at this time.
All right, thank you. Fairly straightforward, but I'll look around and see if there are any questions on the overview before we begin. Not seeing any questions. I'm going to turn it over to Susan Bishop for the NMFS report. Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be speaking to agenda item E1A, the National Marine Fisheries Service report on regulatory activities. This one is really short compared to a lot of the ones that I give, and it's basically two updates on items that you're already familiar with. The first one is on stock status determinations. NMFS West Coast region recently informed the council sort of officially, and Angela referred to the attachment E1 or the attachment 1 in your briefing book. That is the letter to Merrick from National Marine Fisheries Service on the informing the council of the change in status of the Strait of Juan de Fuca and Queets natural co-host stocks, that those two stocks have been rebuilt, consistent with the criteria in the Magnuson Act. And so NMFS will propose to remove the rebuilding plans for both of these stocks from regulation, since they are rebuilt and are no longer required to be managed under rebuilding plan. We anticipate that the proposed rule to remove the rebuilding plans from regulation will occur in advance of the 2025 season, and the proposed rule will have a 30-day comment period. Just as a matter of interest, the Klamath River Fall Chinook stock continues to be managed under its rebuilding plan until the stock is rebuilt. So it's not in here, but to just recap, one of the highlights of today was, if you recall, in 2018, we had 5 Chinook stocks that were considered to be overfished. We have now rebuilt 4 of the 5, and we do have one additional one in terms of Klamath or Queets spring summer that we're working on a rebuilding plan for, but that's good news overall. The second update I wanted to report out on is with regard to the status of the California Coastal Chinook Regulatory Framework. In November of 2023, the council adopted a framework of management measures for the ocean salmon fisheries off the coast of California and recommended it to NMFS for implementation and regulation. This was the culmination of probably a couple of years of a lot of work among a lot of people. NMFS issued a proposed and final rule to codify that framework as a regulatory amendment to the salmon regs. The final rule was issued August 14th, and it was actually effective last Friday, September 13th. So that concludes my the NMFS report for today. I would again like to issue a lot of thanks for all the people that made all these things possible.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Bishop on the NMFS report? Not seeing any hands here. Thank you very much, Susan. I believe that is the only report we have under this. And also, I will just confirm it. I didn't see any public comment. And there's no public comment. So any discussion to be had on the reports you heard or these items? Give you adequate time to think about it, but it doesn't appear that there's anything to discuss here. I'm not going to belabor it. Angela, I think we're done.
You are correct. You heard your update, and that is everything under this agenda item.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, I will pass the gavel back to our chair for the remainder of the day.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, for taking care of that. Good work. We'll start off with E2, and I think we'll probably take a bathroom break after E2. That'll kind of space it properly for the end of the day unless someone really has to. Good shape. So, Angela, start us off, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item TE2, salmon methodology review, final topic selection. This is the second step in a three-step process that guides the salmon methodology review process outlined in COP 15. The first step of this review process begins in April, where a list of candidate topics is typically identified. And then the second step is this September meeting, where the council is informed of topics that will be ready for review at the October methodology review meeting and notified of any assistance needed from management entities to complete this review. The third step will take place at November after the review is completed, where the SSC and STT will provide you with results of the review and any recommendations for potential methodology changes. These changes would be adopted by the council in November and could to be implemented in a coming season, or the council could provide direction for handling of any unresolved issues at that meeting. At the April 2024 council meeting, the SSC and STT did not identify any topics for methodology review, but the STT statement did note that if there is sufficient progress on projects that would be appropriate for methodology review, they could be brought forward at this meeting. And there has been a number of items brought forward for the council to consider by the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group for proposed review at a 2024 salmon methodology review. And so the council should determine if these topics are appropriate and if the necessary supporting analyses will be ready for review. The materials are due at least 2 weeks prior to the October review, which if any items are moved forward would occur on October 4th. So materials would be due by Friday. And the meeting would be held entirely online and the results would be provided to the council in November. There are a number of items for the council under this agenda item. There is that Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group report. There are also reports from the SSC, the STT, and the SAS. And the council action under this agenda item would be to provide guidance to the SSC regarding potential topics and priorities for methodology review this year, determine if topics identified will be ready for the October meeting, and request relevant agencies to develop and provide needed materials to the SSC as appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Questions on the overview? Marcy, you're up, go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Angela. I'm looking at the SITSUM and the description of the activities under COP 15 and the step at the September meeting where we are informed of the topics that are ready for review. And then the process commences and we hear back in November the results of the review. And at that time, the council has the opportunity to provide direction for handling unresolved issues. And we may reject the use if they haven't been approved the preceding November. I guess I'm just hoping that maybe you can refresh our understanding of the purpose of methods review. I know it's to clarify the technical basis for actions, but the decision of if it is technically sound or the review seems separate from a policy decision that might be made to actually employ the method. Can you maybe clarify for us, if we put things on the methods review list, does it imply that we are intending that they be used in the upcoming cycle?
Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Umko, and also lean on Robin here to help elaborate. But my understanding is yes, by moving these forwards for review, you would be indicating that you would have an interest in applying them in the coming year, noting that in November, you will also be reviewing the results and adopting them at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Okay. With that, we'll go to the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group and Dr. Will Satterwhite. Will?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes. So I will be speaking to agenda item E2A, Sacramento River Workgroup Report 1. The Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group has identified 3 topics that could be suitable for salmon methodology review this year. Item number 1, derivation of proxy ratio between the spawning escapement corresponding to maximum sustainable yield and the spawning escapement corresponding to maximum production, and FMSY, or exploitation rate corresponding to maximum sustainable yield, value suitable for use for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. Reference points are the first topic identified in the Sacramento Work Group terms of reference, and this would directly address the FMSY reference point and provide a major step in addressing the SMSY reference point. The work group discussed the June 2024 recommendations of the STT being supportive of identifying a reasonable ratio between SMSY and SMSP to inform a data-based estimate of SMSY, and the SSC that the currently used proxy value for FMSY be updated using recent data from other Chinook stocks that are representative of the Sacramento River Fall Chinook stock under current conditions. The work group noted that for the Ricker spawner recruit relationship, as typically employed for PFMC managed salmon, the ratio between SMSY and SMSP is equal to the value of FMSY. Thus, a single literature review could inform estimation of both quantities, which are really just a single number, via a meta-analytic approach similar to the basis of the existing FMSY proxy. The work group reviewed the analyses informing the current FMSY proxy, identified some as no longer representative, identified others that have been updated based on more recent data, and identified additional analyses of relevance. The work group proposes presenting as criteria for inclusion of analyses, the set of analyses identified as appropriate, and the resulting potential SMSY, SMSP, and FMSY proxy value suitable for use for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The work group has completed a written report describing all of this. Second item, Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction and comparison to the Sacramento Index. This would address point 2 of the June 2024 Council guidance to evaluate the cohort reconstruction and compare it with existing methods. Emily Chen from the University of California, Berkeley, has completed a cohort reconstruction for Sacramento River Fall Chinook brood years 2008 to 2016 that includes both hatchery and natural origin fish as recommended by the SSC and the STT in their June 2024 reviews of the work group progress report. The work group reviewed preliminary results and found comparisons between the Sacramento Index and the cohort reconstruction estimates of ocean abundance, potential escapement in the absence of fishing, and exploitation rates to be compelling, with potentially significant management implications in both the near term, for example, improved exploitation rate calculations for use in status determinations, and longer term, for example, reference point revisions once a sufficient number of years of data have accumulated. The work group also noted interesting patterns in maturation rates that could be significant for forecasting. More accurate estimates of abundance would be useful in evaluating forecast performance and areas of potential improvement. Dr. Chen informed the work group that she could have complete documentation in advance of the 2-week deadline for review materials and would be available remotely during the potential methodology review dates. Then item 3, uncertainty metrics and buffering approaches for Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecasts. This would address tasks in the terms of reference related to the harvest control rule and updated forecast methods. The work group discussed published work, that's the Satterthwaite and Shelton 2023 paper, that describes how bias and uncertainty in salmon forecasts can be quantified, and buffers based on a desired level of risk tolerance can be derived using a framework similar to the existing P-star sigma approach used for groundfish and coastal pelagic species. If this approach is deemed technically sound, it could facilitate the work group's assigned tasks related to potential improvements to forecasting, for example, as a bias correction applied to the point estimate, and/or the control rule for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, for example, as a buffer to the input to the control rule. Uncertainty metrics would also directly address point 3 in the SSC's April 2024 report on preliminary topic selection, that is, that forecast and abundance estimates should include uncertainty bounds, and buffers could complement work under points 2, that's integration of stoplight indicators, and/or point 4, application of risk tables consistent with March 2024 council direction to the ecosystem work group as well. The work group understands that all materials submitted for methodology review are due 2 weeks in advance of the review and should be technically sound, comprehensive, clearly documented, and identified by authors. The work group anticipates no problems with meeting those requirements for any of these items. And since this was our report submitted to the advanced briefing book, with the council's indulgence, I can also give just a quick update on progress on these items that has happened since the advanced briefing book deadline. And also one thing I realized we didn't really address in our report that could be relevant.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Oh, sorry, Will, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So just quickly to update on item number 2, where we say Dr. Chen informed the work group that she could have complete documentation in advance. We can confirm that that documentation is indeed complete. And now that we have the proposed October 4th meeting date, we can confirm that Dr. Chen is indeed available October 4th. And then based on the discussions and the statements from the SSC and STT, I'm realizing we didn't really discuss the workload implications of any of these items. So just quickly, at least in terms of the work group, since all of the documentation is complete, proceeding with any of these items does not create any work for the work group or change the work group's workload. But there actually are implications for the workload of the work group if we don't implement each one, although they vary. So for example, the first item, if we don't do the review of the FMSY reference point and we don't do the review of the SMSY SMSP ratio, that sort of blocks further progress on what has been tentatively identified as the most productive or most promising route towards updating the SMSY reference point. So it sort of potentially takes away some momentum and stalls the work group, but doesn't create additional work for the work group. If we don't do the cohort reconstruction review, again, it sort of stalls our ability to address direct council guidance from June, but doesn't create any direct work for the work group. On this last item, given that the work group has tasks around the evaluation of forecast performance, has tasks around evaluating the control rule, and then also one additional component of this Satterthwaite and Shelton paper that's discussed in the SSC meeting is that that paper does describe how we can evaluate retrospectively what the consequences of different management strategies might have been in terms of escapement, in terms of harvest, and in terms of status over the last 10 years. Sort of the work group is hoping to use those tools in the various tasks it's assigned around forecasts, around control rules, and around evaluating the likely costs and benefits of different actions. And so if this item doesn't move forward, that puts the work group in the sort of awkward space of either we can spend the next year using a tool we might later be told is not a suitable tool to use, or we might try to do everything with both that tool and a different tool as sort of insurance against being told our initially preferred tool is not one we're allowed to use or not one that's technically sound for use. But so there's definitely a workload risk from the work group's perspective associated with not moving forward with that third item. And with that, that concludes the work group report, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Satterthwaite? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Satterthwaite, for the reports and your supplemental update information. I have a question on the testimony you just offered the council relative to item 3 and the statement that you expect that not moving topic 3 forward could impede your progress on the work of harvest control rules and updated forecast methods. I just want to understand, I don't know how closely you're following the discussions under the ecosystem work group and the risk table agenda item that the council will be taking up tomorrow. But as I understand, the recommendations coming out of the EWG and also the STT will to
taking the opportunity over winter for considering integration of risk tables and how that might be accomplished, how, if, when, what have you, into the salmon management process. I note that the risk table item is actually not a recommendation from the work group for methods review. But I'm just trying to understand, would you then be proceeding to develop the work of the work group without considering the developments ongoing on risk tables? Or, I think we're struggling with how sequentially to proceed with work. And I'm struggling to, I guess, account for what you've just told us here. We certainly want to not impair the Sacramento work group's work, but there are also a number of other advisory bodies and management entities involved in the reviews of various new work that's underway. And so I appreciate your input on the progress of the work group, but I would be curious as to the views of the STT, the EWG, and the SSC as well. So maybe you can help me understand how you are considering the development of risk tables in the work group's work.
Right, thanks. Yeah, I can try to answer that from the work group's perspective. Obviously cannot speak for the EWG or the STT. Also, I think I will defer to Alan, who I assume is in the room there, to speak for the SSC. But yeah, in terms of the work group, certainly the work group is somewhat aware of the work being done on risk tables. There may be some degree of overlap and or complementarity between aspects of the risk table work and aspects of the work group's work. But, keep in mind, the work group is tasked with things like evaluating the existing forecast, considering improvements to the forecast. Risk tables per se are not going to be forecasts, but the tools in this paper do give us methods for quantifying how well different forecasts work. It also provides us the context, how well has the Sacramento River Chinook forecast worked relative to the forecast for other stocks? That sort of gives us important context on realistically, how much better can we hope for the forecast to get? How good are the best salmon forecasts? Can we realistically expect to do a lot better than them? So I think that's sort of useful context that this kind of paper, or that this paper, the tools in this paper give us that do not overlap with the risk table idea. You also mentioned this paper talks about ways of quantifying changes in expected harvest, changes in expected escapement, changes in status that we might expect under different harvest strategies. Again, that might well complement how we would evaluate what the consequences of risk tables would be, but it also addresses some of the direct tasks in the terms of reference, saying, what would the consequences be of other kinds of changes to the control rule. And then, yeah, I did see in the STT statement, there was mention of sort of conversations about how do we bring these different topics together? From my perspective, those conversations are more productive the more everybody understands about what are the components of each topic or each sort of method under consideration. And so from my perspective, rather than saying hold the conversation first, then hold the review, I would say if we have the time, if we have the resources, if we have the materials, hold the review, and then have a more informed conversation. So hopefully that helps.
Okay. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on your last statement there, Will, you said, I want to make sure I'm understanding. You said hold the review to allow for more vetting. I think I missed your the point of your
Oh,
statement.
I said just so that this conversation would be more informed. I mean, the best way to hold that conversation is if everybody taking part in the conversation understands the contents of this paper. Everybody understands the work that the EWG has been doing on the risk tables. And so, the sooner the review happens, the more public this material is, the more people have looked at it, the more people will understand it, and therefore the more informed that conversation can be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Satterwhite, for presenting this. My question is on the third proposed project, and about halfway down, there's a brief discussion about how it could be around risk tolerance and using a framework similar to the existing P-STAR Sigma approach used for groundfish and CPS. This isn't groundfish, this isn't CPS, and I'm wondering if maybe you could elaborate a little bit on how those things are connected, and why you decided to cite P-STAR and Sigma as an example of what might come out of this process.
Yeah, thank you. And partly P-STAR and Sigma was cited as something that maybe not the salmon-centric or the people in the seats for the salmon items only on the council would be familiar with, but the idea was that a lot of people involved in the council process are also involved with the groundfish process, are also involved with the CPS process. And so, realizing and apologizing that not everybody on the council is already familiar with this approach, I think a lot of people are. It is not an identical approach. And, part of the, again, sort of merits of having this review would be understanding how are they similar, how are they different, how might it, affect management in both positive and perhaps also negative ways. Just put it on the table, how would it work? It was also inspired by, there have been statements by the SSC and by CIE reviewers of other salmon models going back to at least 2002, saying we really should be looking at these things in a probabilistic framework. And the P-STAR Sigma is a probabilistic framework. So that's the parallel. It is not an exact parallel, but it is something that seems familiar to at least some participants in this process.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Satterwhite. Just a quick follow-up there. By these things that you referenced there in your last answering my question, I think what you mean or was implying was harvest setting. Is that accurate?
In general, yes. I mean, there have been calls for a long time about quantifying the uncertainty in multiple parts of the process. But yeah, one thing would be, consider how uncertain is your forecast and consider that uncertainty when you apply the control rule that is assuming if you apply a particular exploitation rate, you'll get a particular escapement. I mean, that expectation only holds exactly if your forecast is exactly correct. And so, there definitely have been suggestions to look at that in a more probabilistic way.
Okay. Thank you, Corey. All right. Anyone else? Okay, well, I think we're good here. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next up will be the SSC report and Alan Burr. Welcome, Alan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Alan Byrne. I will be, reading the SSC report on this agenda item E2. The Scientific and Statistical Committee report on methodology review, the final topic selection. Will Satterwhite, of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, who was also the Sacramento River Fall Chinook ad hoc work group chair, briefed the Scientific and Statistical Committee on the three topics that the work group recommends for salmon methodology review this year. Michael O'Farrell, also of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, and the Salmon Technical Team Chair, gave a brief overview of the STT discussion on these topics. The SSC recommends that all three topics be reviewed on October 4th, 2024. All materials are complete and can be reviewed in one day. The analysis will be available to present and answer questions on that day also. The work has the potential to improve the scientific basis for salmon management by the Pacific Fishery Management Council. The first topic is derivation of proxy SMSY over the SMSP ratio. SMSY is the spawners that maximize yield. SMSP are the number of spawners that maximize production. And the FMSY valuable suitable for use for Sacramento fall Chinook. This work addresses the first topic identified in the work group terms of reference. The Sacramento River Work Group proposed review of its completed report that covers criteria for inclusion of analysis, a set of stocks and analysis it identified as appropriate for informing reference points, and the resulting proxy values for SMSY, SMSP, and FMSY. This topic number 2, Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction and comparison to the Sacramento Index. Emily Chen of the University of California at Berkeley has completed a report describing a cohort reconstruction of hatchery and natural origin components of the Sacramento Fall Chinook for recent years. This incorporates new methods for estimating uncertainty from sampling coda wire tags and scales. Topic number 3, uncertainty metrics and buffering approaches for Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecasts. A published paper by Satterthwaite and Shelton in 2003 documented bias and substantial uncertainty in forecasts for several Pacific Fishery Management Council managed salmon stocks. The approach described in that paper has the potential to address the portions of the Sacramento River Work Group terms of reference that call for evaluation and possible revisions of forecasts in the harvest control rule. This paper has also informed discussions in the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee about the development of risk tables for salmon, and it addresses an SSC recommendation that uncertainty be accounted for in salmon forecasts. With proposals for quantifying bias and uncertainty in salmon forecasts and derivation of buffers based on desired levels of risk tolerance, Satterthwaite and Shelton present a number of potential pathways for improving salmon management in the council arena. Considering the uncertainty metrics and buffering approaches specifically for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecasts provides a trackable scope for review while serving as a good demonstration of the approach. Satterthwaite and Shelton include a retrospective analysis of how buffers might have affected historical management outcomes for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook stock, thus informing the potential costs and benefits of this approach in terms of both harvest and conservation metrics. Describing uncertainty and identifying methodologies for developing buffers is a general and long-standing need for salmon management and is incorporated into the management of groundfish and coastal pelagic species. This need is independent of the current reference points for abundance and harvest control rules. And that concludes our statement.
Nick, thank you, Alan. Questions on the SSC report? Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. I'm looking back to the SSC's report to the council back in April on the topic of methods review. And at that time, you certainly described a number of possible topics that have come up for discussion over the past year. It sounded like you weren't clear that any of these topics were ripe for review since you didn't put them on a list back then in April. But you did mention in number 3, the incorporation of uncertainty into salmon management, and that forecasts and abundance estimates should include uncertainty bounds. I guess my question is, given that the Satterthwaite and Shelton paper published in 2023, why the SSC didn't see fit back in April to put it on the tentative list at that time?
Go back to my memory. I think in April, we were only maybe had a broad discussion of what some potential topics could be, knowing that the final topic selection occurs at this meeting, and the Sacramento River Work Group at that time did not inform the SSC that it wanted this approach reviewed. So that's why we did not bring it up. If I remember, I can't remember the statement exactly, but I think we alluded to the fact that should topics become should work on topics that were pertinent to salmon management become completed in time, that we knew we could add those topics to the list and request methodology review at this meeting. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions? SSC report? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Byrne. I know you're real familiar with the USV Oregon Technical Advisory Committee and all the forecasts that are conducted there. And I'm getting a little rusty, but could you refresh my memory? Do they ever incorporate buffers or uncertainty, or just use point estimates in Columbia River forecast?
Now you're getting to me. I do the technical end of the things. The forecasts do not incorporate uncertainty. They're point estimates. And those point estimates are used to look up a matrix that sets the harvest rates. And the resulting number of fish are split 50-50 between treaty fisheries and non-treaty fisheries. But, as you know, John, in the Columbia River, we have a little bit of an out because we can adjust our run sizes in season because we can make estimates of the run size at Bonneville Dam. And if the run comes in much higher than forecast, we can adjust our harvest rates up. If the run looks like it's coming in much lower than forecast, we can adjust the harvest rates down. We don't have that option in ocean fisheries.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Alan.
You're done. Thank you.
Okay. Next up will be Dr. Michael Farrell online. Mike, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. I will be referring to agenda item E2A, supplemental revised STT report 1, dated September 2024. The report is on methodology review. During the April 2024 PFMC meeting, no topics were identified as potential items for methodology review. Since that time, the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Ad Hoc Work Group has been continuing to investigate methods to improve Sacramento River Fall Chinook stock assessment and management. The work group identified 3 potential topics for methodology review in 2024 that would help advance the objectives outlined in their terms of reference. Dr. Will Satterthwaite presented these topics to the Salmon technical team, which included, number 1, derivation of proxy SMSY, SMSP ratio, and FMSY values suitable for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. 2, Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction in comparison to the Sacramento Index. And 3, uncertainty metrics and buffering approaches for Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecasts. With regard to topic 1, the STT expressed support in the June 2024 supplemental STT report for identifying a reasonable ratio between SMSY and SMSP to inform database estimates of SMSY for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The SSC recommended updating the FMSY proxy using data from representative stocks at the June PFMC meeting. The STT supports selecting topic 1 for methodology review this fall. Topic 2, the STT expressed support for developing a cohort reconstruction for Sacramento River Fall Chinook in the June 2024 supplemental STT report, and the STT is also supportive of moving item 2 forward for methodology review. There was discussion amongst the team as to whether the cohort reconstruction requires a methodology review, given that cohort reconstruction methods have been reviewed several times in the past for other stocks. However, the STT believes the documentation and open discussion that occurred during the methodology review would be worthwhile, considering the importance of this stock to South of Falcon ocean fisheries and management. Topic 3, expressing uncertainty for the abundance forecast and application of bias correction and buffers has been proposed for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The STT notes that many changes to Sacramento River Fall Chinook assessment and management are currently being discussed, including updating reference points, implementing a cohort reconstruction, incorporating environmental covariates and forecast models, and development of buffers to the harvest control rule. Developing buffers to abundance forecasts should be considered alongside these other proposals. The assessment and management landscape for Sacramento River Fall Chinook may be more clearly defined in the coming year, and these potential changes for Sacramento River Fall Chinook could be reviewed at a later methodology review. Additionally, the Council has shown interest in the development of risk tables or other tools to incorporate in salmon management that have not been fully developed, and those may also play a role in Sacramento River Fall Chinook management. For this reason, and for prioritizing workload considerations, the STT recommends foregoing methodology review on this topic in 2024, but keeping it on the list as a potential topic for the 2025 methodology review. And that concludes the STT statement.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Questions on the STT report? Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. O'Farrell. I'm thinking about topic 3 here, and you noted in the report notes that there are what appear to be some talking about how these things could be considered in concert. So developing buffers to abundance forecasts should be considered alongside these other proposals, and to wait. And yet the SSC says at their last sentence of their statement, this need is independent of the current reference points for abundance and harvest control rules. So I'm really struggling to fit these pieces together. I'm wondering if you could provide a little bit more on why you are suggesting or why the STD is suggesting to wait when the work group and the SSC is suggesting moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. I could try to characterize the discussion that the STT had about this. What we see are a number of different items in the pipeline, essentially, to be considered for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. It is unlikely, I think, that all of them would be implemented down the road. Perhaps I'm wrong, I don't know. But if anything, we would want to have a menu of things to choose from to prioritize what to implement to better manage the stock. And while there may not be tight linkages between some of the proposals here and the bias and buffer component that is the backbone of topic 3, we still think that there's a potential that there could be sort of double buffering, or if, for instance, if there are buffers recommended through the risk tables approach. We haven't gotten so far with the risk table approach for salmon at this point, so we don't really know what could be proposed. So, in our opinion, waiting to see what the full menu is before making decisions seems prudent. That said, that the paper that is the focus of topic 3 has been through extensive peer review through the publication process, and so that part, that's something to be noted as well.
Thank you, Corey. What else? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. Also on the topic of topic 3, the Satterthwaite and Shelton paper describes a method that would employ the use of uncertainty buffers on forecasts. The complete details of that publication aren't available to me, at least. I didn't get behind the firewall. But I'm just wondering, in considering application of buffers to forecasts, maybe you can characterize at least my understanding of how we might apply uncertainty buffers to forecasts. There may be a number of ways to do it. Maybe you can speak to other methods that the STT at least might wish to consider in a more holistic review of on this topic of applying buffers to forecasts.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Remco. I would say that the practice of the STT, and only the STT, I would say, at this point, when we have an abundance forecast that isn't performing well enough, we've done a couple of things. We've looked to change that abundance forecast. We did that with Sacramento River Falls Chinook several years ago, from a very simple forecasting approach to something that is a little more complex and has performed better than the original approach. In other cases, like for Klamath River Falls Chinook, we noticed higher maturation rates, which directly affects the sibling regressions. And so we addressed that by reducing the data length to more recent data that would be more indicative of the state for that stock and the abundance forecast performance. And so that is what we have done as far as adding buffers into forecasts. I think that, and I'm only speaking for myself and not the team, but the approach would be to try to make the forecast better as opposed to correcting for error. I'm not saying that we're opposed to bias correction procedures, but I'm just saying that is what, at least for the California stocks, we have done in recent years.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. So I think what I heard you say is that you did a deep dive a number of years back to do your best to improve the forecast methodology in response to what seemed to be kind of persistent over forecasting. And as I recall, you developed the method to apply an autocorrelation approach, which I think I understand to be, something that would adjust for any bias, and then hopefully improve the forecast so that the likelihood would be that the point estimate of the forecast is equally likely to be, the actual abundance is equally likely to be above or below that point estimate. So I think I heard you say that you're continuing to improve on the forecast methods, which is somewhat of a different discussion than developing buffers to apply to the point estimate of a forecast. But maybe help me out here. Thank you.
I think, the last part of what you said there, Ms. Yuriko, is pretty accurate. We made changes to all three of the forecasts for the California stocks within the last 10 years, and more recently than that for two of the stocks. Forecasting abundance of salmon is very hard, obviously, and we're keenly aware of the forecast errors that how they contribute to the management of the stock, and it's tough to see them not perform well at times. But I guess we do take a look at these every year, and we see if we're reaching a threshold where we think that we need to look at this in a different way. We want to have some consistency in our forecasts. I think we don't want to be changing them every single year in terms of the forecast methods. But I guess I would say we're trying to do the best we can when it comes to forecasting.
Right. Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Oh, Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. Just so that I'm clear, I noticed looking at not only the documents that have been provided for this agenda item, but also some related documents that have been referenced in, say, the agenda item H. There's the use of the terms bias, uncertainty, and buffering. And I get the impression that they're sort of different tools that you use in different circumstances, or could be used in different circumstances. And that's part of the discussion I think we're having here, is kind of what tool to use, what's the right tool to use depending on what the situation is that you're seeing. So I was just curious if you could sort of speak to that and your experience with that.
Well, I think that when we're talking about the bias or uncertainty, we're talking about characteristics of the performance of the forecast. We strive, we hope we could have forecasts that are unbiased and precise and thus accurate. But I wouldn't consider, those terms to be used for assessing performance. So it contributes to an assessment of performance. And I think for topic 3 here, assessment of a bias leads to bias correction in the models that are described in that paper. And that's just one part of what the authors have done there. So I'm not sure if I provided an answer at all to your question, but if I didn't, perhaps you could restate it.
Susan?
I think I'm sort of following up on the comment that you mentioned that the STT was concerned that there's a lot of moving pieces within the work group's work. We don't know exactly where that's going to go, or where the pinch points are going to be. And you were concerned, or you had said we need a menu of things to choose from, and the concern of the STT that there could be double buffering if we're sort of maybe choosing too soon. Can you speak a little bit more maybe to what you meant by double buffering?
Well, yeah, I can. This is not really all that well worked out. We haven't talked about it much other than in the last couple of days, but there are risk table discussions about risk tables for salmon. They haven't gone real far yet. but I think they will here soon. And, you know, one can envision a risk table approach applied to a forecast that would perhaps buffer or reduce the forecast to account for risk, however that might be measured. And if that's going to be employed for management of salmon, the risk table approach, and if the way I described it is appropriate, which I'm not sure it is, and we're applying also this bias correction and buffer approach to the forecast, then it's possible that there could be multiple buffers that are sort of related. And I mean, this is what we discussed to some degree in our STT meeting, and it's something that we wanted to bring forward in our statement.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Corey Writing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks again, Dr. O'Farrell, for answering all these questions. Just want to voice support for the report and the hard work that's already gone into this, and appreciate you being here. My question is about something when you answered one of Marcy's earlier questions, and you were talking about bias in the forecast and the efforts that have been taken to reduce that bias. And I'm hoping you can just, I guess the question is simple. So are you saying there is no bias in the forecast right now?
I am definitely not saying that, no. I'm saying that we've had some improvements in forecast in recent years, in the forecast accuracy in recent years. And we've had some very poor forecasts in the past. We may have very poor forecasts going forward, but in the last few years, we've had forecasts that were above the postseason estimate and below it. And at least to me, I feel like that forecast is going okay. But that's not to say that we won't have problems down the road. I don't know if I'm getting at your question. I'm sorry if I'm not.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. O'Farrell. No, that answered it. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the characterization of the bias as it exists today. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, Corey. What else? Marcy?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. O'Farrell, on the topic of workload and prioritization, I know that I heard Dr. Satterthwaite express earlier that adding the third topic would not add any additional work for the work group, and not adding the topic would perhaps hinder the progress of the work group in taking on some of the tasks in the tour that are kind of additional to the basic reference point HCR assignment that I think is front and center on their work list. But maybe you can talk from an STT perspective about spooling up for a methods review on this third topic. I know that SRWG doesn't see it impeding their work and actually helping their work, but I'm just looking ahead to what's on the plate for the STT in the preseason process, as well as the methods review work that would come with the first two of the two items on the list, as well as your ongoing support in the work and both the work groups that the council has formed and tasked. I guess I'm just a little cognizant that we are really piling on the work for the STT, and I want to understand the ramifications of adding this item to the list to the STT. Thanks.
Mr. Rumko, yes. I mean, the STT and frankly, seems like all the council advisory bodies have a pretty heavy workload right now. There are 2 work groups going on that are above and beyond the, regular annual management preseason process that we go through. And, as far as the workload for, taking on a third topic in methodology review, my understanding is that the methodology review is going to be completed in 1 day. The workload would come from understanding and preparing for the methodology review. It's not a massive workload change for us if we include or do not include one particular topic for a 1-day methodology review. But just in general, we have had a heavy workload, and we anticipate a heavy workload in the future, implementing some of the changes from both the Klamath and the Sacramento work group and other guidance that we've been getting in recent years to change some of the things that we do on the STT. So I think that'll be the extent of my answer on that one.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Dr. O'Farrell. I guess I'm thinking about follow-up effects. The proposed item for review would only apply to forecasts for SAC fall. I know when STT gets to work on forecasting, you've got a whole host of West Coast stocks to perform forecasts for. And I guess maybe, I'm not sure if you heard the initial questioning that I had of Angela and the SITSUM and the ramifications for the implications for putting something on a methods review item. But I guess I'm just wondering if you can comment on application of additional steps to, buffering a forecast for SAC fall while not also applying a similar approach for other West Coast stock forecasts.
Well, if we're only applying bias correction and buffering, the approach that is identified in topic 3 for Sacramento Fall Chinook, that's one thing. It would be, the workload issues would be much higher, I think, if it were applied to all of the forecasts that are done in the FMP that we do each year. And frankly, I don't know how much workload that would be to do this only for SAC fall. I'm certain that members of the work group, the Sacramento work group, would help the STT and the code that is needed to implement such a forecast. And so, but I just can't say what the workload would be or the additional procedures that would have to be done to implement it at this time.
Okay. Oh, Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. So I have a little bit different. I'm interested in the workload question, but I have a little bit different question. So the SCT report had indicated, for example, a concern about double buffering because we have the approach that has been the Satterthwaite Shelton approach that has been put forward for methodology review. But it seems likely that we will also be considering the risk assessment tables. Those have been presented to the work group itself for consideration. Those are under, I believe, agenda item H something, sorry. And there has been a crosswalk between those two things. So for example, the SSC has commented on the relevance or not of the calculation of sigma to the risk tables, and the presentation that we have seen from Dr. Green has also commented on that connection, but in a slightly different way. So we could conduct a methodology review on the item 3 that's been put in front of us. But then if later on the risk assessment tables come forward and those are brought forward for methodology review, and they have implications that using the two together have then implications on themselves, is there a potential workload of then having to go back and revisit what that means to the original decision, I guess is my question. And so looking at potential efficiency of review, it might be better to sort of maybe look at the menu of choices once the work group sort of selects those that they feel are the best to use. Is that an option or a preferred approach for managing workload and efficiency?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Bishop. I suppose, there's a number of ways to look at this. The STT articulated their approach to this, but it could be done differently. I guess, we could put all, a variety of recommendations from the work group and maybe from the ecosystem work group, I'm going to get my terms incorrect, but the people working on, like Corey, on the risk tables, if once they are all reviewed, we can compare them and identify a suite of them that we want to employ, or one, or something like that, and we can take into account everything at one time. I think that was kind of what we were getting at. It's like, when the menu of potential alternatives is available, we can make choices that make sense for whatever the criteria are. That doesn't mean that we have to do reviews all at one time, but we just think that having something that goes through and perhaps is implemented now, and then something else comes along later that could be complementary or not, maybe we wouldn't want to go that way. That's just, that's the way that the STT discussions went. And I guess I don't have much more to add than that.
Thank you, Susan. All right. Anyone else? All right. Dr. O'Farrell, we're going to let you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, with the SAS report and Richard Heap. Richard, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank goodness. I'll be reading from agenda item 2E2A, the supplemental SAS report 1, Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on salmon methodology review, final topic selection. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel received a presentation from Dr. Mike O'Farrell, the chair of the STT, on the 3 proposed 2024 salmon methodology review items. 3 possible topics for review were discussed with the SAS. The STT recommended topic 1, the Sacramento Fall Chinook proxy, and topic 2, the Sacramento Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction, move forward for formal review. The SAS agrees with the STT recommendation and reasoning in seeing the first 2 topics move forward for 2024 review and foregoing review on the topic 3 at this current time. That concludes our report.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Questions for the SAS report? Okay, I think we're letting you off easier here, Richard. All right. Thank you. And then that concludes our reports, and we're going to take a much needed break. I believe we've been out for a longer 2 hours. So Richard, stand by. You'll be first up for public comment, followed by Brian McLaughlin. But we're going to take, let's do fairly quick so we move along. So 7 to 8 minutes, something like that, maybe. Okay, 10 minutes. Jeez, man, tough crowd.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back in session here, and we're on E2, and we're in going to public comment. And look to see if Richard Heap is still online. Richard. Let's see, Richard.
I am online. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
All right. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I did not intend to sign up for public comment. In my zeal to make sure I actually got on this time to read the public statement, I probably pushed a couple extra buttons. So I will relinquish any need for me to make a public comment. Thank you, and I apologize.
Okay, Rich. All right, good to hear your voice, though. Okay, so next up would be Brian McLaughlin. Brian?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair and Council. I, like Richard, didn't intend to testify, but I was inspired by some of the discussion, so I'd like to put my 2 cents forward. First of all, I support the Sacramento River Falls Chinook work group's topics for the methodology review, including item number 3, which I'll focus on because that seems to be where the issue is. In my view, having more tools in the toolbox, just like, having more fishing lures in my tackle box, is preferable. And of course, the council's got to decide things about workload and things of that nature. But if you can get this review done and it provides more tools, I would like to see it done, because I do think that understanding risk and uncertainty, especially risk profiles around point forecasts, for either abundance forecasts or spawning escapements, or even when you do your MSY escapement goals and things like that, just understanding the uncertainty around that can be really important for policymakers to understand the science and to understand what that point forecast really represents. And then it can be important as policymakers decide what buffers are appropriate depending on risk profiles. And I would say I'd like to see the science developed around that, because we do it implicitly all the time. And a good example is this year's regulations that were put forward. You had a forecast, I think it was 213 or something around that, 1,000 Sacramento River Falls Chinook. The MSY point was 120. NIPS said to manage for 180, which was implicitly buffering the MSY, which I think was appropriate given the uncertainty. And quite frankly, we now see that the MSY point of 120 isn't really supported by sound science, but we're doing that anyway. So having some science around it, I think will just help inform the discussions and let people move forward in a more scientific way. So I would support that for the review if it can be done consistent with your workload. The other thing that came up that concerned me, and I refer to a question by Council Member Uremko to staff about when this would be implemented. That really concerns me, because although I'd like to see the reference points and control rules, conservation objectives for the stock be adjusted as soon as possible, because I think it really needs it. I think there needs to be a broader discussion, and I was concerned about if you develop your proxies for FMSY and SMSY, if those are going to actually be implemented in March, because I think there's a broader discussion that needs to occur here. I have been advocating that the discussion be broadened beyond MSY to really look what I'm calling through an ESA lens. And what I'm really trying to say there is I would like to see the fishery management measures that are put in place with respect to your reference points, control rules, conservation objectives, go through kind of a review to see if we think they're consistent with maintaining the viability of the whole ESU, the Central Valley Fall and Late Fall Chinook ESU, as NIMS would look at that topic if it were considering the ESU for ESA listings. Because at one point, a number of years ago, in fact, it was proposed for listing. Then it was withdrawn because the abundance and natural area escapements were higher and conservation measures were put in place that people thought would be effective. But none of those reasons for withdrawing the proposal to list are valid now. And I've got a real concern about this. So I'd like to make sure in a proactive way that the fisheries measures and fishery management that is implemented by the council is consistent with maintaining the viability, including the diversity and spatial structure, is a significant part of its range, and a lot of other factors that I think should go into determining what is the proper conservation objective. So I'd be concerned about if this were going through a review and then it were just going to be implemented without going through that. So those are my two things. I do appreciate you listening to my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Brian on his testimony? Marcy Remco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. I was wondering, with regard to your recommendation to move forward item 3 for methods review, I thought I heard you speak positively to the application of buffers that you had seen in the council process in recent years, where we added buffering, for example, to conservation objectives to attain a higher conservation goal than was, or escapement goal than was mandated in the FMP. And I guess I'm just wondering, those decisions are policy decisions and are discretionary. And I think I'm hearing you advocate for scientific review and application through this methods review process that would automatically result in applications of buffers to forecasts. So maybe you can help me understand, like, where are you looking to buffer reference points or buffer forecasts?
I guess I'm not saying it should be automatic. What I'd like to see is, if this goes through a technical review and it is reviewed as technically sound, I think it would inform, what reference points are put in place potentially, or at least the way I'm envisioning it is that you'll have an idea about what the point forecasts tell you. And so I'm not suggesting that you don't have any discretion from year to year to look at this as you've exercised that discretion in the last couple of years, but that it will give you a better suite of tools to do that. And there are some buffers that you may decide that you incorporate in your conservation goals or your, SMSY or something like that. But in the first instance, I'm looking to just broaden the tools in the toolbox and seeing what comes out of that. I'm very concerned with what Dr. O'Farrell talked about as double buffering, because I think that can be a hazard as well. But that's where I think you develop your toolbox and then you look at all the tools you have and see what's appropriate to incorporate in the FMP as far as reference points, and what's also maybe incorporated to just use on a yearly basis to inform the discretion of the council.
All right, thank you, Marcy. Okay, anyone else? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Brian. Okay, that concludes public testimony and brings us to council action. which will pop up on the screen. There you go. So open the floor for discussion. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to prevent any early discussion, but I would be ready with a motion when the time is right.
Okay. I did see Corey Writings maybe trying to put her hand up before I. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is a little bit more of a question. I'm just reflecting over the break on the conversation that we had in regards to actually how the conversation opened and thinking about how these methodology reviews work. And I clearly need to refresh myself with the COPs, but it was my understanding that, you know, these topics come forward. If they are selected, they are then reviewed, and then they come back to the council where the SSC essentially reviews the review and then reports back to the council with sort of a BSIA determination and a recommendation for use. And then the council decides sort of how to move forward with that. I heard Ms. Forrestal say that moving things forward now reflects an intention to use them. And I'm curious if I might just get a little clarification on that. Do I understand the process correctly as I just described? Or is there something more that I'm missing?
Okay, well, I'll turn to council staff to clarify that. Angela?
Yes, thank you. You did describe the process correctly. That is how we will move forward. I think just my intent with that comment was we wouldn't be expecting the council to be moving anything forward that they wouldn't, in theory, intend to implement for the next cycle, if given the outcomes of the review, pending the outcome of the review.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Before I turn to Marcy, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I've sent a motion to motions.
Okay.
I move the council approve review of the first 2 of 3 methodology review topics proposed by the Sacramento River Work Group in agenda item E2A SRWG Report 1, September 2024 as follows. Number 1, the derivation of proxy SMSY SMP ratio and FMSY value suitable for use for Sacramento Fall Chinook. Number 2, Sacramento River Fall Chinook cohort reconstruction and comparison to the Sacramento Index.
Okay. Language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Wait for a second. Seconded by Danny Evanson. Thank you, Danny. Please speak to your motion, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to topic 1, the council appreciates the work group's effort to identify and derive new reference points that ultimately are expected to be used to revise the harvest control rule. They've done an awful lot of work in a short amount of time. Between the 2 work groups, they've met monthly, 3 days a month, 3 work days a month have been set aside for work of the Klamath and Sacramento Fall work groups, and they've made a huge amount of progress in a very short amount of time. The data that is currently informing the existing reference points like SMSY and FMSY are extremely old. The conservation objective is over 40 years old. And likely the current reference points don't represent the current Sacramento Fall Chinook stock productivity. So this was the motivation behind establishing the work group, to get them up and running, to revisit these reference points and bring them in line with contemporary data. However, given the large hatchery component of the Sacramento Fall stock, a stock recruit analysis like we just recently received for Klamath Fall Chinook, specific to Sac Fall, isn't possible. So the work group's been exploring the use of other West Coast stocks that will be looked at as proxies to help inform the development of these new reference points. Those stocks are most likely to be representative of Sac Fall. And the work group has had, lengthy discussions and analysis of this, and considering what stocks are appropriate as proxy stocks, and bringing forward that work for methods review is certainly going to advance the work group's work on developing and refining the new reference points for Sac Fall, and allow the work group to keep on track with its core work to update the reference points, the conservation objective, and the harvest control rule, which are the top key items in the work group's terms of reference. Moving to number 2 and the cohort reconstruction. This has been something that has been on the methods review list and on the desired work plate for many, many moons. It has come up as a topic in discussions about methods review, about stock forecasting, about harvest modeling, and up until now, there was not work to review. We'd done literature reviews, but actually, this is groundbreaking work. This is new and exciting, and this first look at the cohort reconstruction that's now been undertaken by Emily Chen. I know folks are very excited about the prospect of what this cohort reconstruction will mean for informing our reference points, and also for other uses in harvest modeling, et cetera. So moving this topic forward for methodology review makes a lot of sense, and I think the outcomes will be widely informative. Regarding topic 3, which is not on the list in this motion, I know the discussion today for me has been very heavy, and there are a lot of different bodies that are talking about forecasting and improvements to forecasting and buffering forecasting. And some of those are within the council venue. Others are beyond the council venue. There are discussions going on between agency staff, elsewhere, workshops that are focused on improving forecasting techniques and management of Sac Fall and other West Coast stocks. My feeling is there is an awful lot to unpack just undertaking the first 2 methods review topics on the Sac Fall work groups list. And meanwhile, we've got work going on in the CCIEA arena and the EWG to incorporate covariates into forecast models, and the work developing risk tables that we will hear much more about tomorrow in ecosystem agenda item H1. I think it's important to recognize that the proposed changes to the reference points that will come out of these first two items, or I should say that the development of revisions to the reference points, likely will result in far more conservative management in terms of allowable exploitation rates, and based on, understanding of stock productivity. That work is underway, and just, thinking about our current harvest control rule that we have for sac fall and the maximum allowable exploitation rate of 0.78, which is the default for Chinook stocks. Looking at these proxies that the work group has been examining over the summer, the work that they're putting forward for review suggests that a more appropriate exploitation rate is down at 0.58. And then that would be reduced down to SABC, I believe, a 0.52. So the impacts and the consequences of this in our management arena have yet to be understood, yet to be seen. And so I feel like letting this work on reference points continue, and let's take this stepwise, will allow us to, I think, more clearly about what the next steps are. So the work group's task, we've tasked them with the conservation objective updates, the reference point updates. I think that's enough for one methods review cycle. And just those tasks are ambitious. The need for coordination with the other salmon groups, the STT primarily, but also the ecosystem work group, plans looking ahead into the reports in the next agenda item are being made for an overwinter meeting with the key groups to continue examining approaches for integration of ecosystem considerations into the forecasting and management processes. I feel like moving ahead with the narrow focused item proposed in topic 3 kind of sets the wheels in motion for the application of that approach using groundfish style uncertainty buffers, which may or may not be the best choice. We don't know what other choices might be out there, but I think I would like to have a better understanding, more holistic understanding of how we might account for uncertainty in our salmon stock forecasts and what tools might best be integrated into our management process, and certainly rely on the expertise of the STT to help us think through how we best do it. So the STT's cautions on this item resonate with me. When they kind of hold up a yellow warning sign, it gives me some pause. And a lot has happened over summer, and I think we need to just give an opportunity for groups to meet and discuss, and we all need to marinate on some of this, I think, as new information becomes available. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to propose an amendment.
Okay. Please.
I will go after number 2. Be a new number 3. Uncertainty metrics and buffering approaches for SRFC forecasts.
It is?
FRSC. SRFC.
Okay. All right, so that is your motion? Accurate, okay. All right, so do I see a second? Second by Krista Svensson. Thank you, Krista. Please speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to start by thanking Ms. Uremko. I appreciate that she put out the initial motion here. As she noted, there's been a lot said on the floor today, and this was a lot to chew on. So it's a lot to think about. There's a lot of moving pieces, but I appreciate the discussion and dialogue. I guess from where I'm coming with this, just doubling down that understanding uncertainty is really important. We've heard that from our SSC multiple times. That reviewing a new peer-reviewed method to apply to our forecasting makes sense to me, regardless of whether there's other work being done to better understand the larger impacts of the ecosystem on salmon management broadly, or whether there's other work being done to improve salmon management on the harvest control rule or reference points. This is obviously incredibly important as well. I'm hearing good things about some work that Dr. Corey Green is doing regarding risk tables in conjunction with Ecosystem Initiative 4, but I don't know much about this yet, and any product that comes out of that will be nested in the existing salmon management process. Whether our forecast uncertainty is okay, as Dr. O'Farrell put it, or a bit better, as topic 3 might help provide us. I'm thinking of this, I guess similarly to how I approach trying to get better at viola, which is just because I'm practicing and I bought new strings and I downloaded some good books, it doesn't mean that taking lessons won't also help, or that taking lessons and buying new strings are somehow mutually exclusive when they're mutually beneficial. So I'm thinking about that as we're picking up potentially number 3 as being additive, as opposed to creating more tension or taking away from the other 2 items that we're looking at here. And I recognize, as Ms. Uremko said, that these are important and they are big. I'm thinking about this from the standpoint we heard of as a menu, as well as ensuring that buffers aren't being counted multiple times. But I don't see this as impeding a menu. I see it adding to that menu. And it's just not clear to me how this produces multiple buffers, even though that's something that I am thinking about and worried about. However, when I got a chance to read the publication that the number 3 topic is based on, they did a retrospective analysis and actually found that in using some of their buffers, if that had been used, that harvest would have been up, which to me is a pretty enticing carrot. So given that the SSC recommends this and the work group recommends this, and we heard that the workload was fairly minimal, I'm just not seeing a reason not to do this.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Susan, Bishop?
Maybe this is just a point of clarification. I don't really understand the amendment. So is the intent to replace the 3rd item here, or is the intent to instruct a range of uncertainty metrics and buffering approaches to come back in for the methodology review?
Thanks, Ms. Bishop. I'm sorry if that is not the wording that was in the original document. I actually took that from the STT document, but that is meant to be an inclusion of the 3rd topic to be sent out for review.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Rebecca, that?
Thanks. Can I just make a suggestion, not directly related to either of the, sorry, not directed to the amendment, but the whole thing?
We're in discussion phase, so please.
Yeah, I just thought we also talked a little bit about expectations for when these things are put through for part of the methodology review. Would it be helpful to add a statement related to the idea that these would not necessarily be forwarded for consideration in management? I'm sorry, I'm probably doing this all wrong. I'll go back and read my Robert's Rules of Order. Thank you.
So you're wanting clarification as far as what, if we do this, what that means?
I guess I'm just suggesting that that could be a further amendment. And if there's no appetite for that, I'll hold back. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I just wanted to make a statement here. I want to speak in opposition to the amendment. It's maybe difficult because I think that work is very important. It's very valuable, but listening to the discussions we have had, I think there's a certainly workload issues. I do think we need to consider that, but it's also a timing issue. Is this the right time to do it? Considering the amount of questions we had to the work group, to the SSC, and especially to the STT about implications related to this, tells me we're just not ready to go down that pathway. At some point, we would do that. Also, the fact that, I mean, keep getting ahead of ourselves, referencing item H, whatever it is, when we bring up risk tables and there's a salmon topic there, and the interrelationship between these, it certainly isn't clear. Talking about using environmental variables to adding those into a forecast, which can adjust forecast up and down, and how all of that works, and the application of risk tables, which can move things. Anyway, I think when Marcy spoke to her original motion, why these two are important and the third isn't, and also looking at the STT description of why the timing isn't right, I agree with that. Anyway, I would not support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Anyone else? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just to follow up, I generally agree with Ms. Sheremko, the STT, and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel that just to move items 1 and 2 forward. So I wouldn't want to support the amendment right now. I just think collectively doing all that stuff right now is just throwing too many balls in the air at once. And, we're going to be looking at changes coming for run reconstruction and new forecast models. And like Mr. Hassemer said, including environmental variables into that and risk tables. And so there's lots of moving parts aside from adding in uncertainty and buffering. So that's why I'd support the original motion.
Great. Thank you, John. Anyone else? Discussion? Krista Stinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I wanted to hear what Ms. Ridings was proposing. I think it is helpful to have the full conversation. And I, at this point, I'm in agreement with my own state in terms of not being in support, but I do think that it was worthwhile, both in terms of seconding and in terms of the conversation around the floor, to have this conversation, and appreciate that this motion for this amendment was brought forward.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? I'm not seeing any. Oh, Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Ms. Ridings that the issue of uncertainty is incredibly important. But I think the question that I'm struggling with is this the right tool? And I'm not convinced that it is, given the conversation that we had previously, or I'm not convinced that it's not, but I'm not convinced that it is to move it forward. Depending on how a couple of the other parts that are in play, we talked about H1 turnout, there may be policy questions about risk tolerance that the council needs to take up as part of this issue. And that typically the council had said that's not appropriate for methodology review. So my preference is that to underscore this is an important topic, but I'm sensitive to what the STT said about the potential for double buffering, and take this up when we have a better sense of the tools that the work group will use, and to minimize the risk on that front. So not dismissing this, but a question of timing and tools.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Abstentions? Okay, motion fails, I'm not sure. Okay. All right, it's one. Yeah. Okay, the amendment fails, and so we're back to the original motion. So for further discussion on that motion? I'm not seeing any. So Executive Director Burns ready? Okay. All right, I want to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. And so with that, I'll turn a bit more. Corey?
Thanks, Chair Pettinger. Before we close discussion, which I think is where you're heading, I just wanted to quickly recognize something Ms. Uremko said, which was that she didn't have access to the paper that the third topic was based on. And I have to admit that when I clicked on the link, my computer opened it, but I think that is because I'm a student and I have access to an automatic library that does nice things for me, like finds me papers. But I think that that's a problem when we are collectively trying to make decisions, when we're trying to involve the public in science. And I'm going to guess that there's not a simple answer to this. Publishing and sharing peer-reviewed literature is not straightforward in any way. But just noting that that is an issue, and to the sense we can strive to at least recognize and improve that, I think that we should.
Thank you, Corey. Sharon Kiefer.
Just to let folks, when I clicked on the link on my computer, the article did come up. So, but I went to the link that was in the original report. So you might, I don't know which browser you're using. You might. Okay.
Okay. Very good. All right. Okay. Angela, how are we doing? Besides running late.
Other than that, doing very well. You have reviewed 3 proposed items from the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Work Group for methodology review. The council has advanced the first 2 items for a online methodology review, which will take place on October 4th. And the council did recognize that the third option does have merit, but it's not appropriate for this to be moved forward for review at this time, given other ongoing work that is underway. And with that, I believe the council has completed their work under this agenda item.
Okay, very good. Looking at the E3, I'm hoping that the time allotments for each of those was flipped accidentally and that 30 minutes will be done. So, but with that, we'll go straight into E3 and Angela.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item E3, the Queets Spring Summer Chinook Rebuilding Plan, range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternatives. The Queets River Natural Spring Summer Chinook was declared overfished in November of 2023, which triggered the need for a rebuilding plan to be developed by the STT for the council to consider within 1 year and for the National Marine Fisheries Service to implement within 2. The STT has been working since January 2024 collaboratively with tribal, state, and federal entities to develop this rebuilding plan. And they delivered their first report to the council at the June 2024 meeting, and since then has further developed this draft rebuilding plan analysis. This analysis now includes factors leading to the overfish status, a range of alternatives, and the recommendations for action. So under this agenda item, the council should review this draft rebuilding plan and adopt a preliminary preferred alternative for public review. The council is slated to adopt a final recommendation to NIMPS at the November 2024 council meeting. But prior to implementation, the plan will go through the federal notice and comment rulemaking process. You do have a number of items under this agenda item. There is supplemental reports from the STT, the SSC, and the SAS, as well as a verbal report that will be delivered by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. There's no public comment currently signed up. And so the council action is to review and comment on the draft rebuilding plan and adopt your range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternatives for public review.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Questions on the overview? All right, not see any. So with that, we'll go straight to the SCT report. And, Dr. Alex Safik, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. I believe there is a PowerPoint that should be brought up on the screen here momentarily. Yep, there it is. Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I will provide a high-level briefing of the STT's Queets River Natural Spring Summer Chinook Draft Rebuilding Plan. This PowerPoint can be found in the briefing book under item E3A. Next slide, please. I always like to give the audience a roadmap on where we're going. This outline and presentation follow the organization of information within the report. With that said, I will quickly provide context for the stock designation, followed by an overview of the stock, its watershed, and the geography, then cover freshwater and marine conditions that contributed to low brood year survival and subsequently low escapement years. Next, I'll go over fishery harvest impacts, the proposed alternatives, results from the rebuilding time analysis, along with assumptions made for the modeling, and conclude with recommendations and conclusions. Next slide, please. So I'll skip the first two bullet points because they were covered in your overview just now. So I will highlight that the overfished status designation was based on adult spawner escapement during 2019 through 2021. And given the life cycle of ocean type Chinook salmon, these return years coincide predominantly with the 2014 through 2018 brood years. Next slide, please. This is figure 2.0.A within the draft rebuilding plan. It shows the spawning escapement of adult Queets spring summer Chinook with the red dots representing the geometric mean. The solid black line above years 2014 through 2021 represents S as in spawning, MSY, and the dashed line below it represents the minimum stock size threshold. The general takeaway from this figure is that the stock spawning escapement has decreased over time, with some recent years falling below SMSY and MSST. Next slide, please. The Queets River Basin includes the Clearwater River, Salmon River, Matheny Creek, Sam's River, and the Schlietzley Creek. The Queets River originates at the foot of the Humes Glacier on Mount Olympus, located on the Olympic Peninsula of Western Washington, and generally flows southwest before entering the Pacific Ocean near the village of Queets within the Quinault Indian Reservation. The river flows through a relatively low gradient and heavily forested alluvial valley. Next slide, please. In reviewing the migration patterns of Washington coastal Chinook, fall Chinook have a northern migration on the Pacific coast of North America, distributing along the narrow continental shelf and among the island matrix of British Columbia and Southeast Alaska. There has been only one coated wire tagged CWT group of Chinook released into the Queets River that originated from a coastal spring or summer stock, offering very limited CWT recovery information from which ocean distribution can be inferred. Next slide, please. As part of the rebuilding plan, the STT, in coordination with co-managers from the Quinault Indian Nation and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, evaluated potential factors that led to the overfish status determination, including freshwater survival, marine survival, and harvest impacts. Next slide, please. A quick note, the STT focused on freshwater conditions from 2014 through 2019, since these are the years that would have influenced the early life survival of out-migrants returning as adults in 2019 to 2021. Freshwater conditions during those years were considered poor and likely had a negative effect on freshwater survival. The lowest flows in the 2015 and 2016 water years were recorded at the end of August, slightly earlier than most years, possibly affecting adult fish passage for the later component of the spring-summer run in lower portions of the system. The timing of these conditions may also have affected the survival and outmigration of sub-yearlings, and these brood years are significant as their offspring contributed to the low escapement years observed from 2019 through 2021. And just a quick note, the text within the parentheses was a note to myself that I forgot to remove from the PowerPoint. The 3 points below represent the language from the draft report, so my apologies for that there. But let's go to the next slide, please. This is table 3.1.1.a from the draft report, showing the Queets River minimum annual and May through September flows. The red font indicates flows less than the 20-year median low flow. Asterisks indicate years when the annual low flow did not occur during May through September. And the shading indicates critical brood years, and red borders identify below average summer flows and years when low flows were reached slightly earlier than usual. The main takeaway from this is that below average summer flows occurred in the same years that would have affected the 2019 through 2021 low escapement years for this stock. Next slide, please. Shifting perspective to the marine environment. Similarly, the marine environment experienced relatively poor ocean conditions from 2014 through 2020. My apologies that this figure is a little blurry, but it is figure 3.2.1.a from the report. The rectangle box highlights the critical years when the progeny of the 2014 through 2018 spawners would have entered the marine environment. Next slide, please. So freshwater fisheries have essentially been closed since 2000. Ocean salmon fisheries include council fisheries north of Cape Falcon, northern British Columbia, and southeast Alaska fisheries. CWT data for assessing ocean fishery impacts is limited, and proxy stocks used to draw information for this analysis include the Queets River Fall Chinook, due to its closest in proximity to the Queets spring-summer component, and the Quilly River Summer Chinook, which is closest in run timing. Let me see here. Oh, I'd like to note an error in the spelling of the Quileute River. It should be spelled Quillayute, so my apologies there. Next slide, please. Within the report, you will find proposed management alternatives, recommendations from co-managers and the STT, as well as model results used to estimate the rebuilding time for the alternatives. Next slide. Alternative 1 is the status quo or no action alternative, which states during the rebuilding period, continue to use the current management framework and reference points as defined in the FMP and the PST to develop annual fishery regulations. Under the scenario, the results of the rebuilding time analysis suggest that the probability of achieving rebuilt status stabilizes at a maximum of approximately 1% in year 4. This is below the 50% threshold, suggesting rebuilt status may never be achieved under current conditions, and that the rebuilding time T target is projected to exceed the ideal T max of 10 years. And for further detail, you can see section 4.4 of the rebuilding plan draft analysis. Next slide, please. Alternative 2 is the suspension of non-tribal north of Falcon Council area ocean fisheries to minimize harvest impacts on the Queets spring summer Chinook to the extent feasible until the stock meets the criteria for rebuilt status. Under this alternative, the probabilities of achieving rebuilt status stabilize at a maximum of 1% for the low ER scenario and 2% for the high ER scenario. This is below the 50% threshold, and the rebuilding time T target is projected to exceed the ideal T max of 14 years. Next slide, please. Within the report, you'll find co-manager recommendations, which include habitat restoration projects, including monitoring systems, hatchery supplementation projects, precautionary in-season management, and external outreach to PSC. Next slide, please. You'll also find STT recommendations, which include review of management reference points and improve availability of data to make informed decisions on the reference points. Next slide, please. And so before I go into the model results, I'd like to provide some context and definitions. First, the MSA requires a Tmin and Tmax values. Tmin is defined as the amount of time the stock is expected to take to rebuild to MSY biomass level in the absence of any fishing mortality. Expected means to have at least a 50% probability of attaining MSY. Tmax is defined as the maximum time for rebuilding a stock. Ideally, Tmax is no greater than 10 years. And T-target is defined as the target time for rebuilding the fishery in as short amount of time as possible, considering the status and biology of the overfished stock, the needs of fishing communities, and recommendations by international organizations, et cetera. Next slide, please. To estimate Tmin, an impact rate of 0 is assumed, meaning all fisheries affecting the stock would cease until the stock was rebuilt. Because the council does not have jurisdiction over fisheries that occur in Alaska or Canada, or tribal, in-river, and other fisheries that may impact the stock, a no fishing alternative is not a viable option for the council to consider. Also, a no fishing alternative does not meet the purpose and need because it would restrict tribal fisheries in a manner that is inconsistent with their tribal treaty rights. However, because Tmin does serve as a bookend in the analysis of rebuilding probabilities over a 10-year period when assuming an exploitation rate of 0, this Tmin scenario fulfills the requirement of NS1 in calculating the minimum time estimated to achieve rebuilt status. It is for this purpose only that the Tmin scenario is included in this documentation. In this document, excuse me. Next slide, please. Unless decided otherwise, the criterion for an overfished stock to achieve rebuilt status is a geometric mean of the 3 most recent years of spawning escapement that meets maximum sustainable yield, which is measured by spawning escapement for the stock, SMSY. For the Queets spring summer Chinook, SMSY is set to 700. A model was developed back in 2018 and was used in prior rebuilding plans that projected rebuilding times across a variety of alternatives. The STT used a similar but simplified approach based on that model to estimate rebuilding times for Queets spring summer Chinook. And more detail can be found in Appendix B. Next slide, please. Rebuilding times were projected for alternative 1 I'm sorry. Rebuilding time is defined as the point at which the probability of achieving rebuilt status exceeds 50%. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, suspension of north of Alkin, non-treaty council area ocean salmon fisheries, and T-MIN, close of all fisheries that impact Queets, spring, summer, Chinook. Results for alternative 2 and T-MIN are provided as a range due to uncertainties regarding the level of ocean fishery impacts on Queets, spring, summer. Next slide, please. This is table 4.5.A, which shows the projected rebuilding probabilities by year for each alternative and the T-MIN scenario. The projected rebuilding time is indicated in bold as the year in which the rebuilding probability first exceeds 50% or 0.5. In the far left column, you'll see a list of alternatives. You'll notice that alternative 2 and T-MIN have the addition of 2 exploitation rate conditions, a low and a high exploitation rate. These exploitation rates are not future exploitation rates, but represent the bookend scenarios of past exploitation rates on the stock. So when reviewing the model results, the only alternative in which the projected probability of reaching rebuilt status exceeded 50% was the T-MIN high ER scenario, where it reached 62% probability in year 5. Our conclusion from this analysis is that it is unlikely that a change to harvest strategy would directly result in achieving rebuilt status for the Queets, spring, summer, Chinook within the ideal rebuilding timeframe of 10 years. Therefore, recommendations for habitat improvements and increased data availability specific to the stock may be a reasonable approach. Next slide, please. And so if you are a visual person like myself, I will note for you figure 4.5.A in the report, which is the graphical representation of the data I just reviewed from the previous table. You'll see the plotted lines represent the alternatives, and the dashed line represents the projected probability of reaching rebuilt status, and that the only alternative to cross the dashed line is the T-MIN high ER scenario. Next slide, please. So to conclude with next steps, as I understand them, Council adopts for public review a preliminary preferred alternative during the session. Then in November, Council will adopt a final preferred alternative for recommendation to NIMS. And by November 2025, the NIMS regulatory process will complete for implementing the rebuilding plan. Next slide, please. And with that, I believe Mr. John Carey from the STT is in the room there with you all, and we would be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Safiq on the STT PowerPoint? Danny Evanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't see any other hands go up, and I'll let Mr. Carey get settled. Thank you for the report, Dr. Sadiq. Much appreciated and the hard work the STT has put into all of this on a short time frame. Of your recommendations that you had in the report, one was investigating the feasibility of improving data on this stock. And I'm a little unclear on what is meant by improving the data. Are we collecting new data? You pointed out in the draft rebuilding plan that we don't have a direct way of measuring ocean impacts because there's no coded wire tag indicator, there isn't any smolt work. Is that what you're thinking, or are you thinking more along the lines of continuing to look for existing data?
Thank you for the, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you for the question. I will let John take that one. Yep.
Okay, he was about ready to, so okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Evanson, for the question. Yeah, I think a good example of that is, as you noted, the kind of the things were done quickly. This was a quick process to get this draft report put together, and This stock in particular is one where the data is pretty limited. So we acknowledge that there's one stock that goes through a fairly formal process to evaluate coated wire tags and look for ocean and evaluate or provide information on ocean fishery impacts, but that might not be the best proxy for the stock from the area, and that's the Queets fall stock. But there are also coated wire tags that get released from the Quileute system that are a summer run, which might better represent that stock. Those tags, that program doesn't go through a formal evaluation every year, but we're aware of those tags, and we think that there's some value in potentially digging into those a little bit more, maybe coordinating with the co-managers in the area who know more about that stock and the freshwater tag recoveries to see if there's any special circumstances we should be aware of, and maybe going as far as actually running a full cohort reconstruction on that. So that would be one example that might provide us with some better ocean distribution and fishery impact information. Another thing would be any information that we could gather on the the age composition of the Queets spring summer stock as well. We don't really have much that we're aware of, at least in contemporary times, of the age composition for that, and those change over time. So that would be helpful too.
Thank you. I have another question, if you'll indulge me. Relative to the STT's second recommendation, which is, or other recommendation, if it's one or two, is a review of the management reference points. And I drilled down into this a little bit this week. As far as I know, as a member of the Pacific Salmon Commission Chinook Technical Committee and the data we work with, the CTC formally accepted this goal in 2004. I think it includes data from 2000 up through 2002 or 2003. Has there been any other formal look at the, to update or a formal review of the escapement goal?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Evanson, for the question. Not to my knowledge, that as far as I'm aware of is the last time this has been reviewed. And I would note that the specific to that STT recommendation, they're definitely linked, right? The two recommendations in there. The first to try to track down or collect additional data if possible directly relates to any potential review of the management criteria for the stock that we could potentially update in the future, but that additional data would be needed probably. So
thank you for that, Mr. Carey. That one caught me off guard because through my Alaska lens, we review our escapement goals every 3 years and add 3 more years worth of data into the mix. That's not to say they change every 3 years, but it's a good practice. So thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Safiq, and thanks, Dr. Carey, for being here and presenting this. I'm actually going to just follow up a little bit on Ms. Evanson's line of inquiry here and getting to that question of improving availability of data. On page 24 of the report, it noted that since it is not possible to evaluate the actual impacts of these fisheries in the absence of a designated coated wire TAD indicator stock, harvest impacts are unknown. Also says above that impacts are believed to be greatest in fisheries off the coast of northern BC and southeast Alaska. And so I'm wondering if we need more data, and a lot of potentially most of these fisheries are happening outside of our waters. What sort of data collection, if this was discussed, if this was part of what you're getting at, what kind of data collection could we get from those areas that are actually outside of our jurisdiction? And do you have any idea of what that might look like?
thanks for the question, Ms. Ridings. I don't know if it's as much as any additional data from the areas outside the jurisdiction as it is kind of going back to maybe taking a closer look at some of the coded wire tags that haven't consistently been reviewed or looked at and used to represent this stock. What are the options to represent this stock that are tags being released from the coast? So the sampling programs are out there acquiring the information already. It's just that the specific releases that we might be interested in here haven't been fully evaluated yet. I don't know if that helps answer the question, but.
Good. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Rebecca?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentations. Just quick clarification so we know what alternatives we're talking about. On slide 20, there's alternative 1, status quo, alternative 2, suspend North Falcon non-treaty council area salmon fisheries, and then a T-men. And then a little further down in the rebuilding time analysis, there's status quo, 2A, 2B, T-men, T-men. When the council is choosing which alternative, what are the 3 exactly that we're looking at? Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the question. That's a very good question. So that relates to, there are the 2 alternatives that are for consideration in this. Alternative 1, which is status quo. Alternative 2, which is to suspend the north of Falcon non-treaty fisheries. And the other scenario that we looked at is that T-min scenario, which we wanted to be clear is an action alternative for the council to consider. But the reason you're seeing 2 versions of each alternative 2 in the T-min scenario there have to do with the last bullet on the slide prior to that table on slide 20, where we don't know as much about those and we're making assumptions about the ocean exploitation rates, and those ocean exploitation rates feed directly into the rebuilding time that comes out of the analysis. So you have one where we're assuming lower potential rates and one where we're assuming higher potential rates and hoping that maybe the real answer is somewhere in between.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. It takes us to the ADF&G report, or Danny?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll note this is my first management entity report, and I have given the draft rebuilding plan a fair bit of consideration over the past few days since I became aware of its contents and things like slide 6 that we just saw that feature Alaska prominently. So relative to the 2 management strategy alternatives for this stock, that is the status quo, no action alternative, and an action alternative in which non-treaty North of Falcon Council area ocean salmon fisheries are suspended to minimize impacts to the extent practical. Given that the STT's evaluation of potential factors that led to the overfish status indicated that 3 consecutive years of poor ocean conditions impacted marine survival and unfavorable freshwater conditions across 4 years when the parents of these fish spawned likely caused a negative impact on spawning and rearing. That this is a data-limited small stock, and accordingly, the draft rebuilding plan asserts that it's not possible to determine whether marine fisheries played a role in the overfish status in the council area. Fisheries likely had a minimal impact. So additional council area fishery restrictions do not appear to be the answer. And more data, particularly coded wire tag data, to give us an indication of when, where, and how many of these fish are caught are needed to inform management decisions. Weighing the potential expected benefits to the stock against the impacts to the fisheries and the communities that rely on them, the balance tips heavily in favor of alternative 1, status quo. For these reasons, Alaska supports alternative 1 as the preliminary preferred alternative. Relative to the STT recommendations, the abundance of this stock has been low for about 2 decades, which ironically coincides with the year that the current MSY base goal of 700 fish was put in place and formally accepted by the Pacific Salmon Commission, which is presumably based on data through 2002 or 2003. This stock has only exceeded its MSY escapement goal of 700 fish in 2 years of the past 20. The SSC took this a step further and said the 3-year geometric mean hasn't exceeded SMSY since the early 90s. Queets spring summer appear to have stabilized at a lower level of abundance, which is something that has been observed in other stocks that have experienced lower productivity formed by less favorable freshwater and marine habitat conditions. I note that a similar circumstance exists for the neighboring host spring summer stock, though not as pronounced and certainly not enough to warrant an overfish determination. As noted in the draft rebuilding plan, this calls into question the current capacity of habitat and conservation goals used to manage it. It may very well be that the reference points used for management are far too high for the marine and freshwater conditions that this stock is subject to, as evidenced by the lower but stable escapements observed over the past 20 years or so. For these reasons, Alaska supports the STT and SSC recommendation to investigate the feasibility of reevaluating the current management reference points for this stock and update them as appropriate. The current escapement goal has not been reevaluated to my knowledge for 20 plus years, and we know that conditions have changed. It is also worth noting that our fisheries has changed across this time period. Coast-wide fisheries have become far more conservative, and consequently, we are harvesting far fewer fish. So, in order to accomplish this reevaluation, more attention needs to be focused on determining what additional data could be collected in the future. We want to get out of the present situation and don't want to find ourselves here again. With that in mind, Alaska also supports the STT's second recommendation to improve the availability of data. The draft rebuilding plan noted several challenges due to a lack of data specific to this stock. There is no coded wire tag indicator stock to show ocean distribution and migratory timing to provide us with a sense, again, of when and where this stock is harvested along the seaboard and what the magnitude of those catches might be. At best, we currently have proxy stocks that may or may not reasonably approximate the distribution of Queets spring summer. Given the differences in run timing between spring, summer, and fall stocks, it is highly likely that the Queets fall Chinook coded wire tag indicator is not a suitable proxy for its spring, summer counterparts. And this is also evident in the figures of coded wire tag recoveries from fisheries on pages 25 and 26 of the rebuilding plan. We would not use Upper Columbia River summer Chinook to approximate Upper Columbia spring Chinook, and we shouldn't be doing that here. Further, we observe these different ocean migratory patterns for other rivers that have both spring and fall runs. Where it is unlikely that Queets fall Chinook is a reasonable proxy, it is unclear how good a proxy Quileute summer is, and we will not know with any certainty unless direct data are collected. There are currently only a few years of data and no coded wire tag data for spring summer stocks. However, Alaska would support a more formal assessment of the Quileute summer coded wire tag indicator stock by the STT, including a full QA/QC of the data. Lastly, just one more minute here. I want to briefly touch on the co-manager recommendations. Alaska had some strong opinions on those. The first three, the habitat restoration projects, absolutely support that. Hatchery supplementation projects are more of a backstop, a last-ditch effort, but support those. Precautionary in-season management is always a good idea. The last one related to external outreach to the Pacific Salmon Commission. It is always good to communicate when a stock is experiencing low productivity with all the management entities involved. But we are a bit perplexed about the notion of communicating through the Pacific Salmon Commission to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council and what that is envisioned to accomplish. The stock is not even included in the Alaska Salmon FMP. It is also important to keep in mind that without more certainty in the data and a finer resolution on where these stocks are, it'll be difficult to take specific managements to conserve a tiny stock, particularly in mixed stock fisheries that are managed as mixed stock fisheries that are 500 to 1,000 nautical miles away. Though communicating the issue and promoting awareness in the Pacific Salmon Commission is an appropriate step that Alaska would support. I will stand down there, but I have a lot more for council discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Questions on the ADF&G report? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you. That'll take us to the SSC report and Alan Burton. Alan.
Thank you. I won't introduce myself because I hope you remember who I am. So be reading the SSC statement on this agenda item, which is the Queets Spring Summer Chinook Rebuilding Plan, the range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternative. Alexandria Shafi, I hope I pronounced her name wrong. If I didn't, I apologize. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, John Carey from the NIMF's West Coast Regional Office, and members of the Salmon Technical Team briefed the Scientific and Statistical Committee on the draft Queets Spring Summer Chinook Rebuilding Plan. The SSC discussed the challenges of integrating age-specific fishing impacts into the non-age structured simulation model used to calculate minimum rebuilding times, T-min, and the uncertainty due to lack of ocean harvest estimates for this stock. Therefore, the T-min calculation is highly uncertain because we do not have a good understanding of stock productivity or potential escapement in the absence of fishing. The SSC also discussed SMSY for Queets Spring Summer Chinook. The stock's geometric mean escapement has not been above SMSY since the early 1990s, and it is unclear how SMSY was originally calculated. The SSC reiterates its previous recommendation for a structured, prioritized approach to reviewing reference points for this and other salmon stocks. However, it may not be possible to estimate well-supported reference points for this stock in the absence of more complete data. The SSC found that the economic impact analysis presented in Appendix C was incomplete as compared to similar analysis for other salmon stocks and should be improved. The 2019 rebuilding plans for Queets Natural Coho and the Strait of Juan de Fuca Natural Coho included socioeconomic impact analysis that evaluated potential regulatory actions similar to the alternatives evaluated in the draft Queets Spring Summer Chinook Rebuilding Plan. The SSC recommends that the socioeconomic analysis in the Queets Spring Summer Chinook Rebuilding Plan be modeled off the impact analysis done for those stocks. And that concludes the SSC statement.
Thank you, Alan. Questions on the SSC report? Susan Bishop.
Thank you. Alan, Mr. Byrne, I just have one question that for the SSC report that referred to concerns about being able to develop reliable or robust reference points. Can I take that to mean that the SSC supports the recommendation to gather more data? And it sounds like you also support, the SSC supports the recommendation, perhaps to update the reference point.
Well, the SSC is in support of looking at and updating as necessary all reference points for all salmon stocks. We've been repeating that for several years now. So yes, the answer. And more data, it's rather hard to be stock specific if you don't have data for the stock, so you have to rely on proxies, and sometimes that gets you in trouble because proxies sometimes or sometimes does not mimic the stock you're interested in.
This is it. Kyle Addicks.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Mr. Byrne, I had a question specific to the economic impact analysis in Appendix C and the SSC comments there. I know we didn't get a presentation on that appendix today, but was curious, what did the SSC feel was missing from that analysis that was present in those coho rebuilding plans from 5 or so years ago?
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, I'm not an economist, but I do have an economist with me, so I will give you our statement that we kind of talked about. We didn't include it obviously in the statement I just read, but if there's further questions after I read this, I'm going to call Dan Holland to the table. The main thing that's missing in the socioeconomic analysis that's in Appendix C is a discussion of personal income impacts in total and by major port area. The analysis simply presents information about potential lost revenue and recreational expenditures. These should be translated into personal income impacts, which are derived from the revenues and expenditures using the IOPAC economic impact model. The annual personal income impacts for salmon fisheries by port area are reported in the salmon safe documents. That's in the amended review of the 2023 Ocean Salmon Fishery Stock Assessment and Fishery Evaluation Document for Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan Review. And that's in table I-5-18 on page 134. And we can provide that what I just read to the STT and any other interested party.
Okay. Hey, Kyle.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Further questions? I'm not seeing any. Alan, thank you. All right, it takes us to SAS report and Richard Heap. Richard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Dave Johnson.
Oh, hey, Dave.
How are you, sir? Good afternoon to the council. I will be reading the agenda item E.3.A Supplemental SAS Report 1. Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report on Queets Spring Summer Chinook Rebuilding Plan, Range of Alternatives and Preliminary Preferred Alternative. The SAS received a presentation from Dr. Alex Safiq of the Salmon Technical Team on the draft analysis for the rebuilding plan of the Queets Spring Summer Chinook. The SAS understands that the data is very limited on this stock, and there are not harvest management options within the council's authority that can help the stock rebuild. The SAS agrees with the recommendations of the co-managers to support habitat and supplementation projects, and the STT recommendation to figure out ways to collect more data on this stock. SAS recommendation adopt for public review, alternative 1, no action, status quo as the preliminary preferred alternative. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Dave. Questions on the SAS report? Okay. Not seeing any. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our reports. Oh, Butch Smith. Butch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Dave, did you already hang up?
No, sir.
Okay. I was wondering in your discussions, the one reason that status quo is, I take it being recommended, is the timing of the run of those fish doesn't really coincide with when the fisheries, the summer fishery, the ocean fishery starts north of Falcon. Did that come into your discussions?
Yes.
Meaning they were already in the river when
correct. They were already in the river by the time we open up the end of June, first part of July, and north of Falcon Fisheries.
And so that brings the recommendation to help fix habitat and supplementation for the recommendation for the tribes where we can help out.
Correct.
Correct. Alrighty. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Butch. Thanks, Dave. Okay. That takes care of our report. Stays public comment, which we have 0. Takes us to council action. So I'll open the floor for discussion as needed. See Kyle Addix. Oh, David Sones, please. Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a few comments that the Quinault tribe had provided I wanted to offer before we go to vote. The Quinault tribe worked closely with the drafting team on this rebuilding plan, providing recommendations on surrogate stocks for assessing ocean fisheries impacts in interpreting freshwater environmental conditions that affect stock productivity. The Quinault tribe feel that the rebuilding plan is fair assessment of the data limitations related to the stock productivity in pre-terminal harvest. The assessment of freshwater conditions affecting the brood years contributing to 2019 through 2021 returns is accurate. The assessment of these marine conditions affecting the 2019 through 21 returns is cursory, but does attempt to relate ocean conditions to observed patterns of escapement. The Washington coastal spring Chinook population are among the most vulnerable to rapid changing climate conditions that affect river flow and temperature. We are not supportive of the STT recommendation to initiate a review of SMSY for the stock. A review of the SMSY would merely be an effort to reduce the reference points to a level that does not trigger further PFMC review of the stock status. Efforts should be focused on improving information about the distribution of the fishery impacts on the stock before beginning a review on SMSY. That concludes their comments.
Thank you, David. Okay, very good. All right. Now Kyle Addix. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated Mr. Burns' comments about not being an economist. I also am not an economist, and I struggle a lot with dollar value metrics we use to evaluate the effects of fishery management alternatives, particularly when we're comparing commercial and sport fisheries, comparing ex-vessel values and various economic multipliers versus estimates of spending per angler trip versus personal income and so on. I think the analysis that's in Appendix C captures a range of economic loss across the two alternatives using the metrics it does. But I guess this is a question, I'm not sure who this is a question to, but does it capture it in a manner that's sufficient to meet the requirements as we move this plan forward towards completion and implementation? If there's something missing that's going to snag us as we move through the process to get these through the process, it would be good to know. I think what's there does what I need to feel like I understand what the range of alternatives would mean economically, but just interested in if others have a perspective on whether we need more.
Okay, there you go. Executive Director Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to Mr. Addix's question, I guess, about the economic analysis, we do have plans to continue working on this package, and we are just at the PPA stage now. So you'll see a bit more analysis, including on the economic front, in time for the FPA. So there may be more in there that persuades you to view things in a different light. I don't know what that would be offhand, but you will have another chance to consider this with a little bit more information at that time. So I hope that addresses your question, Mr. Addicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. It does.
Okay. Thank you, Merrick. All right. Anyone else? Query writings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put this out there and thank the drafters for putting together the rebuilding plan. Listening to this discussion and reading the materials, it seems pretty clear to me that we need to start some sort of data collection program to understand the harvest impacts, especially in British Columbia and Alaska. I know that sort of thing is not exactly set up overnight, and that is a challenge on all the fronts, from funding to collaboration to time to science to all those things. But it is a critical long-term need for the management of this stock. I think that changing reference points is, in the meantime, especially if they went down, as that might be expected, given what we've been provided as part of this plan, would permanently lower some options for harvest. And at the same time, it would also take some of the pressure off of us, some of the pressure off of NMFS to get more data, to work with Canada and Alaska, and to hopefully restore habitat. Also, with all due respect to our Alaskan member, I find it a bit suspect that this is the first time, as long as I've been a council member, that we have heard anything from them. And that's just a little flag that went off in my mind, and I'm just sharing that. And I would like to dig in more and also request in the future, Ms. Evanson, thank you for that report. I don't see it in the briefing book. So if that could be made publicly available, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, Corey, thank you. All right. Corey, you had your hand up, Brett. Annie.
Sorry. Well, I was going to make a few additional comments, but first I'd like to respond to Ms. Ridings and the accusation that I have not seen those coded wire tag recovery data before. So I was not expecting to see Alaska figuring in prominently into this discussion. That's what I was getting at. I can try and clean up my notes and submit something in the record. I wasn't planning to, and actually I really wasn't planning to give a management entity a report, but I can make that happen. I do have a few additional comments to make. We do find ourselves in this box because escapements have been poor across 3 consecutive years. And based on FMP definitions, this means that the stock has met the criteria for designation as overfished, and we have to take action. It's a small stock with a small escapement goal and an even smaller MSST. That is not to say that the stock's been performing well or that it doesn't warrant our attention, but the stock is presumed to be highly migratory and believed to have a far north migratory pattern. As such, it's managed under the terms and conditions of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. I want to make that clear to people. Chapter 3 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. The treaty requires comprehensive and coordinated Chinook fishery management framework that is abundance-based. The treaty specifies fishery management obligations designed to maintain healthy stocks, to rebuild depressed naturally spawning stocks, to be responsive to significant changes in productivity, and really to provide a means for sharing the harvest and the conservation responsibility for Chinook salmon stocks coastwide between the US and Canada, among other things. However, we don't have a coded wire tag indicator for this stock. And accordingly, it is not modeled by FRAM for this process. You can't put it into FRAM and you can't put it into the Pacific Salmon Commission's Chinook model. So we do need more specific data in order to take a tailored action versus closing all fisheries on the seaboard, what Teeman would suggest, which is not possible. So, you know, I want to make those things clear. We're also aware that there's no smolt trapping data, and all this makes it difficult to parse out freshwater marine survival and early marine survival in particular, which we know is important. So we're in this situation that is data limited, yet we have to take an action. And we've been told in the report that it is difficult to say what role, if any, ocean harvest has played in the overfish status, or whether it's attributable to a perfect storm of unfavorable conditions in both fresh and marine ecosystems that this stock inhabits. Though from the limited data available, it appears that council area fisheries have a minimal impact on the stock, which says to me, additional council area fishery restrictions are not a viable solution here. Taking this a step further, and I confess, I really do not understand the wisdom behind why this stock was included in the FMP in the first place. Since it's a small stock with limited data, it is characterized as providing minor contributions to council area fisheries in table 1.1 of the FMP. There are also several other stocks that fall under this category. And to me, that suggests it might be appropriate to take a hard look at the FMP and update the list of stocks so we don't find ourselves here again in the near term trying to figure out how do we get out of this when we don't know. Commensurate with that, this is a fight for a different day, a battle for a different day. I would also advocate for an update of the descriptions that accompany those stocks, like with classifications such as significant contributions, minor contributions, negligible contributions, some of which aren't supported and some of which are loosely defined. So, you know, this one has been a tricky one for me, and I'm flummoxed about what we can do to get us out of the box that also checks off all of the requirements we need to check off.
Thank you, Danny. Susan Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would it be appropriate to call Mr. Carey back up to clarify something I think is important to Corey's request for action?
Sure, he's still in the room, so I think he's up for it. Thanks, John.
So, Mr. Carey, I think Ms. Ridings had asked for some data collection program to begin to collect data so that we can better assess the harvest impacts in the ocean. What I thought I heard you say to a previous answer was that that data collection program exists. So all of the fisheries in those areas are sampled. The tags are recovered that exist, but they have not been analyzed. And so that would be an important step to get at to help inform some of the data gaps. Do I have that correct?
Thanks, Ms. Bishop, for the question. Yeah, I believe you do. I think I'm sorry if I wasn't clear originally, but the point was that, yes, there's these tags that are getting released. They're getting recovered, but the post-analysis of those tags at this point isn't occurring. They're not an indicator stock that we track through the Pacific Salmon Commission, like a variety of others that we do. But this stock, it's there, or the releases are there, and it may just be the best proxy we have available for this stock. So all the sampling programs in the ocean are still ongoing. They're still recovering the coated wire tags, and they're still getting reported and expanded appropriately. It's just that we haven't been, analyzing that stock or that program. So hope that helps.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, John. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Bishop, for clarifying that. just to be extra clear while we've got Mr. Carey here. So I think I misunderstood some things that Ms. Evanson said. I thought we did not have the coded wire tags, which is what I thought I heard, but it sounds like we in fact do have the coded wire tags. They just haven't been analyzed yet.
I could take a shot at that. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Riding, for the question. Yeah, if I'm following the conversation correctly and what I've heard from Ms. Evanson and others, I think what Ms. Evanson was mentioning is that we don't have specific coded wire tags for Queets Spring Summer, for the Queets Spring Summer stock. We have other options to use as a proxy. We don't necessarily know exactly how perfect they are. They're likely not perfect, but we have this other stock that has been getting releases, the Quileute Summer Chinook, and we do have tag recoveries from Alaska for those. We have tag recoveries from Canada for those. We have freshwater recoveries. So we have all the information. It's just that we need some time to dig into it, do some QA/QC, and try to formally work something up there. So,
Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for that. That's extremely helpful and clarifying. Just in quick follow-up. So going back to what is in the draft plan here, it says harvest impacts are unknown. If those coded wire tags for the proxy stocks were analyzed, would they become more known?
thanks for the question. I think we have a sense. The problem again is that having to have a proxy for the stock. So we don't know what Queets Spring Summer Chinook do. We make many assumptions up and down the coast for what coded wire tag program can represent what stock. And that's just an assumption we have to make. So trying to find the most appropriate proxy in the absence of coded wire tags for this stock is what we're trying to do. What we did in this draft rebuilding plan was a crude assessment of those tags given the short amount of time we had. We're recommending that. I think it would be worth some additional investment in time and resources in looking into those.
Hey, Corey. All right. Anyone else? Anybody got a motion? Kyle Addicts.
I do have a motion if we're through with discussion.
Bless you. Okay, please.
It should come up on the screen in a second here. I move that the council adopt the draft rebuilding plan analysis for Queets River Spring Summer Chinook as presented in agenda item E3 attachment 1 with the addition of appendix C as presented in agenda item E3 supplemental attachment 2 and identify alternative 1 as the preliminary preferred alternative for public review.
Thank you, Kyle. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Very good. Looking for a second.
Second.
Second by Sharon Kiefer. Okay. A little crowded here. So, all right. Please make your motion, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the STT and all of the tribal, state, and council staff for all their work on the draft plan. We had a good template from the relatively recent work on multiple coho rebuilding plans for Washington stocks. And although there was only a single stock to focus on this time, this plan offered a different challenge due to the limited data on fishery impacts on the stock and marine fisheries, as we've heard throughout this discussion. That limited amount of data led to this plan looking only at a status quo alternative and a no non-treaty fishing in council waters north of Falcon alternative. There just wasn't enough information to look at incremental reductions in exploitation rates like we did back in those coho rebuilding plans in 2019. I want to spend a minute highlighting the co-manager recommendations in the plan that were mentioned in Dr. Safiq's presentation. Most of those recommendations are directed at habitat restoration and actions to improve productivity of habitat in the Queets Basin. While the recommendations are more specific to Chinook, they are very similar to the actions that were recommended in the Queets coho plan several years ago, as habitat, not harvest, continues to be the limiting factor for both Chinook and coho populations in the basin. Recommendations also included assessing hatchery supplementation strategies should returns remain chronically low, being precautionary in season if evidence of condition or abundance of Chinook is worse than anticipated, and trying to resolve uncertainty about distribution of the stock and fishery impacts coastwide through work with the Pacific Salmon Commission and other northern fishery managers. I recognize the comments we heard during the ADF&G report and during Ms. Evanson's comments. We will not be able to improve our understanding of distribution and the level of impact of the stock without cooperation with northern fishery managers and through the Pacific Salmon Commission process. And that was the main point I believe was being conveyed in the co-manager recommendations. The STT recommendation to investigate improving data on the stock is consistent with the co-manager recommendation to try to resolve uncertainty about distribution of stock impacts. The lack of certainty of where and when the stock is impacted is a recurring theme throughout the rebuilding plan and our discussion today, and would limit any reevaluation of management thresholds in the near future, as noted by Mr. Solms in his comments. I recognize that the uncertainty created in modeling of minimum rebuilding times and management alternatives given the lack of data, but think the range of assumptions used in the analysis in the plan frames things as well as they can be framed with our current knowledge. Thank you to Executive Director Burden for clarifying that the economic analysis will be advanced a little more before we adapt the final alternative. Based on that, I've included the current Appendix C in my motion as the best information we currently have available. The rebuilding probabilities modeled across the range of alternatives and assumptions show us that an action as severe as closure of all council North of Falcon non-treaty salmon fisheries is projected to have no effect on the rebuilding trajectory of the population. Only under the no fishing anywhere scenario used in the Tiemann analysis, coupled with the assumption of the higher impact of marine fisheries based on the impact of fisheries on Queets Fall Chinook, which have a very different run timing and susceptibility to fisheries, does the rebuilding probability reach 50% over the next 10 years. This lack of effect of council fisheries on rebuilding and the severity of the economic and social impact that Alternative 2 would have far into the future led me to include Alternative 1 as the preliminary preferred alternative in my motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kyle. Questions for the motion maker? Okay. Discussions of the motion? Okay. All right. I see nothing. I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Looking around. All right. Angela?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You had a very good discussion on a very difficult topic with this rebuilding plan, but you did complete your work in adopting the plan and recommending a preliminary preferred alternative. So in the interest of not delaying any longer, I think your work here is done.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Tonight, we have a 6 o'clock chairman's reception. Merrick, do you have anything else?
No, that was going to be my only announcement. The chair's reception will be just out here in the corner, out in the middle of all of the different rooms. We will be locking down this room at night, so don't leave anything here that you might need. Other than that, I don't have any other remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Corey, here.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and apologies. I was a little late on the draw. I actually just had a quick question, I think, for council staff and a comment. This is about the last agenda item that we were just on that Director Burden made about noting this is a PPA and that we still have an FPA to get to, and some of the issues that we talked about today regarding co-manager recommendations and STT recommendations, and trying to think out what kind of data we need for the long term, as I brought up. I'm assuming those can all be revisited as part of the FPA discussion that we will have down the road. I just wanted to confirm that with Ms. Forrestal and council staff.
Angela?
Yes, I can confirm we'll be continuing these discussions.
Great. Thanks very much.
All right. We'll see you in a few minutes. All right.